Ja, daar is het. Het seems to be, it works. Thank you. It's over there.
This is not your. This is not your. This one and this one.
No.
Okay. Equal technology. Okay. Yeah, I am going to do a new. Um, um, Não, eu só queria colocar a apresentação.
Sim, sim, sim. Até pode dar 1, 2, 3.
Sim, vou colocar já a numeração. Você tem o programa? Você pode empezar um pouco. É mais fácil com físico. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Profa. Profa. Qual é, sim, qual é a apresentação sua?
Engaged Scholarship. Não, tem. As fotografias de Plow and the tablet.
Ok, essa é a primeira que vai fazer. É a
Sim,
primeira.
é a primeira.
Então, você vai colocar número. Então, não é número.
São só 3 slides, é só para mostrar. As coisas se
Ok,
transformaram.
só essa tem, não tem outra. Não há outra.
Não. O resto vou ler.
Mas é melhor para colocar aqui.
O quê? Sim, mas pus dentro da pena.
Ok,
Acho eu.
aqui está, qual é?
Engaged Scholarship.
Esse, ok.
Yeah.
Ok, então, vou colocar esse como número 1, então.
Aí eu vou incluir.
Som.
2, 3, 4.
Alguém tem que trabalhar, não é, Gabriel?
Sim. E outra coisa está.
Uma parte. Dentro de uma parte.
Sí, esta la pasa que está en MALMOM presentation. Yeah. Awesome. Concluir. This.
¿Ya la tienes?
Sí. Ok, entonces estás. De pen. Se llama Hermanazo, ¿no?
Se llama.
Me imagino que es este, ¿va?
Sí.
Bueno,
Bueno, Magali no la puse todavía en el orden.
sí, pero Magali está para mañana, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Entonces yo estoy colocando solo hoy para que no
Vale.
se tanto el enredo.
Pues hasta Méndez está bien. Después,
Bueno, aquí tengo profesora, Paul, después viene
sí.
Pille.
Yo soy uno entonces.
Ajá, ¿dónde estás tú? Este. Abrimos a ver si está bien. ¿Está?
Perfecto.
Ok. Cerramos y esto es el 2.1.
1.2. Ah, no, 2.1. Perdón.
Sí, porque es la segunda sesión.
Sí.
Está aquí también y la foto esta que quiere poner Marina.
Venga, sí.
Entonces sería 2.3 entonces.
3.1 es la tercera. Es que lo
No,
diría
es tercera, pero es 2.3 entonces. 2.3 es la tercera.
lo diría por esto, por coffee breaks.
Ah, por coffee break, vale, vale.
Sí, primero esto, digamos, que son la apertura.
Ah,
Después
por
parte
coffee break.
1, se le da 2.
Vale, yo creí que era por
3.
cluster.
Nosotros estamos en la 4.
Sí.
Y falta Jesús y no tengo la otra hoja de esto.
Bueno, vale, vale.
Ah, pero hay más fotos de eso.
¿Cuál otra está aquí? La de Sofía, ¿va?
Sí.
Sí, Sofía es más tarde.
Sí, no importa.
Yo le puse por orden.
¿Y quién sigue? Méndez ya está
Ya,
acá.
ya está, Méndez.
No, Méndez mañana.
Méndez mañana. Ah, sí, está.
Eh,
Magalí mañana, Jesús mañana.
Ok, eso-
Pero
Sí,
Jesús
se
ahora me
organiza.
mandó su presentación, pero no
Se
la
organiza.
cargué todavía. Me la mandó esta mañana.
Jesús dice que lo va a hacer. Matt tiene buen internet, entonces lo va a presentar virtual.
Sí.
Sí, este es. Venga, tía, no le saque la cabeza, tía. Tía, qué estilo es sacarle la cabeza. Venga, tía. ¿Cuál
La
es?
foto es esa que quiere Marina.
¿Y a dónde lo pongo?
Aquí, y lo quiero proyectar ahora, creo.
¿Y esa foto
¿No?
en negro y blanco?
Sí.
¿Qué es?
Proyectalo, a ver si lo
¿Y la
puedo
tuya, Mati?
proyectar. Mati, tiene que ser Mati. Aquí, PPT, Mati Lisboa, ponle el número.
Mate, tú eres la 4.2, ¿verdad? Después de mí.
Sí, sí, eso. En el ecrán. Los special requirement de Marina de fotos. Creo que un foto de Michael Cabral, del grupo Michael Cabral, cuando Elisa, eso también.
Se lo voy a poner en la presentación de ella, mejor.
No, ahora, ábrelo ahora. Se proyecta ahora. Está ahora aquí en el background, ¿sabes?
Es que no se ve.
Eh,
Open with, ¿dónde está? Profesor Nuno, ¿todo bien? Todo.
sí,
No consigo proyectarla porque no está en.
¿Está bien?
Sí, pero necesito cambiarle esto.
Bueno, en realidad los que van a presentar fuera van a proyectarlo, ¿no? Y es solo un respaldo que tenemos por caso de problema, ¿no?
Sí.
Nelson, ven a ver.
Nelson. Casi. Ay, no, Nelson sí, ina bien, ina bien. No sé, es el señor Mario.
Ah, ainda está fixe. ¿Cómo podemos proyectar
No,
esa
no está
foto?
proyectar aquí, es computador para ali. Señor Piriguete, por favor. Todo bien. Es que está trabajando con Atila de Zoom. Sí, así. Ok, ya percibí, ya percibí.
Sim, eu estava aberto e estavas ali a projetar no cantinho.
Pues, es verdad. Bueno, ya está. Más, que no puede, no conseguía proyectar esta barra ya. No, eso está ligado, sí. Ah, es un sistema. Ahí está. Sim, professora, nada mais disse qual. Tenho essa apresentação,
Uhum.
mas não sei se queria projetar agora. Vai ficar aberta.
Ai, e como é que eu projeto e leio ao mesmo tempo?
Opa.
Pois é.
É,
Eu acho que é melhor pôr o meu computador aqui, não é? E isto fica aí a projetar.
vai ter que ver uma forma.
Sim.
Sentares aqui, traz o teu computador aqui. Estás
Não,
de
é que
frente-
são só 3 slides.
Estás de frente para as pessoas.
Achas? Ok. Está muito baixo.
Não. Só para
Ah, achas?
Quem está habituado a estar lá nos tabelas.
Ai, sim, mas isso é no chão, com um banquinho pequenino. Eu digo o computador, não sou eu. Eu gosto de me sentar no chão.
Olha, tens de falar para o microfone, senão lá em casa não.
Ah, então tenho de segurar?
O Gabriel fica aqui.
Ah, se não.
Quer um.
Queres um de lapela?
Temos também um.
Ah, é melhor.
Livre.
É?
Sim. Livre.
Everybody, we need to start because Aquila Rosa from the European Union wants also to provide us knowledge and
Dois.
Ok.
Você colocar isso aqui.
Não, tá bem, tá bem. Bonjour, Christophe.
Bonjour, vous m'entendez?
Não está a ouvir?
Vous m'entendez? Can you hear me?
Está a responder? Ah, respondeu, não ouvi. Ai, eu sou muito surda. Muitas malárias. Muito pequenino injetável. Good morning, everybody. I would like to open the session and give the word to the president of Instituto Superior de Agronomia. Bom dia a vós que está na Guiné-Bissau. Como é que eu desligo isto? Como é que desligo?
Thank you, Marina.
Para não interferir com o
Just a
presidente.
few words. And my words are to thank you all that are here. Thank you all for the strong partnership that we had during this project. Sound is not the best one. Someone has connected. Yeah.
Quem é que está ligado? Quem é que está ligado aqui?
Bom dia, bom dia.
Okay, so let's try. So again, first to thank you all for being here and also by Zoom in this final session of the MALMOM project. I would like to thank Marina for her outstanding job running this project. This project was very, very important, not just for our institution, but also to the local communities. And I think that the work with local communities will last forever. So a project that has impact is something that we would like to highlight. So thank you, Marina. Thank you for all the colleagues who work with this project. A lot of people have made this project possible. Students, farmers, and so on, authorities. So I want to thank you, them all, in the name of our school. So thank you very much. I also like to make a wish for the next steps. I hope that this project will last, and I hope that will empower the local farmers. It's one of the key features of this project is the possibility to have this interrelation with the farmers and the people. And I think that it's amazing that the research project has this ability to have this connection with the local persons. So I hope that today it will be a bright day. I'm sure it will have a lot of colleagues that will have key speeches, very good intervention. So I hope that will be also a moment of a certain kind of relax. So we are in a very nice room. I hope that you enjoy our school. Our school always is looking for make the best regarding agriculture, forest, and the other related areas. This is a school with this focus. So I hope that you also continue making projects, and I hope that Marina will also continue to work as good as she has done all these years. So thank you, Marina. Thank you all, and have a nice session. Thank you very much.
So is it my turn? Yes? Okay. So you can hear me well. Can you just make a sign just to show me that you can hear me, please? Good morning. Can you hear me in the room? Yes?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
No, just to be sure that I'm not speaking to myself. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to intervene shortly for this important event. I would like, of course, to send my greetings to all key people that have supported this MALMOM program. From the president of ISA, from Professor Temudo, all the graduates, PhDs, researchers, institutions involved in this program, and of course, last but not least, the farmers researchers of the MALMOM project. So quickly, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Christophe Larose, working for the European Commission in Brussels, in the Director General in charge for international partnerships. And I'm involved in the unit dealing with agri-food systems and fisheries, and with, as far as I'm concerned, quite a strong focus on research and innovation. And in that context, we launched a program a few years ago, which we called DESIRA, standing for Development Smart Innovation through Research in Agriculture, of which MALMOM is one of the intervention. This program intended to foster productive, green, inclusive transformation of agriculture and agri-food systems in low and middle income countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And we had really 4 main outcomes that I would like to flag, because it will help, I guess, to relate to what MALMOM also aimed at. So the first main outcomes was really to work on capacities and resilience of smallholder farmers, for them also to take up new climate smart agroecological products, technologies, models, services. The other important outcome of the program was to work on capacities to innovate, and also to work on technical development institutions and farmers organizations, really to support an innovation approach and innovation processes for agricultural transformation. The third outcome was to work on the capacities in private sector and value chains of agri-food systems. And the last one was really to work on the policy environment and to improve it at national, international level when we can. So really for us, this DESIRA initiative was to put more research, more science into our cooperation agenda, with a clear ambition to accompany participatory action research that would value local knowledge and create evidence, of course, to inform policies. So we moved naturally, I would say, to a much more emphasis on agroecological innovations, building, of course, on multi-stakeholder collaboration and multi-actor approaches. Linked to that, a strong emphasis on agricultural knowledge and innovation systems with a clear ambition to move beyond what is at time a very linear and top-down approach to innovation. And I would like to say also that for us it was quite an important initiative to accompany and challenge at times some research organizations to really engage on the impact of their work. So really to accompany as much as we can research innovation projects that could have from the start and in the way they are designed, in the way they are implemented, all the ingredients, or at least most of the ingredients, to make their action really impactful on the ground with the partners. So overall, we have been able to mobilize quite a significant amount of resources from the EU budget, but also from EU member states participating very closely in this initiative. And we started the first operations in 2019. This initiative is getting to a close with all the different projects that themselves are getting to a close, like MALMOM. But overall, we have been able to support about 80 projects in Africa, Latin America, and Asia, with a mix of, I would say, research and innovation projects, operational ones like MALMOM, a number of limited number of institutional projects supporting more the what we call the governance and the architecture of agricultural research for development at the international level and at regional level, and also some specific facilities that we put in place to accompany the evidence-based knowledge that we could generate from the DESIRA initiative. A few words on what we think we have learned up to now, and of course, any workshops, conferences that would emerge or would be organized in context of any DESIRA projects would be useful for us to fine-tune what we learned. But clearly, what we saw, if we wanted to have really, and if we want to have agri-food research and innovation cooperation really impact on the ground and really impact at scale, the need for co-ownership of design and implementation of these projects with these multi-stakeholders, multi-actor approaches, and place-based innovations is key. We also see that we need a strong institutional ownership, so that we can align the economic, social, environmental dimensions of any research innovations projects to the local, national, and regional priorities. We also see that we need to find ways to ensure viable and inclusive financial strategies to accompany and to sustain innovation processes. And we say last but not least is also the importance of capacities. Capacities of people, capacities of institutions to work together and to work in innovation processes. So to conclude, of course, on what I think has made MALMOM quite a special intervention in the context of the DESIRA initiative. And if I would like to start with a light note, I would like to say that what is very special with MALMOM is the beauty of its photos, the beauty of its music video clip, which I enjoyed a lot. But more than that, it's of course the vision that has driven this project, and a clear, I would say, engagement to contribute to change, and not any kind of change, a change that is fair, inclusive, sustainable. It's also what is also, I think, at a very interesting, a very special aspect of MALMOM is really this commitment to valorize any kind of knowledge, to stimulate exchanges, thinking from different kind of stakeholders, because of the understanding that what was known, what is practiced, is not necessarily adapted to the changes that are happening. So really this determination to mobilize all forces, I would say, from the farmers first, but also students in Guinea-Bissau, PhDs from different parts of the world, and European research capacities as well, to at times challenge the practices of the farmers, that they challenge among themselves, but also to challenge the practices of the researchers and the way they work with local actors, and the way they organize their research work has been very significant and very interesting in this program. So to conclude, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to intervene today, and of course looking forward to the conclusions of this workshop. Thank you very much.
I would like to ask now Professor Polstrijk, a longtime friend and colleague, to
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen in the audience and online. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give a keynote. And I certainly would like to thank Marina for all her leadership and inspiration throughout the program. The title of my presentation is People, Technology and Science, Lessons Learned and Unlearned from Co-production and Innovations in Sub-Saharan Africa. And the title keywords also come back in this slide that gives you an overview of my talk. I will start with a few examples of the complexity of co-producing innovations like soil and nutrient management, pest management, and disease management. And I also would like to share with you some of the lessons that we have learned in the programs Convergence of Sciences and Convergence of Sciences Strengthening Innovation Systems. Those two programs run for about 8 years in West Africa, and they were also very much inspired by the work of Professor Paul Richards, who is also present here online. Thank you very much, Paul, for all the inspiration there. And in that program, we would like to have, we wanted to have our PhD candidates at the steer and the supervisors on the back seat of this Honda provided by the Convergence of Sciences program. And the unlearning I've mainly learned through the MALMOM program through Griazzo and Marina. So let me go to my first example, the soil and nutrient management in Sub-Saharan Africa. In Sub-Saharan Africa, we definitely have a low intrinsic soil fertility, and moreover, the farmers have poor access to and hardly can afford fertilizers. Moreover, there is also a very low fertilizer use efficiency, for example, because of drought or because of other micronutrients lacking. And there is poor availability of other sources of nutrients such as animal manure and green manure. Moreover, many of these soils have a very low soil organic matter content, and that is actually increasing the problems of low fertility efficiency. And moreover, there's also a very large variation in soil organic matter at a very small scale. And oftentimes, the land channel systems also do not help. They definitely usually enhance nutrient mining with on the long term very poor effects on soil fertility. Now, this is an example from northern Ghana, where we did work in several years in two villages, Boknaili and Gawogo. And you see that within one plot, there is a huge variation in the measured soil organic matter. For Gawogo, it's a factor 2. And for the other village, it's even a factor of 8 or 9. Both values on average are very low, but on top of the very low levels of soil organic matter, we also have a huge spread within one field. And that variation in fertility requires specific and very detailed knowledge, both from the researchers working in that area, but also from the farmers. And the farmers usually do have a lot of knowledge on that variation. And we learned that to some extent we can make that variation in soil organic matter content visible by drone flights and then recording weed populations or populations of very specific weeds. We should have known that earlier. We should have listened to the farmers much earlier, because then we could have learned much more than we currently did. Then our major question in that field was, can we actually increase the fertilizer use efficiency of NPK by intensification? Intensification, for example, through applying also some sulfur, or increasing the plant density, or do some ridging and mulching. And on the left photo, you can see some work with the ridging, and on the right photo, you can see some work on the mulching. And we did very extensive experiments on that. We measured soybean responses, but also maize responses, and I will only stick to the maize responses. What you see here is for 2 years, 2022 and 2023, and for the two sites, the two villages, the response to a number of intensification measures, and they are listed along the y-axis. And in this figure, it is about stover yield, and it will not go through all the detailed treatments, but let me focus on some of them. First of all, you need to know that in Boknaili, we definitely had much more drought problems because of that much lower soil organic matter content that I showed you earlier, and the bigger variation in that soil organic matter content. The black arrow indicates the standard treatment with only NPK fertilizer, and the red arrow indicates the same treatment, but then with also ridging and mulching. And for the stover yields, we do see some improvements by intensification, especially in Gawogo. So the right part of the figure, and especially for the combination of ridging and mulching. There was also some effect of sulfur. And this right figure shows you the grain yields. And again, the standard did pretty well, at least much better than no fertilizer at all. But here we already had a significant increase by just giving sulfur. We could also get much higher yields when we did some ridging and mulching, but if we had already sulfur, the yields were also pretty good, and we couldn't get any additional yields when we had already ridged and mulched. And ridging and mulching, well, they made sure that we had much better water use efficiency, and therefore also a much better use of the nutrients. So to summarize, well, this is a picture of some of the plots, and you can see the huge variation that we see among the treatments. In summary, the rainfall deficit definitely did a lot of bad effects, and those were much stronger at the sites where we had a lower soil organic matter content and the bigger variation in that content. We had already a big effect of sulfur alone, but we did not have any additional effect of the sulfur when we had already improved the yields by mulching and by ridging. And by the way, that also applies to the other intensification measure that we did, increasing the standard plant density to a higher level. We also let farmers do some work, and we were very much surprised that they handled the mulching in a different way than the researchers would. If there was not so much mulch available, then farmers would only cover part of their fields with the mulch, and they would simply use a high mulch density, but stopped as soon as the mulch was no longer available. Whereas for a researcher, you would say, okay, spread it evenly over the entire field in order to have at least some benefits everywhere. And we did a very simple modeling exercise where we tried to assess the effect of the mulching by the farmers and the effect of the mulching by the researchers. And that is a theoretical approach, it's a modeling approach, so we have not validated yet in true life, but we then get a sort of response as indicated in this graph. You get a linear increase when farmers have more mulch because they spread more of their field with the mulch. But when you do the research approach, you have a curvilinear relationship, and the difference between those two relationships is maximum at a proportion of mulching of about 50%. But then again, why do farmers do that? We need to learn from them. My second example is about pest management. We did some work in Bangladesh together with a PhD candidate over there. And there was a huge problem in eggplant cultivation with a fruit and stem borer. There was a huge pest pressure, partly because there was a very high density of egg crops in the landscape, but also because there was a lot of resistance against all kinds of pesticides. So that pest actually turned into a public ban. There was a lot of spraying going on there. The farmers sprayed at least weekly and sometimes even much more frequently than that. But it became very insufficient because of the resistance of the borers against those pesticides. There was also a lack of knowledge on the population dynamics of the pest among the farmers. And we decided to do some trapping exercises, as you can indicate it here in this particular eggplant crop, where we had pheromone traps to trap the male moth. But we learned that trapping in a single field actually attracts more male moths than there are killed, and also attracts more than if also the neighboring fields would contain traps. So we were worried about what is the best trap density, and we were also worried what is if an individual farming is doing something, shouldn't they work together? Do we need a community-based strategy here? And also, can we teach the farmers to trust the IPM approach and not automatically also do some spraying because they are used to do so? So we set up an IPM experiment where we had two types of traps. Under A, you see a 4-trap setting with a central observation plot. And on the B part of the figure, you see a 24-trap setting with 4 times 6 traps, and also an observation plot, or actually several observation plots at the border, in the middle, and at the other border. And all the observation plots had the same size, so they were all 4 meters by 4 meters, but a very different setting, and therefore a very different influx of moth from the environment. And this is what those different trap settings learned us compared with the farmer's practice. And the farmer's practice was simply weekly spraying with an insecticide. Well, on the left part of the slide, you see the catch per trap per week. And you see that there are few catches in the center of that 24 trap setup. There are a little bit more in the borders of that 24 trap setup, but there are many more in the 4 trap setup. And of course, we didn't count in the farmers field because all the insects were killed with the pesticide. The middle panel shows you the fruit infestation of the eggplant crop. And there was some infestation in the 24 trap setup, but fewer in the center than in corners, and definitely much fewer than in the 4 trap setup, and even in the farmers setup. So although they sprayed, there were still many fruits infested, and that translated into yield per hectare, as indicated in the right panel, and we had the best yields in the 24 trap setup, and much less so in the 4 trap setup and in the farmers practice setup. That means that in the 24 trap plots we had fewer catches, but also fewer fruits infested and more yields than in the 4 trap plots, especially if you look at the center observation plots. And the farmers practice was more or less similar to the 4 trap treatment. So what can we conclude from this example? Well, many farmers said that not spraying is actually socially or mentally not an option. It doesn't feel right if they don't spray. But farmers did learn that the IPM approach could work and was definitely cheap and was easy to implement. And of course could save a lot of insecticide spraying, which is much healthier for the farmers and for the environment. But mass trapping was inefficient for an individual farmer under a small landholding, and with this very high density of eggplant cultivation, which is very common in Bangladesh. And that means that trapping is only useful if trap density in the landscape is sufficiently high. And that requires a concerted collective action in sex pheromone trapping, because all the farmers only have a very small holding. But if you do so, the yield is much higher with very efficient IPM than with frequent spraying. And we also saw in the slides that actually the results, the blue and the yellow lines, were very consistent across the 2 years. So that means that what we have found was really reliable. The third example I want to use is disease management, other public beds. And we did quite a bit of work in Ethiopia on that. And the problems there are very often farmers have a lack of knowledge on the systems of all kinds of pests and diseases. They have a lack of knowledge on how these pests and diseases spread. There's poor farm hygiene. We once visited some of the farms, and we were first visiting a field that was of potato, full of bacterial wilt, and then we went to a field that was still healthy. And I was the only person who did not enter the field because I knew that my shoes were dirty and were full of bacterial wilt, but all the other people just entered that healthy field, which was most likely no longer healthy again. Sometimes the control measures are absent or are difficult to access, and many of these public beds, they travel very fast. For example, lake light with the spores can travel very fast with the wind. Bacterial wilt can be either airborne or seaborne or waterborne, or is also indigenously present in the field, and there is no community level of control of management. So we wanted to get more insight into this, and this is a rather complicated picture, but I will start at the left bottom. We have different systemic structures in place, and we have also event level explanations or responses. And if we start at the bottom, well, there is limited attention to disease diagnosis and monitoring in the situation in Ethiopia. And that means that there's also automatically limited attention to enhance the technical capacity of the farmers to produce disease-free seed, and therefore they have diseased crops. And on the right, there's also a linear thinking culture, and there's top-down information that's a general culture in how people share information, and that means that there's very weak collaboration. There's mutual blaming if something goes wrong, like with the bacterial wilt situation in Ethiopia that really run out of hand. And that means that we have a poor accommodation of interest, we have power inequality, and therefore also a limited perceived capacity to change. So it's very difficult to solve these kinds of public bets. We try to do that anyway for bacterial wilt in potatoes with the farmers. And for that, you need to take different steps. We see the disease on the left, either in the home or in the tubers, and we see the healthy tubers on the right. And in order to go from that disease situation to the healthy situation, we need to start with improving the coordination among the actors in the potato innovation system. And then we need to have a strong monitoring system. And we need to enhance the farmer's capacity through a learning intervention, which we actually also did. We learned together with them. We need to foster the integrated disease management through collective action. And we need to enhance the diagnosis capacity in the smallholder context. And SIP is nowadays, so the International Potato Center is nowadays providing tools in order to have that diagnosis in the field. But we also need to strengthen the national or even the local level quarantine systems, because we noticed that disease seed was spread all over the country, making the disease actually indigenous almost throughout Ethiopia. Then what I have learned from the COSIS and COS programs, well, these were two subsequent large-scale programs that tried to integrate and try to scale up. And they were innovation programs, so not just research programs. And we have tried to innovate together with the farmers. And we did that through technography, and I'm sure that Viriato will talk about that later on during this session. We did joint discovery and analysis of the major problems through diagnostics. And then we started a co-innovation process with the farmers. But we did not only work with farmers, we also tried to realize institutional change through integration, not only of natural and social sciences, but also integration of scientific and farmers' knowledge. Like I said already earlier on, we should have asked more questions to farmers because they know so much. And there was also some research on research. So there was one PhD doing a PhD on the work of the other PhDs to try to find general laws and general trends. We have learned 7 lessons throughout those 2 programs. First of all, we learned a lot about our methodological approaches, with technography, diagnostics, the performance, the joint learning, but also the institutional context analysis and how we should use that to scale up the innovations. We had created awareness that technology alone cannot expand smallholders' opportunities. You need to do much, much more. We learned that mobilization of smallholders is important, and you can do so through experimental groups, learning together with them. And we also experimented with institutional innovations and creation of institutional change. And for that, we need to analyze the agrarian systems as a whole but also their institutions and the impact of possible interventions. There was also a reorientation on integration between natural and social sciences. It was, for me, the first program where this really happened, not only in the head of the PhD candidate, but also in the minds of the supervisors. And it was also the first time for me personally that there was an integration of scientific and technological knowledge from the stakeholders, from the farmers themselves. But we still need to do much more. And in order to really innovate, smallholders need to do the following, or a combination of the following. First of all, they need to get a voice. They need to get political clout, because there need to be procedures through which they can exert influence on all the decisions that actually affect their daily lives. Also, services, we need to make sure that there's access to quality planting materials, to production inputs, to advice, to information, to machine repairs, for example, to credit and veterinary services. There needs to be tenure security that allows the farmer to invest in the soil fertility, in their land improvements, but also in their soil health. Without that, they will not do that. They will mine their fields. There need to be legal frameworks that protect smallholder farmers from corruption, from cheating, from land grabbing, from unfair competition and profiteering. And there needs to be integrated value chains that can create access to the innovative produce markets, and that will give the farmers also a fair share in the value that has been added throughout that value chain. And we need to create transparent and free information on prices, on taxes, on subsidies, policies, and we need to improve the infrastructure, including the roads, but also the irrigation and drainage systems, the laboratories for testing and certification, and facilities for seed multiplication, and many, many other supports. So if we have done all that, what is then still left? Well, we came up with 4 very important hows. So finding practical answers to the following complex questions is actually necessary. So first of all, how can lasting change be catalyzed in an agricultural setting and in an institutional environment that are both very, very complex? And secondly, how can we use the lessons that we have learned about institutional innovation to make local agro-ecosystems resilient, sustainable, and even suitable for further sustainable intensification? And third, how can sustainable agricultural intensification be orchestrated in such a way that it actually improves the livelihoods of all the rural poor? And finally, how can we design and implement agricultural policies that protect smallholder farmers against the threats and against the uncertainties associated with the globalization of the markets? And these 4 hows are not simple and require a very thorough study. And I've put this cartoon here where you can get answers. And if you want to have simple but wrong answers, you will see that there is a crowd, and there's a crowd of lemmings that are all jumping into the canyon. And there's one guy who really studied, and he might be joining some other people who go through this very long and winding road of trying to find complex answers. And my position is that in order to find these complex but right answers, we also need to unlearn. And not only we scientists, but also farmers alike. And about that unlearning, I will have my final part of my talk. Unlearning can be defined, and that's based on this publication of Sony. It can be defined as deliberately letting go of mindsets and practices that are no longer fit for purpose. But unlearning also fosters innovation by challenging old assumptions and embracing new options. And it helps to rapidly change technologies, and it enables farmers to change to new technologies by disregarding obsolete techniques. But mind you, it is not only for the farmers, it is definitely also for the researchers. And there are three pillars of unlearning. First of all, the willingness to change. Secondly, breaking with ingrained thought patterns. And thirdly, changing habits. And especially in a empirical science like agronomy, and in an empirical activity like growing crops, that is very important in these three pillars. Well, my experience with MALMOM was that unlearning was actually continuous in mangrove rice production. And the work by Beata Cossa, who will give a talk later this morning, shows that very, very much. She shows the power of unlearning for very many different important decision issues. And I mentioned only 4 of them. The decision about plowing or not plowing, the decision about sowing or transplanting or using volunteer crops, the decision about improved or traditional varieties, and the decision about plant density when transplanting. How many transplants do you use? Only 3, like advised by agronomists, or 20, like the farmers do. And above all, unlearning to focus on field scale. And we learned that farmers make decisions at the landscape level or the whole farm level, not at the field level. And therefore, their decisions might seem suboptimal for a particular field, but they are definitely making sense for their entire farm or their entire set of fields, their entire landscape, because that's how they make decisions. So let me go through those 4 examples. First of all, to plow or not to plow. Well, plowing by many scientists is considered to be very, very critical. It needs to be done. Nevertheless, in these systems where Beata worked in, it is often skipped. And we also learned that interventions to make plowing easier, for example, with tractors, were quite often unsuccessful. And skipping plowing also often gave higher yields than plowing. And skipping, for example, allowed to sow earlier, and that reduced the labor pressure during the peak of the transplanting. And farmers actually made instant decisions and improvised about the question to plow or not to plow. And we found out that not plowing is often wise. You see a farmer plowing, and you see a farmer direct sowing on a non-plowed field in these 2 pictures. The second issue is sowing or transplanting or using a volunteer crop. Well, there are many strategies to establish a crop in these agroecosystems, depending on the social ecological conditions, but the yields are different. They do depend on the way of sowing. It's also important to realize that failure of crop establishment is always a possibility. It will happen almost every year. And the strategies, they do vary per village, clearly found out by Beata. They differ also per ecology, so the location of the field. They are very, very contextual. And our farmers often make ad hoc decisions based on the amount of rainfall, the availability of labor, and the availability of land, but then at the landscape whole farm level. And the third issue was improved or traditional varieties. Well, we learned that farmers do possess many varieties, but usually only grow a few, 1 or 2. And farmers do prefer robust and late maturing varieties. And although there is an external pressure, for example, by NGOs, to use early improved varieties, Beata definitely showed that that is counterproductive. And the 4th issue, well, plant density. The plant density is usually variable they very much depend on the establishment method, so the sowing method. And we found out that the number of seedlings per hill is often very, very high. In the eyes of agronomists, too high. Farmers also tend to underestimate the seedling density at transplanting. When you ask them how many do you plant, they often give a lower number than what you find when you do the observations. But it is always very important to have the right number of surviving seedlings per hill. And here a very important question is, who needs to unlearn? Agronomists try to tell the farmers you should use fewer transplants per hill, but we still haven't figured out why the farmers keep planting many seedlings, as you can see here, per hill, but they must have a very good reason for that. And we are currently trying to analyze the mechanisms behind it. So this slide concludes my presentation. I would like to conclude with one conclusion and one question. Well, we have learned, at least I have learned, that the farmers manage the river, the water, the soil, the landscape, the seed, the nurseries, the crops, and of course also the farm and their household in a very, very dynamic way, based on opportunities and on their perception of risks, and continuously improvising to optimize the use of available resources. And the major limiting ones are probably land and labor. And my question is, what is the role of maintaining one's network in trying to optimize your position in the next year, and how would you try to do that? It takes a village to raise a child. It also takes a village to grow a crop. My presentation was partly based on the PhD work of Elias Dante in Ethiopia, Eugene Suafia in Ghana, Nasneen Nahar in Bangladesh, Shifra Tefes in Ethiopia, Viata Kosa in Guinea-Bissau. You will hear more from that later today, and Yusuf Dabakasim in Ghana. And finally, I would like to thank you very much for your attention and for all the inspiring interactions throughout the program. Thank you so much, Marina, for arranging all that. And I will never forget how wet and muddy mangrove rice production actually is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, again and again for all your support during the whole project, and also for your really inspiring speech that for us, it made almost the whole conclusions of our project. I think we have now the work very easy to make the final conclusions. Thank you again. Now I'm going to speak, and I'm going to ask you to forgive me, but I'm going to try to read my text. Sim, um bocadinho. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you all for being here today. We are a good bunch of people. And I believe that much more are attending online. So I would like to thank Antonio and Patrick and Paul, as I said, for their speech. And I would like also to show our gratitude to the European Union for funding such a non-mainstream project. Indeed, the first Dersira program allowed us to do an ongoing adaptation of goals and approaches, and even of the budget. Many thanks go to Pablo Leunda and Pascal Dabord, who recognized the specificities of the MALMOM and helped us through the process of self-monitoring and evaluation. Very special thanks go to Paul Richards, who has been an inspiration throughout my whole career, and to MALMOM students and the farmer researchers who made this project possible and transformed it into an exciting journey. Special thanks also go to all the formal and informal supervisors. There are two of them here that were not formally supervisors, but who made a huge work. And to the scientific advisors who visited the field and, as you saw in the case of Paul, got muddied to their bones. So thanks Paul, Bella, Paco, Jeroen, who is not here with us today, and Pablo Leunda and Ramon Sarro. I believe Ramon won the prize for getting muddied, but we do not find the photograph of that. I would like to remember Professor Short-Manze was a great supporter of this project and who helped us until the very end. Unfortunately, he died very soon, but he was really very important in the work of Gabriel and since the beginning for the whole project. To all the volunteers who collaborated in this project, namely Azwan, Vasco Araújo, Constança Brito, Encarna, Andrea, and to Marie-Yvonne Curtis, Sumaila Jaló, Raul Mendes Fernandes, Dominique, Antonio, Albert, thanks, and Cherdan, sorry, I never know how to say your name, Cherdian, for being here today. Raul Mendes Fernandes from Guinea-Bissau, Amílcar Cabral University, could not come because he did not get his visa on time. Well, once again, this happens to African scholars and it is a shame. Although in this case, Doutora Paula Matos da Costa, Cooperation Attaché of the Portuguese Embassy in Bissau, made really efforts to help. To Margarida Alho, Ana Pedreneira, and Sonia Azevedo, many thanks for your support. My talk addresses the way in which we gave meaning to the concepts of engaged scholarship and transdisciplinary research for development. I'll start to make a brief contextualization for those who have never had contact with Guinea-Bissau agriculture and society. I will skip all the theoretical stuff, but some of you know all the references. Mangrove swamp rice cultivation is practiced along the upper Guinea coast, but at present only in Guinea-Bissau are farmers still investing and innovating in this high labor, time and knowledge intensive, but also risk-prone production system. Rice fields are created after slashing the mangroves and the building of earthen dikes, and the soils are susceptible to salinization and acidification. Therefore, rice production is extremely vulnerable to the increasingly irregular precipitation and mountain temperatures. Sea level rise and stronger waves and tides also contribute to frequent dike ruptures and the invasion of breakage water, which frequently result in crop failure. Mangrove swamp rice farming is so rooted in endogenous knowledge that very few externally introduced innovations have had a positive impact. The only exception has been the provision of PVC tubes to act as dischargers. Now, sorry, the first one, to act as discharges, but even academic hydraulic knowledge did not prove to be superior to endogenous knowledge in most development interventions. Farmers frequently complain that their knowledge has not been heard and taken into account. Around 20 years ago, I started to see, the first one, please. The first one. Around 20 years ago, I started to notice a major change among the Balanto of Guinea-Bissau, the major mangrove swamp rice farmers in terms of demography and cereal production. Contrary to the previous generations who believed that formal education would de-skill, thanks Dominic, the agricultural labor force, the new cohort of household heads wanted their children to go to school. This paradigm shift was illustrated, the first one. No, water. This paradigm shift was illustrated through the way fathers advertised to their neighbors the birth of a male child. Traditionally, this was done with the outward hanging of a plow and a rope used to steal cattle. Instead, a sheet of paper written with letters and numbers, or a plow and a pen with or without a paper, became the new symbols of the imagined future. But this came as a curse. There were few rural schools and most children had to study far away from their home villages, becoming de-skilled in relation to both agricultural work practices and ethics, leaving their parents more vulnerable to climate change and rising labor costs. The expected remittances never materialized due to the absence of job opportunities in the urban areas. Paradoxically, those who returned home and adopted a diversified livelihood, having farming as one among multiple income sources, did not use their formal education to better plan their activities and achieve and improve the agricultural performance. Although they kept on innovating, as their parents did, through the introduction of new varieties, new cultivation, and water management techniques. The MALMOM initial project design was rooted in a long-term ethnographic study of mangrove swamp farmers, farming, and livelihoods transformations, having a team constituted by 30 young farmer researchers, 10 senior farmers, and a group of engaged foreign and agricultural and Guinea-Bissauan researchers. Its aim was not to develop and transfer technologies allegedly fitted for farmers. Instead, it intended to help them reflect upon their problems, identify knowledge gaps and maladjusted practices in the face of climate change and social changes, transformations, and to co-develop with them possible solutions. Thus the title Science With, not only for. However, considering that solutions might be transitory when unforeseen changes are taking place, the ultimate goal of the MALMOM project was to build on local knowledge, skills, and creativity, and train young farmers to be full scientists and extensionists on their own, able to promote collective mobilization and contest maladjusted and unwanted external interventions. MALMOM provided new tools, among which tablets, solar panels, and internet access, and a monthly subsidy to allow farmers to dedicate some time to research and to take risks. So the new paradigm was the plow and the tablet that we try to introduce. When abrupt changes evolve into a continuous flow of unexpected events, farmers' self-awareness of the need to transform their practices and the social organization of production might be incomplete. Hence, the need for transdisciplinary approach involved engaged farmers to stimulate joint reflection, learning, and experimentation to find solutions. But engaged how? And what is the true meaning of transdisciplinarity in the context of co-production of agronomic knowledge and innovations? Political agronomy taught us that knowledge and technologies are not neutral, and agricultural research is embedded in power relations that shape and are shaped by politics. Thus, one might believe to be engaged in putting an end to poverty in Africa through a new green revolution. Or, on the contrary, one might be aware of the social and environmental negative consequences of the first green revolution and on the corporate food regime created by capitalism, and advocate that poverty eradication and climate change mitigation can only be achieved by supporting smallholder agriculture and food sovereignty, thus by adopting agroecology as a practice, a science, and a political movement. Accordingly, the first challenge the foreign research team had to face was to achieve at least a partial initial consensus about the meaning of sustainable technological change in smallholder agriculture. And you may believe that you really had lots of struggles to achieve to a consensus, to arrive to a consensus. Researchers had often to accept to disconnect themselves or to unlearn, as Paul said, from their prior technical training that they made them believe their knowledge to be superior and could solve farmers' problems. At the same time, they had to reskill themselves in social sciences research methods, namely technography, as Paul highlighted, to be able to understand and esteem farmers' knowledge, practices, rationality, priorities, needs, and values. Today's presentations will show that this disconnection and reskilling processes also entailed a role reversal, in which external researchers had to accept that farmers' knowledge and practices might be superior to their own in their contexts, and that they had to learn from them before being able to make research proposals to be jointly discussed and eventually tested. But to be able to conceive research proposals, they had to surgically retrieve bits and pieces of their academic knowledge, potentially useful in knowledge hybridization to be tested in solving given farmers' problems. However, foreign researchers faced not only knowledge interfaces, but also clashes of life worlds and cosmologies. How to live without a bathroom, a toilet, how to live without internet access, but also how to cope with farmers' witchcraft beliefs and accusations. But what really drove them to despair, frequently to despair, was the need to deal with different notions of time and a ritual calendar and unexpected ceremonies that conflicted with previously co-planned activities. Another challenge had to do with the meaning of participation in the framework of a farmer first and last paradigm. We tend to believe that power imbalances in the context of knowledge interfaces only occur between foreign actors and farmers. But when they occur among farmers of different ethnic linguistic groups during participatory action research exercises, how should external researchers act? What should be our role when a group of farmers state that their knowledge practices, and even work ethics are superior to farmers belonging to another group. And this leads to high tensions, preventing the possibility of knowledge co-production. An ethical dilemma arises. Should we step back and let them solve their differences, or should we try to understand both perspectives and act as facilitators? We choose the latter, and sometimes we had to reconnect with our academic knowledge to be able to provide explanations to their conflicting views. You can find many examples of these in our publications and in some of these workshop presentations and videos. The presentations will also illustrate that reflexivity and the flexi process approach were used to create a holistic, bottom-up, and imaginative methodology for participatory action research. Transdisciplinary collaboration requires constantly analyzing the way in which we shape the research process and results and how we have been changed by it. It requires valuing the diverse and dynamic farmers' knowledge while empowering them as scientific contributors and agents. For us, collaboration opened new arenas of friction, tension, and dialogue, but more importantly, it created spaces for mutual learning on different levels. Our engagement was manifested in transdisciplinary research for co-producing new solutions, in the writing of articles in support of social struggles aimed at creating social and environmental justice, and in fundraising campaigns to rebuild primary schools, nurseries, pay for poor children fees and supplies, provide football equipment, and even in the rebuilding of a major dike in a village abandoned to climate extremes by the state and civil society organizations. The MALMOM core team was constituted by young and senior farmers and researchers who had both shared and their own private agenda and their own life worlds and dreams. Even so, we all worked together as peers to recreate ourselves as better professionals and better human beings, and to make the world a fairer place. For us, engaged scholarship meant prolonged field stays and creating friendship and trust relations with the farmers whose knowledge, practice, needs, goals, and values we studied, while being aware of and continuously reflecting about power imbalances and social differences. Although we were concerned with academic advancement, this engagement meant that our outputs did not only increase scientific knowledge, but above all could be used to improve the daily lives of farmers with whom we shared our lives. Some seeds of change had been sown among farmers and junior researchers. But for these to sprout and flourish, science requires more than the effort of engaged individuals. It demands structural change. It needs financial systems and intellectual spaces that genuinely support this way of thinking and doing. Donors, institutions, and research for development agendas, as Paul also stated, must move beyond buzzwords and commit to ethical practice, skilled craft, and mutual reciprocity. Thank you. And obrigada, Bo. Now we are going to give the floor to the first student presentation. I believe that this is better than that. No?
It's better.
Is this better?
For
I don't
Merlin,
know.
I think
Well.
it's
We must disconnect all the, because of the echo, we must disconnect all the.
Well, I can very briefly present our first colleague, Merlin, who is going to speak about the bridging the knowledge and people to empower management mangrove swamp rice in small hold farmers. So I give the floor to Merlin. Thank you, Merlin.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Well, now I will. Sorry. I will give an helicopter view of the agricultural knowledge and innovation systems of mangrove swamp rice farmers communities of Guinea-Bissau. So this is a research line I've been working on since the last few years in the framework of the MALMOM project and under the guidance of Marina Temudo and Marta Veranda. So, I will start by inserting this study in the broader context. I will introduce our research goals. Then I will provide some important highlights from this study, introducing also the participatory action research. And then I will conclude with some important takeaways. So let's set the scene now. Across sub-Saharan Africa, small-scale, low external input farming is under growing challenges, including climate change that is amplifying vulnerability, in particular for smallholders who don't possess enough resources to adapt and who depend directly on farming for subsistence. Rural population growth that leads to land scarcity, while also cash crop expansion still put additional pressure on land. The transnational rush, including green grabbings, that deepens land injustice. There is a phenomenon of declining soil fertility and the growing capitalist penetration that reshape local identities and economies and pushes farmers into unfair competition with large-scale agro-industrial systems now. And together, these trends are leading to a phenomenon of deagrarianization and depeasantization since the 1980s that some scholars describe as a scrumming away from farming. Meanwhile, many policies misread this landscape. They often fall back on oversimplified narratives such as the rural population is growing or that youth are stuck in whitehood, unwilling to farm. And these views often overlook the diversity of rural livelihoods that in general go far beyond this classic image of the full-time family farmer. So let's turn now to Guinea-Bissau, where mangrove swamp rice offers a powerful example of smallholder resilience, adaptation, knowledge, and identity. So nowadays, mangrove swamp rice farming is mainly practiced by the Balanta and the Diola peoples, described as deep rural societies. These communities are very local, patrilineal, gerontocratic, and for them, rice is more than just a productive activity. It's a way of life, a pillar of social order, and customary duty. So this farming system is highly technical. It relies on the deep ecological knowledge of farmers and their capacity to mobilize at key periods of the agricultural calendars a massive workforce. It is also the most productive traditional rice system in Guinea-Bissau, and it sustains hundreds of thousands of livelihoods across the coastal areas of the country. However, mangrove swamp rice system is under growing pressure, and farmers face strong tidal surges, unpredictable rainfall, rising labor costs, and the exodus of youth. And these stresses are deeply embedded in a long history of political and economical shifts. Under colonial rule, forced labor, top-down policies, and high taxation have disrupted local farming systems. Then, during the War of Independence, Portuguese bombs have destroyed many infrastructures, including rice dikes in dikes in the rice fields. But at the same time, it was the occasion for young fighters, and in particular for Balantas, to gain voice and social recognition among their elders. Then the country entered in its phase of centralized economy, where the state forced farmers to sell the rice at an artificially low price, dismotivating farmers to produce. Then in the 1986, the economic liberalization and structural adjustment cut public services, reduced rural education, reduced urban jobs, and also promoted cashew monoculture as a way to repay the debt to generate taxes. No? The civil war then in the 98-99 forced many people from the cities to flee to the countryside. It was also the occasion for families from urban and rural areas to reconnect, to strengthen their ties. And this lay out the ground for a more purely local livelihoods. Today, farmers operate in a fragile setting, marked by a weak state support, and the country is heavily dependent on rice imports, while its most productive system struggles to persist. Yet, this is not just a story of decline. Balanta and Diola societies adapt. They hold on their rice-based identity and their knowledge, and on diversification, through fishing, through seasonal migration, through on and off-farm activities, and to multi-sited households. Despite decades of external interventions and research, agricultural development has often fallen short in sub-Saharan Africa and in Guinea-Bissau, and many technologies poorly adapted to the realities. And this, as a result, leads to we are far from reaching the zero hunger goal by 2030, no? And this is why we return here to the agricultural knowledge and innovation systems framework developed by Rolling, and defined as networks of actors, institutions, and processes that co-create, use, and share agricultural knowledge, but not in a top-down way. Rolling envisioned this decentralized, dynamic, and demand-driven system where farmers are not just passive recipients, but active co-learners, innovators, and extensionists. The key idea is that farmers should exert user control over the system, influence other actors, and build countervailing power from below. Well, in this research, our goals were embedded in two passes. First, the exploratory dimension. So our goal was to understand the endogenous acquis surrounding mangrove swamp rice farming, and to explore farmers' livelihoods, their agency, their engagement in rural economy, and the learning processes and innovation pathways. And then the interventionist approach. So here we wanted to strengthen the co-development and sharing of best fits innovations by strengthening farmers as agents of change and supporting co-learning and practical problem solving. Bon, I will try to highlight some findings, important findings from this study. In our first research, we use mixed methods, including household surveys and life course biographies. And we dive first in the demographic dynamics of the rural areas and in the coast. And we could observe that the rural population is overwhelmingly young in the rural areas, with 63% under 25 years and only 10% over 65. So this highlights the important role that youth will play in shaping the future food system of the country. Our observation also showed that many farmers are not self-sufficient. We analyzed that there are negative average net rice balances per households, and also not that many farmers manage to produce a surplus to sell. No? And this mirrors the climate pressures, but not only that, also the poorly adapted policies, because since the 1986 liberalization, access to cheap imported rice, often exchanged with raw cashew nut, has weakened local self-sufficiency. So Our results also show that in Guinea-Bissau, coastal regions, farming is still the mainstream. However, diversification is essential, in particular for youth, who rely on farming, but also on off-farm activities. And for them, education is a top priority. Despite poor rural schools and long distances, many young people work hard to fund their studies and often have to dislocate to cities, helped by relatives, to be able to continue their education. This leads to more flexible, multi-sited livelihoods where spatial mobility is key. However, even if school holidays often overlap with the rainy season, not often, always, sorry, not all youth return to the field to help their family, picturing changing ties to farming. Well, in the literature, land is often described as a key factor shaping youth engagement in farming. Our study showed that while it was limited in Guinea-Bissau, nowadays many young people do access land, and this is partially thanks to elders' concessions and also related to the rise of cashew as a cash crop with a high work productivity. However, cashew economy had a mixed effects. No? Yes, it made imported rice more accessible, but it is also linked with rising youth labor costs, new consumption habits, more alcohol use, a disinterest in mangrove swamp-rice farming, and the abandonment of many rice fields. Then, through our biographies and our observations, we could conclude that there is a phenomena of rural exodus and that many young people see farming as a last resort. But not all are turning their back to agriculture. For many, agriculture is still tied to identity, to culture, and to belonging. And there are the bush-bound farmers, young, educated, that are using their literacy in their farming practice, that demonstrate that agriculture has still space for pride, for adaptation, and for innovation. Well, then, through two complementary approaches, a qualitative one based on the building on technography and a mixed method approach based on a case study, we explored how mangrove swamp-rice people navigate socio-technical change. And we could highlight that mangrove swamp-rice knowledge is dynamic. It begins early in life through practical hands-on learning with the family and with peers. Farmer skills align well with the idea of a Paul Richards of farming as a performance. They improvise, they adapt, drawing on a deep ecological knowledge, and they are open to new opportunities. Bon. In the recent decades, we also observed that farmers have expanded their dispositions to engage with new propositions, to steal Dominique Glover's words. Elders are more supportive of youth ideas and education. Some taboos are being relaxed. Literacy is increasingly used in farming, for example, record keeping and digital tools. Labor exchange based on the reciprocity is growing, called juntamão here, as a response to the higher prices and the scarcity of labor groups. And also the higher mobility helps spread new ideas, practices, and rice varieties. However, innovation also faces many challenges. The climate unpredictability, more pests and diseases, the declining varieties portfolio, and social tensions, such as the fear of evil eye, of witchcraft. Also, the social control is weaker, even if work ethics still build strong fame, in particular for water management. Well, our results also challenge the strict divide between endogenous and exogenous innovation, because on the ground, what counts more is if it works and not the origin of a new idea. In practice, farmers draw on different knowledge sources, personal experiences, ancestral practices, peer inputs, and external knowledge. And for both endogenous and exogenous innovations, there is the same seeing is believing in logic. So innovations are introduced as propositions, they are tested in small areas, and eventually they gradually expand. But we could observe also that many innovations emerge locally from experiences deliberate to chance discoveries. For example, a farmer in the south, a Balanta farmer, discovered pre-germination as he forgot his rice seeds in a flooded paddy. Other farmers adapt tools from outside. For example, a plastic sheet has been successfully tested by a farmer in the Oyo region to limit the porosity of his main dike. And flat iron shovels seen in the Gambia are now widely used by young people in the northern of the country, in the Udiola areas. Also, Balantas from the south copied the Manjaco techniques, that's another ethnic group, for building higher dikes and for plowing underwater. Bon, we also highlight that water management innovations, including secondary canals, PVC pipes, and collective rules, are very important because they help to stabilize the inter-annual production, and it also reduces the neighboring conflicts. However, their success depends on more than just a technical design. It requires strong cooperation because water is a shared resource, and its management is shaped by interdependencies and common risks. Key cooperation areas identified for water management are routine dike patrols, emergency repairs, and technical advice. Bon, our conclusions are that to make innovations work, external actors must go beyond a one-way technological transfer. They must engage in the field, forming genuine communities of practices, and engage with fostering learning between with farmers. And all these insights were not only theoretical, they directly informed how we designed the action research exercises in this research and in the MALMOM in general. So we worked together with 30 young farmers researchers from the different coastal regions. They were selected for their engagement with their community and for their literacy, and empowered as actors of change. So together we engaged in a farmer back to farmer approach, aimed at co-producing response to practical real challenges. We formed in the MALMOM in general decentralized communities of practices and engaged in task groups formed by formal researchers and the young farmer researchers, and also associated farmers. And we ran cyclical workshops to debate findings, plan new experiments, and foster learning. Bon, I will give some examples of these action research exercises. So, with the young farmer researchers, the Balanta and Felupe dike specialists, Marina, Jose, and myself, we traveled several times to Jobel, that is a village in the Kashio region, it was mentioned by Marina, to jointly build a dike. So it was about learning by doing, comparing ideas, and debating methods. And we also produced a short movie that will be presented tomorrow afternoon to share this collective process, but also to raise awareness among the international community about the challenges that Jobel village is facing. Bon, I think I'm running out of time, so I will speed up a bit. Then this case will be more presented by my colleague Matilda, but with a focus on soil science. But in short, here we co-developed composting practices adapted to each village reality and resources with the young farmer researchers of the Oyo region. So here we combine farmer linear trials that were more efficient to quickly visualize the effects of the composting with random control trials for publication purpose. And the results were powerful. Thicker seedling, faster plant growing, reduced termite attacks in the nurseries, reduced seedling densities that led to less seeds used in the nurseries. So, for example, one farmer from the Oyo region with a particularly heavy end managed to save around 65 kilos of seeds after this experience. So it's a good impact now. Most telling, young farmers researchers scaled out the compost practice by their own. Many of them produced compost for all their nurseries, and some also even produced compost to the most affected plots that they have in the fields. And this experience sparked an interest among the other farmers. And to support these scale-out initiatives, we organized training with development practitioners, but where farmers were training the extension agents of the NGOs. So it was about reversing the roles. We also produced a video that is in YouTube and that will be also screened tomorrow. And well, these examples show that, and our farmer-centered approach show that, well, we weren't just there for addressing technical gaps. It was also about bridging knowledge, empowering youth, and building resilience. Well, I will conclude with some important reflections. Agriculture alone is no longer enough to meet youth aspirations and needs. If we want to unlock their potential and build resilience in rural areas, we need to invest on better education conditions, mobility infrastructures, health facilities, water management technologies, in particular in areas where access to opportunities remains uneven, and to work on how to revalue and dignify farming as a profession. As we show in MALMOM, and as we will see during the day, technologies can take root and grow when they are grounded in farmers' experiences. But this means to consider farmers as co-creators and not just as passive users of these technologies. To be effective, research for development must move away from a top-down technology transfer paradigm and instead support farmers' capacity to develop, test, adapt, and select what works for them. This implies building communities of practices where knowledge is shared, trust is built, and learning is mutual. By strengthening the endogenous acquis, empowering farmer experimentation, and training young formal researchers, such as my colleagues and myself, alongside the farmers, such as the young farmer researchers, we are building long-term pathways for farmer-led innovation. And to conclude, building resilience from the roots means bridging the gap between local and scientific knowledge and designing development not just for, but also with rural communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Merlin. I will shortly present the next colleague that he's going to present online. He's Pieter Jean Kelmen, and he's going to talk about net gains or enmeshed losses, descaling mangrove fishing transformation among the Balantas actors in the coastal of Guinea-Bissau. So yeah, let's, and then before we go to a short coffee break, okay?
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, I guess. Okay, so my name is Pieter Jan. I'm going to present part of my doctoral research done in Guinea-Bissau, talking about mangrove fishing transformations among the Balanta in coastal Guinea-Bissau. Our research looks at how small-scale fishers, particularly among the Balanta ethnic group, are affected by broader initiatives, especially in a context of Guinea-Bissau where there is a blue economy development. There is this problem that small-scale fishers might be left behind and get marginalized by broader, bigger initiatives. And my main focus in this study was to focus on gendered fishing practices in a framework of social justice. So we built on critical blue economy literature that warns that sustainability might be used as a front for commodification of local waters. This is also being stated in scientific literature in different countries or contexts among the West African region. Also, there are still gender gaps that persist in small-scale fisheries, especially in Guinea-Bissau, where almost no scientific research has been done, particularly focused on the small-scale fisheries. This might lead that there is less access and recognition for women as shown in other literature. So why does social justice matters in this blue economy context is that it pushes back against so-called blue grabbing or fish grabbing. Blue grabbing is the enclosure of oceans for markets, and fish grabbing is the fact that more powerful, wealthier nations might take advantage of the local natural resources, especially in contexts where biodiversity is still high and countries like Guinea-Bissau might be exploited by other more wealthier nations. It has actually the objective of aim to recenter development again around people and not just GDP growth in order to create more resilient, equitable, and ecological viable fishery systems. So our research was conducted in 3 different regions along the country where the Balanta ethnic group is situated. They are home to mangrove estuarine systems, and Balanta are mainly concentrated among 4 different rivers, the Mansoa River, Geba, Kassin, and Kumbija. We used a mixed methods approach whereby we did household surveys, focus group discussions, and informal and individual interviews. A total of 444 households were surveyed, and I also stayed a long time in the field doing ethnographic field work during 14 months.
In presentation mode, please.
Yeah, but yeah, there is a problem. Yeah, can you?
It's not a problem, but it becomes better.
Wait, huh? So when we no. The thing is that I
No.
wait. I have my voice recorded and then it starts playing. Okay, I will try. So why fishing is important, very important livelihood activity nowadays in coastal Guinea-Bissau for food security and informal trades. Traditionally, among the Balanta, it were the women that were the real fishers and men were not involved, as men needed to provide mangrove swamp rice to their families, and women were the ones really fishing near shore or gleaning for species such as crabs, fiddler crabs. However, this changed in the 80s when Guinea-Bissau opens up its markets, and we can also see that there is a big influx of foreign artisanal fishers that come inside the countries, mainly from Conakry and Senegal. This leads to a sort of knowledge exchange from these foreign fishers to local fishers in the southern regions of the country, while in Oyu, there is this Papel ethnic group that also influences local practices of local Balantas that get more and more involved and interested in the fishery sector. So I will. Okay. So when we look at the 3 different regions that I mentioned, we can make a distinction in Oyo region between the Mansoa River and Geba River. In Mansoa, there is a real fish scarcity nowadays because in Guinea-Bissau constructed a bridge. Local fishers explained to me that nowadays the migration routes of fish are actually blocked, so the fish cannot enter anymore into the river near their villages. This also leads to the fact that particularly males are not fishing still inside this sub-region, let's say, of the Oyo region, while women are focusing due to fish scarcity. Also, there is no shrimp anymore. They're being pushed to actually fish only for fiddler crabs, which they sell weekly on the local markets. In the southern part of this region, surrounding the Geba River, which is the river that also passes through Bissau, the capital, we can see that is mainly focused on catfish. You have two different species, mainly in the country, Carlarius perki and Huzolotti. On the opposite side of the river, in the Kinara region, this is the same effects, whereby catfish fishing is a very important livelihood activity. It are the males that fish for them, and then the females will smoke the catch and sell it on particularly the markets in Bissau, the capital. When we go more southwards in Tombali, fishing became a sort of last resort, mainly because rice harvests are declining and also because cashew harvests are not that big anymore. So they Balanta males turn toward fishing. Inside the Stombali region, we have two sub-regions, districts, I don't know how to call it, which are Kubukare and Kitafine. In Kubukare, you can see that males are nowadays very focused on one particular species, the bobo croaker, which they call Giotto, particularly because there are international projects that enter inside the villages and only create a market for this particular fish species being caught. In the most southern part of the region bordering Guinea-Conakry, this is different, whereby actually foreigners are fishing inside the local mangrove rivers, and it are the women that then smoke their catch and sell it back to the foreign fishermen who will take the catch back to their home country. So as I said before, I also looked at gender contributions inside this fishery value chains. As we can see, most generally is that women are still the ones processing and smoking the fish trades, while the male Balanta are focusing nowadays on the larger, more high quality fish for foreign markets. However, these species are disappearing, their abundance is decreasing, so we can, by testimonies from local fishers, males say that women can gain some more money in some segments of these value chains. Then when we zoom in into this process of fish processing and smoking, I show here some pictures how it looks like, especially in the southern part of the country, Tombali. So the women use these smoke ovens, whereby they cut mangrove roots and they use these grills to smoke the catch. Afterwards, this can be stored or in these clay pots that you see on the right bottom part of the image, or in other storage things before they transport their smoked fish to the capital of Bissau. So women actually smoke mainly during the dry season in the months of January, February, March. Then they will smoke a lot and put them in big bags. Therefore, they transport it to the capital of Bissau, and there they can stay for several weeks until all their catch is being sold. We also saw some introductions of improved smoke ovens. Well, improved is by local NGOs. Improved is doubtful because I noticed that after only 1 year of usage, these smoke ovens were already damaged and were not used anymore by the local community. Sorry. Okay. So nowadays, fishing also is precarious, and therefore also it impacts local fishing practices to be able to cope with these challenges. We can see that on a local scale, they are being inventive and using new fishing gears, especially in the south, but also in Oyu. Women are turning towards more cheap alternatives, such as mosquito nets. These mosquito nets have been introduced by a European project that actually wants to prevent child mortality due to malaria. But nowadays, women, but also some males in some villages, are sewing them together to form a sort of big fish fence, which they then put in the mangrove creeks. And during low tide, actually, you can catch both bigger and a very tiny small fish. Of course, this is not so sustainable, and nylon nets are more sustainable, let's say, a better practice. However, they're very costly, and also fishers complain that they are being marginalized a bit by the government. There is a lot of control onto this mosquito nets, but actually the government doesn't provide them any other alternatives. Okay. Okay, so here you have more pictures on this. As I said before, in the upper part, you can see what I just explained, this mosquito net fishing. Also, the durability of these nets is very low. So because crabs get stuck with their clamps inside these mosquito nets, they can only last up to maybe 1 year. And you need to gain new nets again to create a new fish fence. Also, the males are using more destructive fishing gear, which they locally call rede chasse. It's a monofilament net that resembles a bit like plastic. As you can see on the picture, their mazes are very tiny. So also because this Giotto fish that I talked about, Bobo croaker, is becoming smaller in size, you can also catch the smaller fish species, but also have a lot of bycatch. Oops. Okay. So some policy gaps persist in Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau is not a traditional fishing nation compared to other countries in the region. And scientific literature, as for example by Bella Bibb, Daniel Pauly, Ocar Froyaward, and so forth, show that especially Guinea-Bissau in the West African region has been having problems with YUU fishing, which stands for illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Also, inside the villages, they're in a bigger ocean, let's say. Also, inside the villages, you have this contract fishing. As I mentioned before, you have this project by South Koreans that enter the villages and want one particular fish species. However, it's the same South Koreans that overexploit the ocean in the bigger ocean. And it makes actually local males very dependent on these kind of projects. For example, if a project decides to not come to the villages during some months, the local fisher actually have no market and no one to sell their fish to, and they're being left behind. In Guinea-Bissau, there is still a very lack of support for artisanal fishers, which I've shown, for example, with these local fishing gears. And there is still this exclusion of women nowadays. Also in the plans of the blue economy developments, it's more a tokenism, let's say, that they want to include women, but on the ground, very few initiatives exist. So to conclude, I've been showing this adaptability and changes in gender roles inside these mangrove fisheries among the Balanta. I want to warn for these blue economy initiatives that they might risk to exclude local fishers and even criminalize them. For example, by using these fishing gears, their fishing gear gets destroyed and their catch as well. And maybe we should go more towards a social justice-based governance approach, whereby the rights of local fishermen are taken into account. All right, that's it for me. Thank you so much. I want to thank all the communities in which I worked the project, and also all the students from the local university that helped me a lot during a survey to get data from household surveys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PJ. Big hugs. Yeah, any question, or we have a question session, or we continue after the coffee break? No, we can make the session all together at the end before the, yeah, okay. So yeah, let's go. The coffee break will be but yeah, we shouldn't take more than 10 and 15 minutes maximum. So like this, we can go a bit in the line with the program. Okay, so downstairs in the hall, in the big hall.
Como é que dizer? Coloca isso. Okay. Normal. You are the first, right? Yeah. Como tu está?
But can I
You can use this.
can I use
Would
this?
you like to use one of these ones? Why?
This one is better.
Okay.
But can I use this?
Yeah, you can use. But if you want to move in between the
Yeah, I would like to.
I can.
It's mute. Hello? 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 Kung magabuista? Hello?
Fala por.
Hello?
No, no, no.
Hello?
¿Está?
Hello?
Só que no preciso porque si está.
Hello?
¿Ya está?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Bom
Hello?
dia, bom dia. Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Bom coffee break.
Hacer unas pruebas aquí ya. Ya voltamos con la presentación. para vocês? Yeah, but
Capaz? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? 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 Hello?
Está.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, yes, we can hear. Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Paul.
I think we should start, no? Okay. Well, now Jose Sandoval will present you some moody knowledge from the moody histories of Guinea-Bissau. So thank you, Joel.
Yes, so good morning. I'm Joseph Sandoval, and the title of my presentation is Mud in Knowledge, Learning with Mangrove Swamp, or I can use a mic, or Learning with Mangrove Swamp Rice Farmers. I'm trained as a water resources engineer, and I'm from the Philippines. And when people hear the story, they often ask, how does a Filipino end up doing research in Guinea-Bissau? It's a fair question. There are no obvious connections between the two countries. But of course, globalization plays a role. But my answer is simpler: curiosity and sense of adventure. This morning, I'll share with you where that curiosity and adventure have led me. In my research, I set out to understand how mangrove swamp rice farmers manage water and how their knowledge and practices adapt to social, environmental, and technological change. Water management of mangrove swamp rice is a complex system involving infrastructures such as canals, pipes, and dikes. In order to get an idea of how crucial water management is, let's look at how farmers open rice fields. In this beautiful work of art, you can see a village next to a mangrove forest. So mangrove forests are within the intertidal zone, meaning that they are affected by the tides. And one day, a farmer decides, let's build a open rice field. So he said, let's cut mangroves. So the farmer cut mangroves and built dike, and then this dike stores the rainwater within the rice fields and also protects the rice fields from estuary water inundation. So without these infrastructures, one can say that there would be no mangrove swamp rice farming. In order to explore the knowledge, practices, and infrastructures in mangrove rice farming, I conducted 18 months of fieldwork over 3 years. In all, I visited about 15 to 16 villages, but I spent across 3 regions, but I spent the most of my time in 2 of them, one in the north and one in the south. And then I also used a mixed methods approach, including water measurement program, remote sensing, soil sampling and analysis, participant observation, and interviews. And I have 4 case studies, but I'm not gonna present or talk about any of those. Instead, I want to talk about my research journey, on my experience in doing this research, which you might guess it has been quite muddy, as Paul already knows how muddy it can be. Let's begin with a short story, one that captures the core of my experience. In 2022, the MALMOM project conducted a collaborative dike building exercise, already mentioned by Merlin, that brought together farmers from different backgrounds to a village severely affected by climate change. And crucial to the planning of this activity is to select the dates where the tides are conducive for dike building. In order to do so, I consulted farmers. There's a delay. I consulted farmers for dates based on a lunar calendar, a form of lunar calendar. And I had difficulties communicating with them because they didn't understand the calendar. But the villagers where we held the activity said they understood the calendar and selected some dates. Come the activity, we brought the farmers from other parts of the country. Come the activity, the villagers told us the tides are still coming with force. In fact, the dates we selected coincided when the tides were strongest. But we decided to continue with the activity because we already brought farmers from other side of the country, which was already a logistical nightmare. After the activity, we we asked the villagers what happened with the day selection. What was the misunderstanding about? And they said that they didn't understand the lunar calendar because they don't use one, and that they feel pressured to pick because the activity would benefit their village. So after that, I decided that I wanted to understand how farmers predict the tides, given how crucial it is in water management. So I start to ask questions about the tides and all, but I wasn't able to understand them, and I wasn't able to make sense of them. And then, so curiosity got me going, and after 2 years, I was able to form an understanding of how farmers predict the tides. End of story. So it's a short one, isn't it? So now, let's break down the story using the mud as a metaphor for knowledge and learning. I see my journey through 3 overlapping stages: seeing the mud, entering the mud, and feeling the mud. In the first stage is seeing the mud from a distance, making assumptions of what the mud is or what it could be. For example, assumptions about its depth or texture. In my case, I assumed, based on academic literature and my earth science knowledge, that farmers use a sort of lunar calendar to predict the tides to plan their diet-related activities. It made perfect sense for me because the moon and the tides are directly connected. That's science. But the misunderstanding surrounding the date selection proved my assumptions to be wrong. And that goes into the next stage, entering the mud. So and this is where the assumptions collide with reality. So after the activity, it was very clear to me that the farmers I work with, in fact, do not use a lunar calendar. And then when I wanted to find out how they predict the tides, I was given explanations that I wasn't able to understand. It didn't make sense to me. And for months, I kept asking myself, am I simply not smart enough to grasp it? And that brought me a lot of discomfort and doubts. I could have stopped. I could have said, okay, this tide prediction thing is beyond me, and probably attributed to a local cosmological system that I would never be able to access. Instead, I didn't step off the mud, I stayed. Now, on to the last stage, feeling the mud. Now, this is where things get really muddy. The turning point in my experience is when I joined farmers wait for the strongest high tides during rice growing season. So they were busy with plowing and sowing, but all of this activity stopped because of a perceived tidal threat. And while waiting on the dikes, they explained to me the signs they observed in order to make a prediction in the coming day or two. Now, you've probably been wondering, how do they predict the tides since I told the story? So here's a super simplified version. So basically, they observe a complex number of factors, such as day-to-day behavior of high water, strength of water current, presence and direction of wind, presence of waves, amount of rainfall, and even the moon, a moon at a certain location and time. But it's different from the Western lunar calendar that we know. And then, as an engineer, I was trained to see the world through equations, through concepts, and through charts. And somehow, I forgot how to use my senses on to see with my eyes the water current, to feel with my skin the wind. In short, I had to reorient myself to a different way of knowing. So going back to the title of my presentation, what does it mean to learn with? For me, learning with is being aware of being aware of the assumptions we carry, and more importantly, acting on them, and listening to what farmers say, not through translation, but with time, presence, and shared experience. Metaphorically, learning with is about entering the mud, staying in it, even if it feels uncomfortable and uncertain, and letting the mud change how we see, move, and know. I'd like to end with a question. How about you? Are you willing to enter the mud? Thank you.
And in continuation, Viriato Cosa, he will speak about the understanding the mangrove swamp rice production, but by trying to beat the water. So let's see. Thank you, Viriato.
Good morning for who is in Europe, and I believe my family or wife in Mozambique. Boa tarde. It's after afternoon in Mozambique. Well, there's a lot to grasp from all the presentations. I will start with the mudding because it's fresh. I'm also in the mud, but those who didn't participate on the morning presentation, there was a lot mentioned here about few key information that might be beneficial to understand this talk. The first one was the transdisciplinarity and the value of doing a transdisciplinarity from the bottom to up. And it somehow relates with what Joseph says in the sense of being there in the fields and being with farmers and feel uncomfortable with your own beliefs. So myself as well, I used to be, or I am, I'm not sure. I still have to find out whether I am a plant breeder or I used to be a plant breeder. But my background is agronomist from Eduardo Mondan. I'm from Mozambique. And then I went for a plant breeding MEC. And for the mangrove, for the MALMOM project, I end up being a farmer, not even agronomist. I end up being a farmer. So my topic is trying to beat the water. As Joseph explained, building the main dike to have some water within the system of the farm is one of the first and main tasks that farmers do to be able to produce rice. And this main dike that allow farmers to produce rice also suffers a lot of pressure from the spring tides, crop damage, and many other factors. So if you can't make sure your dike is well built and kept, you will not be able to produce rice. But not only the water from the river, it's important, you also have the rain, because the dike only allows water to be kept in the swamp fields, but you need rain for it to accumulate. So when the rain comes, how the rain align with farmers' practices is an important factor for farmers to succeed in producing. And has it been reported in most sub-Saharan Africa, rainfall systems tend to be have a lot of crop failure due to lack of control of water. And very similar factors from Guinea-Bissau is for the mangrove agro-ecosystem, and I think the country in general, there's a poor infrastructure, almost limited research on mangrove rice production, and almost no use from farmers of modern varieties. And it's important to mention here the use of modern varieties and also of other improved techniques like fertilizers and insecticides. So we also have a high dependency on farmer seeds. By farmer seed doesn't mean that are all farmers bred varieties, because farmers can get seeds from everywhere. And some of those seeds come from formal seed system. But what happened is that they don't rely on a formal seed system to get a seed. And this will make a lot of sense in the coming time. So labor constraint, I think in the morning was really mentioned how mangrove rice productions is dependent on labor. You need labor to plow. You need labor for women to transplant. You need labor to maintain the dike functioning while also doing other activities as fishing, as was mentioned in the morning. And you have more area than what you can produce. So you need to be smart on how you manage your labor. And since the 80s or 70s has been a lot of intervention from NGOs on technologies for mangrove rice production. So there was breeding initiatives to improve and introduce varieties in Guinea-Bissau. There's been tests of improved soil management, use of fertilizers, use of tractors and other implements. But when we got to the field, we barely saw any of those things. And we are talking from 70s up to 2021, when I started doing the research. So my question was, okay, where is all the work that has been done? And if the varieties that have been bred, which is my babies, are not here and I can identify them, what else can I do to contribute to the system? So here's where the idea of questioning yourself, you have to start asking, okay, what can I start? Because as a plant breeder, I would really like to do some mutagenic breeding, because we know farmers have varieties. There's poor infrastructure. You can use some varieties, induce some mutation, and at the end of a few years, you have some improved varieties. But is that really what it's important to do here or not? And as a plant breeder also, my thought is very technocratic. Okay, I have 4 years, what can I improve? What can I study? And what can be the deliverable I can find? But this doesn't sound right with my background. I grew up in a rural area, and the reason to do agriculture was to help all my grandparents to improve the system. But it was a dryland area. In fact, there was no use of improved varieties as a Guinea-Bissau. And trying to do that, because it was a constrained environment, we thought plant breeding would be an idea. But the result is, if you have, no matter how good the variety is, if the conditioning environment, water, fertilizer, and other managements are not there, the potential of your variety won't be achieved, and we'll show a little bit of that. So I had to rethink my role on the research, and instead of doing more technocratic approach, we went for studying on-farms innovation. What do farmers do? And we started from varieties. Okay, let's bring varieties from research stations. Let's bring varieties from other regions. Let's bring varieties from neighbor villages in Tombali, in the southern area, which is the region with the highest potential for mangrove production. Good rainfall. So we said, okay, if good rainfall, we said this one was the basket. Some farmers are still producing surplus. This is the fertile environment to really understand what is the potential of the varieties. So I won't repeat about reflecting, because it's a process that Joseph have been shown, the reflexibility, and really, while doing the action, being uncomfortable with the challenge that you have, you still decide to have an action that moves towards understanding farmers' knowledge. So my main objective on this PhD was, okay, let's characterize the knowledge farmers have, and let's see how practices can, what are the practices they use, and what are the interventions that have been done, and how are they not effective, or how can they improved. So this is what we did. I'm happy that I saw Prof. Paul Richard here in the website, and I see Dom Glover, two people who engage with the concept of performance. But performance not only in the sense of varied performance, or farming has a performance. Performance at different level, because remember we say that labor constraint is the main factor in Guinea-Bissau, and plowing is a group activity. Sowing is a group activity. If you want to understand anything related to sowing, related to plowing, it won't help, as I did with varieties, to start one farmer, one field, or 3-4 plots maximum per year. I should engage on more global and at different levels of agricultural production. So from my titles, I think we can see here, apart from the varieties, almost all is to understand farmers' knowledge. We try to understand how they plow and what is the effect of plowing, how they establish crops. It's easy to ask, don't you know that you have to sow plants and then transplant? But you understand why we did so. And we try to really think about, for example, planting density. Do they use a lot? Why? Why do they so? If we want to change the way they do, what can we consider? And also, very important, the varieties, the seed system farmers use, and a process of experimentation to study the varieties. In terms of methodology, first, the study area, this is the Southern Tombali. I don't know if the pointer works, but yeah, we focus our study in the Tombali area. And here is one thing that came from the difference from the plant breeding perspective. Some of these villages we studied far apart from 2 to 3 kilometers, but are different ethnic groups which perceive mangrove production in completely different setups. So environments might not be only sites and faraway sites. Even an ethnic group can create a huge difference that is complex to understand. Our methods were not only mixed method, and by mixed method we consider here participant observation and following groups and understanding practice, which is basically the technographic approach, but also on-farm farmer-led experiments, or on-farm farmer managed. I used to say controlled experiments, but then I just changed to randomized, because by control almost they have nothing. And any time we had doubts, we had to go back like, is there any survey, any information that discuss which technique has been introduced and how do the use of these techniques is distributed among farmers or not? So we also use surveys, but not as a linear process of, okay, I'm doing my proposal, and from my proposal, I go to the field and implement my proposal. I actually had to do 2. So the first one was all rubbish. We did the second, which was somehow there. But what we are reporting, it's even beyond what was the second proposal. And this shows how you, by engaging, you also direct your science. So let's start by varieties, because this is what I thought I knew the best. I'm a plant breeder, by the way, so variety is what I know the best. So, as I said, we collected seeds from different sources, and the literature said that Guinea-Bissau farmers have moved from long duration varieties because climate change, rainfall variability, the rain has reduced. So for them to cope to their agroecosystem, they moved from long duration varieties and now they were producing medium and short, or at least to help farmers adapt to the changing environment, the introduction of medium and short duration would be the best fit technology for the farmers. So the graph here shows our first learning. For 3 years, and the first one was 2021, we assembled those varieties into experimental fields. We selected 4 fields that belong to 2 farmers in Kafin. So we asked them, how do you plant your varieties? And they said, okay, for my field, I do two nurseries, one here and another close to my other farm. So we mimic the dates to try to bring the experiment much closer to the farm. But the first thing that happened when maturity time came is that all the short duration varieties were being eaten by birds. And I even asked, but because then I'm still have a very technocratic approach. Can we cover these plants for them to avoid being damaged? Can we find out some nets or some technology bags to protect this seed? Because it's a valuable material. But then we realized that almost all the farmers were still busy either planting or doing other activities. They didn't have time to do that. So we realized that if you see the graph, the first part is always short, medium, long duration variety. For year 1, short, medium, long duration variety for year 2, and year 3 too. The first bar shows an increase on the medium, the medium line that you have in each bar. But this was not because those varieties were good, but our learning about when do we have to plant the varieties increase. So the first one, the first year, most seeds were lost for bird. So the second season, we said, okay, maybe for the short cycle, we need to start plant early or late, like in September. So by adjusting that and the varieties the farmer selected, we were able to put few short cycle varieties still in the experiment until the last year, but it's clear that the varieties farmer use and produce more with a medium and short cycle varieties. So this is the first learning that we had. Another thing that was confusing in the literature, and we try to put now clear, is what are the number of days, what is the range of the days when we say short, medium, and long? And that we were able to do with this. The second one, varieties again, is that okay? As a breeder, we went to Africa Rice, the leading center for rice breeding in West Africa. We went for other regions like the Cacheu region. Rainfall distribution, as Orlando will explain, reduces from the northern part to the south. So by going to the northern villages, we were able to find most of the short cycle varieties that we experimented with. So we went to that village to bring some varieties and experiment. So by finding out that our assembling of varieties for short, medium, and long was not giving what we thought, then we said, okay, let's evaluate our variety based on the origin or the source of the varieties. So by the first column on this graph, where we have FAR VP, it's farmer variety portfolio. And this portfolio is made of varieties from different sources, from breeding varieties. Who knows RD15 is a variety that was introduced in the 80s. Farmers were possessing it and keeping in low quantities, not planting. I didn't see any of them. But other varieties also that came from both formal and informal seed. And this corroborates with what Merlin said, that the divide between exogenous and endogenous in smallholder farming is something that is not completely clear. The other group, the one in the middle, we wanted to find out which type of variety farmer on their own bring to experiment. It's what we call farmers introduction, because farmers, they also procure varieties. Sometimes we think that, oh, the varieties are static, they will continue producing the same ones, but no, farmers travel to other villages hear about varieties from other villages, and they procure them and they experiment. And we find out that a farmer's variety portfolio and farmer's introduction were better suited than varieties from the foremost institution, which was myself, because we procured varieties from other places, and also varieties from the formal research institute, including a local NGO. So this is also another experiment. The idea of using improved variety, and again, I say improved in brackets, is that farmers will benefit from a higher yielding or any specific trait. But because mangrove swamp farming agroecosystems is completely diverse, the risk of failure, regardless of you are using farmer's variety or an introduction for former seed systems or any other falls, is to have from 0 kilograms to the maximum that the environment can provide. So any variety, provided it has the luck to have this best plot and planted at this best time, can yield a reasonable good yield, which makes us rethink which system do we want to introduce varieties. Because there's no like you select some fields to maximize productivity, because the same fields that can be maximized productivity, they also can be a source of crop failure. So a few discussions just to speed up my time. Changing variety, which is something that we always do in the community, it doesn't mean only bring variety from improved system and give farmers, because cycle length, it depends on where you plant and how you plant. And benefits from improved seeds, for yield at least, we could say none, because any type of seed from any type of source can either flourish or suffer. And a formal seed system, which has been tried to put in place in Guinea-Bissau by purification of seeds and trying to train farmers to multiply and distribute seed or sell seed to other farmers, have a high cost of logistics and investment, which won't counterfeit well with the risk and the variability in yields that farmers can receive. Not disregarding the fact that cycle length is also an important factor here. So the variety experiment, to be short, taught us that farmers' variety only won't have a clarity of the system, because while we were planting our nursery, we saw farmers plant sowing seeds in a field that was not plowed. We saw some seedlings which had a lot of weeds, and we saw some yellowish. We said, no, this is a competition. Why are you doing this? You are losing seeds. At the same time, we also see farmers benefiting from different methods that don't recall doing a nursery. So the different practices or strategies that we saw while doing our variety experiments made us want to understand more how the decision about different practices are done. So I selected two to report on. One is plowing strategies, and second is sowing methods. So I'll be brief here. As I was saying, the last two pictures on the right shows the bottom one, two farmers doing something. Whatever they're doing there, don't be surprised. They are sowing some rice seeds under the field, which has weeds. And I mentioned the type of weeds there. There's Sasevium, Glutaparum, and some Echinoclora. So you could say you don't need a hard scientist to see that something strange. And you look at the upper picture, you can see some yellowish, different from the other composition of the plants that are there. The yellowish one are the farmers' varieties, some rice. And it was a reason to say, no, here we have a problem. So trying to understand this, it was through uncomfortable discussion. You are losing seeds. You are planting with weeds. Competition is high. So how do you do it? What is the benefit that you have? So we wanted to understand that. And we then find out that in other villages, there are different types of use of the same system of planting in fields that were not plowed. As you can see here, you have some still restovers of a mangrove tree, while the first two pictures on your left are the main practice, which is plowing. So you have a farmer, the upper one, they are still plowing the first stage, and the second one, they are preparing the ridges already. So I wouldn't think of studying this initially if I was thinking as a breeder, because my varieties were already sown and were sown in a plowed field and transplanted also in a plowed field. This technology was something that was far away from my eyes, unless I stayed in the village for a long time and discussed with farmers to understand what they do and how they do. So this was a deviation from what a breeder can do, and maybe more importantly, what can be the benefit of a technology like this. So just to simplify, what are the advantages of using unplowed fields? First, if you don't plow a field, you are saving labor. And some fields have barriers, as you saw, like with the mangrove restovers. So you cannot do, but you can benefit from the fertility of those fields to plant some rice. And the most striking one was farmers saying that actually in those fields we have good yields. I said, whoa, what my agronomy did here. What happened with this competition then? So after this, we said, okay, let's understand how many farmers use this strategy. How many farmers have fields that plow and others who have fields that don't plow. And the second table in the middle will show that in the 4 villages that we visited, we have 2, Kafine and Kaikene, that have large areas that don't plow. And we did a second assessment. And here is where the loop of finding an innovation, then trying to understand the innovation, and after that, trying to implement or co-design the innovation. Because first year, okay, we just had unplowed fields just to check, is that indeed high yielding? On the second year, we were able to co-design experiments to test both plowed and unplowed fields. And you can see that either the difference is not high from plowed and unplowed fields, or it's almost the same. So if I have saved labor, not plowing, and can I benefit from some yield, I think this is a very valid farmer strategy to cope with labor availability. The second experiment was on sowing methods. As an agronomist and plant breeder, for you to plant, you either do direct seeding or you do transplant. But a striking innovation that farmers use is that when you're using long duration varieties that have a higher shattering ability, some seedlings can remain in the field. And with the first rains, that seed, and look at it, it must rain in the right plot, which can conserve enough water to boost the germination and the growth of those seedlings to the level of them to be left the way they are, or thin and even transplant those seedlings to the other field. So this was the first innovation. The second one, you can see that, okay, broadcasting, they have two methods, which is the easy throwing seeds or dibbling. But farmers use those methods in different moments and in a way of synchrony. For example, broadcast seeds are used early in the season, either in plowed or unplowed fields. At that time, most of the time, for some farmers cannot plow a field, because for you to plow, you need to have good water retention for the plow to move easily. So you need to wait for some time for the rainfall to allow you to plow. So farmers can establish a crop in a plot that doesn't require plowing early by using broadcast or the volunteer crop, which also established in a field that doesn't plow. But the main learning from this experience was, and it's something that is highly debatable, is that if you see in brackets, both for broadcasting, deep link, I don't know if this line is interfering the online, but for broadcast, we see something like 1.4 seedlings. So it means that when they are broadcasting, they use very few seeds. But for deep link, the lower in the line of direct sowing, you have 20. So we realized that when farmers use seeds to sow in the field, they can put up to 20, and you can even have a range of 50 seeds. It's not seedling, first seed. So even if they are deep link, the notion of having a lot of seedlings is there with farmers. But when you go to nurseries, you also see, unfortunately in the room you cannot see, but you also see for the transplant in plant fields, in plain fields, you have a number of 20. And for transplant on ridges, which is the last one, we have 15. So either with seeds and seedlings, farmers use a huge number of seeds or seedlings per hill. And 15, 20 are huge numbers for an agronomist. You always ask, why? Why does it happen? Although you can see that for in-swamp nursery, 15 is a little bit lower than in upland nurseries, which is 20. So to make the story short, upland nurseries have less fertility. Farmers consider that the seedlings are of poor quality, and therefore they use more seedlings. In-swamp nurseries have relatively higher quality, and the number of seedlings is low. When farmers transplant seedlings from volunteer crop, which are 2 months old seeds, they use 2 or 3. So you can see here that the size of the seedlings is something that matters for farmers. The smaller the seedlings are, for example, in the upland nurseries, they can use up to 50. And the bigger the seeds are, or the older the seeds are, they can use 2 to 3 seedlings. So that was learned. But who used these seedlings and how? You can see here in the red brackets that different villages have a combination of different techniques. And at the end of the day, the combination of those techniques make women availability to transplant in both their village, in other village, faster. So the adaptation for labor saving techniques, it's not only in the village, because for example, if you look at Kaikene, they transplant very early with upland nurseries. The women, when they finish transplanting in Kaikene, they can move for other villages where they're still transplanting. So you save, you make labor available for other villages. It's the same thing with plowing. Farmers who plow early in their villages are hired to plow in other villages. So there's a dynamic of labor, a exchange movement to make the region in Tombali sustainable. So I won't discuss a lot, but my main finding doing this research was based on the difference on how we think as scientists, which our rationale as a plant breeder, when I did the experiments on rice, was okay. Few fields, maximum I could do maybe 10, 15 the 4 years, won't give the story of other practices that farmers do, and the adaptation of their system as a whole depend on not only plowing and doing the nurseries, but on using other techniques. So the rationale, while for farmers, is at a much broader level. For the scientists, sometimes it's very focused and limited to a specific technique. And what are the innovations that we're able to see, just for as a concluding remarks? For saving level activity, we saw that plowing, not plowing, planting in unplowed fields, or skipping plowing it saves labor. Using of volunteer crops in combination with another saving technique, which is direct seeding, serves. And the last one is the use of upland nurseries. It's a way of distributing labor, because upland nurseries the transplanting start much earlier than in swamp nurseries. But farmers also don't think only on saving labor or productivity, they also think on resilience and flexibility. And how do they get flexibility? From combining early planting with upland nurseries and long duration varieties, for example, or early planting with direct sowing and long duration varieties. Another one can be early planting with medium duration varieties. So the adaptive capacity of farmers in the villages is already there. And you can imagine bringing a variety to be tested here, which scenario can it fit, and what can be the impact of that. So the final is that if you have unpredicted events, farmers have also technologies to adapt to that. I remember seeing a farmer who, instead of applying an insecticide, he applied a herbicide. So all the seedlings were damaged. What did he do? Search for seeds and do direct sowing, for example. Or your field was damaged. What do? You seek for villagers' seeds or use any other innovation to cope with your mechanism. So I won't make my presentation long. Thank you. And this is me ready for questions.
So now we can open short debates, and if Professor Paul Richard is online, I think he can open this short session. Right? Paul?
Okay. You want me to go now, eh? Hello?
Yeah.
Let me just go ahead. Okay, so we've got about 45 minutes, I understand, by the timetable, though that may be a bit short now, for a crucial discussion on the question, can farmer knowledge and local innovation drive sustainable change? A very important question in regard to the MALMOM project. So let me not waste time. I'll answer the question straight away by saying yes, but. And obviously the nub of the answer is going to be in the but. So let me just give 5 or 10 minutes of preparatory explanation so that we can have a brief but important discussion on this before you go to lunch. Let me explain where I'm coming from. I'm an anthropologist, and my orientation was set by Mary Douglas, the most famous European anthropologist of her generation working on Africa. She spent much of her career debating with philosophers of science about the nature of knowledge, but she never forgot her fieldwork among the Lele people of Kasai in the Democratic Republic of Congo, among whom and with whom she had formulated all her major questions about social life and the natural world. In the book that made her academically famous, Purity and Danger, published in 1966, she took a wrong turning and spent the rest of her long academic life seeking to address it. In Purity and Danger, she argued that African village thinking was in some respects like, and in other respects different from, scientific thought. Later, she came to regret that formulation and came to understand that there was no difference. All human thought, she argued latterly, is cut from the same cloth. Douglas never sought to deny the truth of scientific facts. What she argued was that all science and all true knowledge is only ever a small selection of the totality of possible factual knowledge. So here comes a really important sentence. As well as establishing the veracity of facts, we should be equally interested in what true facts are chosen for emphasis and why. This process of selection, she realized, is institutional, and institutions are made by humans and thus are limited and flawed. In other words, we need to guard against what we might term ignorance bias, assuming the facts that we know are the only facts that matter. Let me give an example. I once attended a lecture by a very distinguished British scientist who told us that he knew all the people and laboratories capable of producing valuable advances in his field of science. If a paper arrived from a random address in, say, Africa or Asia, he would not, as a journal editor, waste time to read it because he knew in advance that it could not advance his field. That means he had absolute confidence in the institutional process for selecting relevant scientific facts, namely the journal of which he was the editor, and that it could not be bettered, an absurdly overconfident assumption. This is where Douglas chose to disagree and lay out her opposition. This, according to Douglas, was the institution doing the thinking, and institutions are invariably finite and flawed in their understanding because of the very partial processes of human social engagement through which they have been built, excluding what, in your MALMOM project, you have called farmer-scientist co-production. This overconfidence also sells short a key human intellectual capacity, the capacity to understand and thus to be able to switch institutional framings. If I've understood him correctly, this is what lies at the root of Sir Roger Penrose's claim that artificial intelligence in its present form cannot be called intelligence because no programmer knows how to configure such a shift of institutional framing in a machine. Yet humans do it all the time. We need to look no further than your own project, where you find no difficulty in co-producing scientific knowledge by scientists and village farmers. Through careful organization and willing cooperation, that which would normally be framed separately can be framed within a single focus. So now let me get to the but of the yes, but. This is where your challenge will lie, in persuading the established institutions of science that your methods of co-production are valid. In effect, you will have to change the institutionalization of science. Not all of it, that would be an impossibly large task, but at least some strategically selected parts. Critically, you will need to persuade some key funding bodies and some key journal editors that your approach is sound. You've already done the first part in getting the grant, so I'm confident that you can do the second part as well. Now, here's my advice that Douglas provides you with some guidance on this in her very important paper called Rightness of Categories. This looks at the institutional processes through which all knowledge is produced, including processes of classification and teaching through exemplars. There's a useful reference below. Forgive the self-recommendation, but Rightness of Categories is notoriously a tough and long read. So my co-author, Perry Six, and I wrote a chapter on it in our short book on Mary Douglas in the series Anthropology's Ancestors. And you might find this a helpful guide to reading that really important paper. So we may now want to discuss strategies. But I see that already the approach you are taking is sound. It's only that a lot of hard work lies ahead of you. One of the problems of institutionalization, as Douglas pointed out, is that the institutionalized have no idea that they have been institutionalized and how, even though they are the products of these processes. Most of these processes of institutionalization, she argued, work through ritualization, both in science and in life more generally. In our chapter on Rightness of Categories, we show how examination rituals, PhD, vivas, and so forth, cause scientific exemplars to be learnt so well, but at the same time, how every example offers scope for further thought and discovery. This is why to Douglas, anomalies among scientific results or social classification were as important as clear instances. The latter instructs us on what we know, but the former tells us about what we might not know. So an African research group seeking to insert itself in these institutional processes as co-producers of sound agricultural knowledge for a changing planet has an advantage, because many of you from childhood will have been taught the value and effectiveness of ritual in the processes of institution building, and the point at which an enlarged view of institutional capacities may be required. Without sound and effective ritualization within both science and society, the co-production of MALMOM will wither and die. So now, maybe tell me how you will handle this aspect of your fascinating and praiseworthy project. To be precise, and as a starting point, how will you teach the findings of MALMOM to students and to village children? And to be even more precise, what do you know about how village children, or even students, learn? For much of the time in rural West Africa, if our recent research is any guide, village children teach each other. Probably the same is true of students, even though their professors may deny it. So how can this peer-to-peer modality of scientific enlightenment be engaged within the framework of your project? Anyhow, it's a very fine project, and I congratulate you on it.
Yeah, we have any question? Yeah.
Don't expect me to answer them. You're supposed to debate. You're supposed to provide the answers, not the questions.
Exactly. We can make it back and forward. So who wants to make the questions and who wants to answer? No question, no. No, I mean for the general session, for all the...
Hello, I am Albert Roca, and I am an anthropologist, friend of Marina. I'm not a specialist in rice agriculture, but I am very interested from a long time in local knowledge. So I have I have a comment that maybe is a question about. I have liked a lot your expression of basket, because in Catalan we have an expression that they say that peasants never put all the eggs in the same basket. So that's general in all the world. But usually we understand this as a risk prevision system against external forces. But what I think is very interesting of the project is that you are looking this as an experimental process. That's much more in the line I am interested, this type of experiments. So this is not a surprise for me, but the surprise is that you are studying it in a multidisciplinary way. So congratulations, and I am really very interested. And then I have a question. Just one. Well, I have lots of questions, but I want just to put one question, and it's about women. I don't see them. I don't see them in the. We
have just one woman.
Yeah, I know. I have seen. Yeah, but and I see that because I say this because, for example, your question about why I don't understand what they are saying. This is very usual. This is anthropology's way. You never understand the explanations till you enter in the way of taking decisions. But and lots of times I haven't been able to explain after what has happened. But anyway, you have to take in charge all the actors. And I think women are not there. But women participate in rice cultivation. So they may be one of the factors that alter our previsions, what is happening. But if you don't consider them, maybe it will be difficult to answer some questions. So that's a question, a general question. Just small answers can be just to begin to discuss. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a funny answer for the involvement of women on my experiment. Women are the ones who transplant. And the discussion of transplanting density started in a workshop in one of our regions. But in the Oyo and southern region of Guinea-Bissau, there's an assumption that men are the holders of knowledge about how the practices are done. And under that assumption, I remember sitting with, I think we were 23 and 23 farmers, only one woman, the one who is there, discussing about transplanting. But two things happened there. First, we find out that not women nor men knew about how the number of seedlings were used because they never counted. But the second thing is that there is I think the technography says distributed cognition. The women know why they do things based on their length, and the men also consider, for example, that women are transplanting more seedlings for another reason. But to make it short, after realizing that transplanting densities was a women task, we moved from discussing that matter with men to start engaging with women in the experiments. And although it didn't yield yet information because I still have issues to understand, but we could understand why women do things the way they do, which is different from the men. Yeah. But in general, in Oyo and in Tombali, the knowledge and the management of the system whole is based on the men. Yeah, maybe I can have a...
Yes, thank you for the question. And in the case of water management, so the actual building of dikes, the men are directly involved because it's like it's like very physical work. But the women are involved in the background. So it will not be it will not function. For example, they cook, they bring food, they bring water. And then with regards to the tides, they also know the tides, but for a different function. So it's not for predicting the tides, but it's for fishing. Based on the tides, they know where to fish and how to fish. Yeah.
I'm Mary Van Curtis, a doctor in anthropology, social and cultural anthropology, and I work with the south of Guinea-Bissau, in Guinea with the Nalu and the Baga. And about women, Alberto is right. There are no visibility of women in the world, but it's normal because usually you go on the field with a neutral methodology maybe. And for the fishing, he tried to explain the producing, where the women are really, really present in the production. But we have to be conscious that they have poor access to resources, not only material resources, but only also educational. So we need to empower them at all this level to obtain their participation in the decision making. And that is a very, very great effort to do. And I think if we want women participate really strongly in that kind of, because they do a lot, but when benefits come, they are not, they are excluded. Thank you for your presentation. Very, very nice.
Yeah, and it's interesting also to continue a bit about the transplantation because, oh, to wake up, because for Marina and me, it was basically obvious that the reduction of the densities wasn't, let's say, an improvement of the system, and that in this aspect, farmers should unlearn, because also we had the information from the trials as we worked together during the different workshops and all the exchanges we had from you, and also from the farmers' backgrounds. Of course, these farmers were men, and men are more interested in the self-sufficiency and in the because they are the one who are responsible to make the family eat. It was interesting to see that, of course, if you want to reduce the densities in the nurseries, and then the women are transplanting with the same densities in the field, of course, the farmer will stay without enough seeds to all the field. No? So I think through MALMOM, what we also did through our action research approaches was to create an environment where women and men were put together in all the phases of the rice production, from the nurseries until the field. And it was interesting also for the compost for us, because it was a way to, let's say, bridge the gap, because compost allowed to have thicker plants. And what calibers the transplantation is the hand, no? So, of course, if you have thicker plants and you transplant these plants in one same volume, you will have less seedlings, no? And this is something with Matilda that will be further explained, that was interesting from this experience of the composting. And then for the varieties, and I think that is interesting because I think Viriato has the Balanta point of view, but then in the Diola, women are the one who possess all the spectrum of the agronomic and the cooking characteristics of the rice varieties, while men are mostly focused on the agronomic characteristics of the varieties.
I wanted to add in this point that Merlin mentioned that yeah, I think that particularly we saw that in Balanta's ethnic groups, maybe the women's are more engaged in the transplantation. But as I remember with Viriato, when we went to visit the inner valley production system, the Fula, for example, women's, they were more engaged in other practices and other parts of the production. So maybe also there is differences in the yeah, because probably the Fula women, they are the owners or no of their land, and in the mangrove part are the men who are the owners. So
Paul, I really want to thank your talk. Well, in relation to your questions we had a major problem that we faced at the beginning of the project. Well, I was expecting, but not at such a large extent. We have been trying to select women as farmer researchers, but most of them had no formal education. So it was really difficult to find a woman available, also because of their domestic duties, agricultural and domestic duties, available to have time for that. Even for Quinta, the only one that we were able to select, we had to engage and to, convince her husband to accept that she had to, that it was profitable for the household if she, and it was a major example, if she collaborated in the project. So this was the main factor that at the beginning made women stay behind. But this is a male farming system in which the men, above all the Balanta, because the Balanta are the main group, the Balanta are the rice providers at a household level. Oh, if there is no rice, the men must find an income source to buy rice. So women are not that much interested, they are much more interested, for instance, in fishing. And we worked a lot with fisherwomen and also with children, not only because of understanding how the knowledge is transmitted and how innovations are created and transmitted, we also worked with women and with children. In these presentations, women and children are not that visible. They were on the first paper by PJ, but children, we have a paper on learning in which we explain with Merlin, in which we try to explain some of the challenges. And for me, it's a research question by itself of the relationship between women with technological change in the context of mangrove swamp rice cultivation. Women, for instance, and not with our innovations, with locally introduced innovations, for instance, Jola and Floop women, they used to harvest with a knife, panicle by panicle. Yeah? The men, during the Civil War in 98-99, they decided to introduce the sickle to fasten the process of harvest. But even so, the women resisted. And even today, many women prefer to harvest with a knife. And we have lots of problems like this in relation to other innovations. And we could not fully grasp why women seemed to be more resistant to change than men in relation to innovations that we are. Even in relation to varieties, they introduced equally as men new varieties. But for instance, prior to the introduction of milling machines 20 years ago or 15 years ago, they would refuse to some varieties, and they would destroy even the seeds. Yeah, because they did not, the varieties that had a red husk. But now they have milling machines. So varieties that men feel that produce much more, that men say that produce much more, and are more tolerant to, for instance, African rice is much more robust in face of climate change. But even so, they continue refusing varieties that have a red pericarp. And we were asked to do meetings with women in the villages. And even so, and to convince them, asked by men, to convince them that the husk was a source of proteins, vitamins, and so on. But even so, we did not manage, So we would like to have another project to study women perceptions and in relation and affordances, to use Dominic, in relation to mangrove swamp rice innovations. So in relation to plant density, we did, because we noticed that the Floop and Bayot used only, the women used only 3 plants, more or less 3 plants per hill. And that was really surprising for us because they are the major victims of climate change. But even so, they were using a low density. Among Balanta of Oio in the north, we also identified some households where women decided to change the planting before us. We had nothing to do with that, you know, and they were households in which reciprocity, you know, internal among the compound, the households helped themselves in doing all the tasks. They were not dependent on labor groups, hired labor groups, and they were self-secure, contrary to all the rest of the village. So why the other women were not adopting an innovation introduced by a fellow woman or fellow women in the village? So we have this kind of challenges, and this is indeed a research topic that we would like to address. Different gender, how do you say, speeds or process approach to technological innovation. Yeah. So this was, I can't remember if there were more questions that I reply, but thank you. Oh, at the level of the institutions, yeah. We have, you see here, when I did my PhD, I don't know, in 1998, yeah, my dissertation was accepted, was perceived as a crazy dissertation in this school. You look at the school, you look at the environment, and you know that this is a technology, a school that is not open to the idea that farmers have knowledge, that farmers make experiments. So I was considered a zoo animal, you know. I was someone a bit crazy that was questioning our own knowledge and saying that farmers, because I did a whole dissertation about knowledge and institutional interfaces at that time. And the same applies here. You do not see, you see two professors here from from ISA, but nobody is here. So this is indeed a major challenge. We also had a challenge in with Guinea-Bissau institutions. Merlin tried to integrate in our acquis, in our agricultural knowledge system, Merlin tried to integrate Guinea-Bissau institutions, but we were unable to do that. Even at our workshops, we were unable to get lots of people engaging in our approach. So what can be done? I don't know. Orlando perhaps is a seed that that perhaps students that are there, perhaps help like what they can do in Guinea-Bissau to make the institutions also change.
Yes, thanks. I'm continuing on the gender issue. I'm also tasked with the gender issues at IITA. So when I was with Viriato in the field, the first thing I said, well, he was comparing these varieties, and I see now the results also that different varieties that you introduce, it doesn't matter if it's new varieties, old varieties, they all kind of yield quite well and they have their place. But what about the post-harvest? What about eating this stuff? There's nothing more strong of an institutional, cultural institution in a village than the taste and the palatability. I went to certain people in Nigeria with a non-sour gari, which was from Benin, high quality, and they say, "Oh, that looks nice. This is fine." They put it in their mouth and they spit it out. Very high quality. This has no taste. So I was advising Viato that can you do some pairwise comparisons of varieties to to kind of tap into that tacit knowledge that they have about the quality of the rices and non-tacit knowledge. So that's what I wanted to contribute. Maybe that unwraps also a little bit those reasons why they stick to. And maybe it's not the women even, because if those women come with some varieties of rice that they present to the plates of the man will say, what are you bringing to my table? So maybe it's not those women that are conservative.
Men and women had, prior to this invasion of imported rice, they were much more dependent on self-sufficiency. And for me, it was, even so I worked in the field during these last 30 years in Guinea-Bissau. For me, with the help of the students, I was able to go much deeper into local knowledge and innovation process that only by my own. And what I realized, and there were questions that I studied, until some years ago, and then that I stopped studying. And one was rice varietal selection characteristics. Yeah. So when I wrote the paper in 2012, and the other one, for instance, people still in the South still produce the African rice. And now it's almost impossible. Why? Because food security is not anymore, food self-security is not anymore an issue. They can buy rice. Yeah? And also because of the social organization of production that changed with education. Now there are no kids to herd the cattle, and no kids to do bird watching. So short cycle varieties are impossible to introduce at this moment, unless in some villages they were suffering from acute food insecurity because they had no cashew nuts to buy imported rice and they had no other income source. So what they did, they imposed a rule that everybody had to produce short cycle varieties, and the ones that did not, they will not be given loans or offers. Yeah? But this happened in a few villages only, and we tried to discuss with farmers that perhaps they all should do that in their villages. And it was difficult to change, So we need time for social change. We need and technological change. We need lots of time. In relation to taste, for instance, you have the Jola, the Bayot and Floop in the north that still cultivate and prefer, not only by religious motives, but also because of the taste and of the nutritious value of African rice varieties, they still prefer African rice. But with the recent milling machines, they are polishing until they are white. The men are complaining, but the women want, and sometimes they double mill the seeds, to have white rice. And what comes with that? Lots of health problems, diabetics, undernourishment, and so on. Yeah. And so men also asked us to do meetings at the villages to explain women the problems with very hard milling. Yeah. So I forgot to say that with plant density. Oh, another question in relation to flavor is that taste was a negative characteristic until some years ago, yeah? Because it will prevent, the control of consumption. But now, many women even prefer, we had a problem in the village because we were providing rice for precisely action research activity on planting densities, and women asked us that they did not want local rice, they wanted imported rice because it tasted better, although it would not last in their belly that much time because the digestibility is quicker, you know? So factors that were really important until some years ago are not. Yeah. And for instance, in relation to varieties, you had in Tombali, because Viriato studied Tombali, we studied projects, but Viriato only studied Tombali, which is the rice basket of the country, where the production of surplus was more easily to achieve, or self-sufficiency. But in the other regions, things are different. But even so, for instance, we had a farmer at our success in relation to reducing plant density was much bigger in the north, not among Flute Panbayot, but among the Balanta of the north, where some men at the beginning of our research complained that they needed us to convince their women to reduce plant density. And so what we did, we brought women from the Flute Panbayot, we brought women, the Balanta women that we identified as low planters, low plant density, low density planters, to come and do planting exercises in other villages. And then together with other women. So we distributed the fields. Okay, this plot or these ridges are going to be planted normally by you, and the other ones that came are going to plant here. And within a month, within 2 months, and by the end of the harvest, we will measure the harvest. And even so, if you saw the kind of jokes that the women that were had to face, it was amazing. Because we have lots of videos. And in relation to post-harvest, we have, this is the major problem that, well, by the end of this project, I can say that the major problem is water management, as Viriato and Jose also highlighted, and as Gabriel is going to highlight, and post-harvest losses. They are major. And it's almost impossible to convince farmers to bring home immediately after harvest, you know, as they used to do. And farmers do not need, for instance, pure wines. They need to reintroduce the technique of mass selection that their parents and their grandparents used when they had, you know, a population that was no more a variety, that they could not use characteristics, they could not identify as a given variety. They used to do mass selection, or to ask a neighbor farmer to provide them in exchange for rice, mixed rice. They would exchange more or less pure seeds, you know, for him to use them. But it's not done anymore. And so you have populations completely heterogeneous and losing characteristics. And it's more and more difficult to convince farmers because they are short in labor. So even to address this problem of labor shortage, we had also to convince farmers to our farmers and then to make discussions to do an accountability of all the expenses. For them, at the end of the year, recognize that by hiring labor groups and labor groups that are now demanding more and more important things, very expensive, and more alcoholic beverages, that they were losing. Better to stay without working, because most years they have no harvest. If they bought the rice with money,
We need to finish so we can continue the debate after the lunch, or in the last session we can continue the debate. So thank you, Professor Richard. And yeah, we have 1 hour for the lunch. Yeah. They are.
Gabriel. Hello. Tiago. Nada. Não se ouve. Ó, Tiago. Ah,
Olá.
nada. Olá. Pergunta aí ao Gabrielzinho, onde é que é afinal o restaurante? É top
Ah,
secret.
Olá, olá, profa.
Olá.
ah,
Tá bonzinho? Tá todo pinoca. Sim, estou-te a ver. E então?
Salve, profa. Vamos ver. E o restaurante?
É o mapa do tesouro, já percebi. Tu vais apresentar agora, Gabriel.
Vou apresentar. Estou um pouco
Agora.
nervoso. Estás nervoso? Estou.
Por quê?
Não sei, profa. Coisas minhas, só.
É que a ver se é até às 3 da tarde, porque depois eu tenho que ir ver um outro colega que ele tem que apresentar depois do seminário. Para a semana,
Ai, meu
e
pé.
tenho que ajudar. Até vais apresentar o quê? Tudo? A tese toda?
Um overview de los artigos que hicimos y colecté como información más importante.
O mais importante para depois, para os agricultores, não?
Para aquí, sí, para workshop. Algo más como deliveries para los agricultores.
Sim. Ok. Então, e tu vais cantar, Tiago? Estás com.
sim. Olá.
Pensei que ias cantar.
Da gente vai.
Professora Paula, você vê a apresentação?
Vê-se, mas fica muito tremido para quem está deste lado. Está desfocado, fica desfocado a apresentação. Já tinha acontecido a mesma coisa na apresentação anterior. Para quem está deste lado, fica tudo. Ah, agora. Ah, não, não. Assim está pior. Há bocadinho estava melhor. Agora está outra vez desfocado. Mal se lê os nomes e as coisas. Agora até se vê melhor também a imagem. Agora já vejo bem o Tiago. Não, não, não muda. Estava melhor há bocado. Há bocado estava melhor, Gabriel. Não? Está pior. Nanani.
E essa marca também. Deixa eu fazer a computadora dela. Né? Opa, eu acho que é um problema da internet. Está lento, sim. Não está boa qualidade.
Assim está um bocadinho melhor. Ai, não! Agora está pior. Foi quando eu disse que estava melhor, piorou a seguir.
Ninguém mexeu. Isso foi a
Ei!
internet. A internet
Hã?
está a falhar. A internet é que está a falhar.
Ah, é? Pois é, que assim
Está a
vê-se
mexer.
muito mal. Hum. Então é um problema. Assim está um ligeiro. Não, outra vez pior. Então achas que é a oscilação da internet? Pois não sei. Sei que às vezes tem uma melhor definição, agora está um bocadinho melhor.
Mas ninguém está a
E de
mexer.
repente não está ninguém a mexer, agora está pior. Estás a
Ninguém
ver?
mexeu. Há 5 minutos que ninguém mexe.
Mas aqui é está a oscilar entre estar um bocadinho melhor e depois quase que nem se lê as coisas. Mas não está ligado ao cabo de rede? Está com o wireless? Se calhar o problema está aí, é estar com o wireless.
Dizem que está com o cabo.
Assim está bom. Neste momento está bom, consegue-se ler. Pelo menos a maior parte das letras. Assim era não mexer. Assim estava bom. Bem, boa sorte.
Obrigado.
Attends, moi-même, je n'arrive pas à me trouver ici. J'ai cours.
¿Están los micrófonos? No sé, no sé. Sofía, ¿va a hacer presentación o va a hacer video? Prepara. Creo que no tiene. Yo lo cambio aquí. Venga.
So yeah, good afternoon again. Hopefully you had a nice lunch and rest a bit and took some coffee doses to the sound is okay, no? But we should also ask the people from Zoom to, if it's okay for them.
Sound
they
is
listen.
okay.
Sound
Sound
is
is
okay.
okay.
Okay. Não, não, está bem. No? Yeah. Okay, so let's begin the second part of this evening where Gabriel, he will expose us the soil hydric salinity balances in the mangrove swamp rice production of Guinea. So yeah, thank you, Gabriel.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to be here in this MALMOM presentation. My name is Gabriel Garbanzo. I am going to present about soil saline hydrosaline balance in
Não se ouve, Gabriel. Agora não se ouve.
Okay, sorry. So this approach was made under the supervision of Maria Rosario Cameira, Paola Paredes, Santiago Ramos. So my colleagues gave us a good overview about the mangrove swamp rice production at early today. I am going to focus only the soil salinity issues. As a well-known, soil salinity affect the rice yield and crop, and all the cycle of the crops. Farmer, this plot usually is used to farmer to collect water or fresh water for rice production. So due to this originally was mangrove forest soil, salt is still there, right? So the high scattering level contributes significantly at the salinity issues in this system. So I would like to show you this video. Give me a second. You can see, for example, this is a tidal mangrove. This is a plot near to the tidal mangrove. You can see the salt present in the soils. Look, this white layer. There are residues of crops in this plot. And this plot is situated near to the mangrove forest, right? Well, tidal affects every day. So this approach was made for analyzing the hydrosaline balance, but I was thinking about this research question that was what are the physicochemical properties of the soils? What is the current knowledge regarding rice sowing, particularly in relation with the climate variability? And how much water is needed to prevent the yield loss due to salinity problem? So adaptive measures are necessary to address the impact of climate variability in this condition. So my main objective for my approach was to quantify the hydrosaline balance within the mangrove and rice production system with the aim of improving land, water, and crop management practices in Guinea-Bissau. So to develop this main objective, I was working in characterizing the biophysical characterization of mangrove and rice, and to characterize the soil chemical properties in the mangrove, mainly in the plots. Also, with all this information, we computate the soil hydrosaline balance in this system. So first, I would like to show you these two articles that explain about the main constraints associated with the soil salinity. And also, the second article is providing a toward the biophysical characterization of the mangrove and rice. So the main result that I would like to show you today is this one. We can see the north of the country. You can see here Elala, and the south of the country, this is Cafi. But the most important is the endogenous water management practices, because usually the farmers in Cafi, in the south of the country, doing a large plots, because 1 hectare represents approximately 7 plots, but in the north, as you can see, 1 hectare represents approximately 53 plots. That is important because large plots tend to show high variability in the water level. As you can see in the first plot, so, well, the water deep, this is into the plots, show a huge variability in the caffeine zone, but when you compare it with the north of the country, this is the yellow box plot, the variability is reduced, right? So it's better to explain with this 3D image. So you can see, for example, in the caffeine zone, in the south of the country, the plot is like a pyramid, right? When represents more accumulation of water in this slide. But if you analyze the north of the country, the plot is more flat. It's better to show this one with photos. So in the south, you can see, for example, this plot, still some, well, the plot is still some right section in this plot, but if you can see, for example, in the north of the country, the plots in the north of the country, you can see a good regular distribution of water, right? So my other idea I would like to share with you is the spatial distribution of soil salinity. This article is identify the cation responsible for soil salinity concentration. So we found that in Guinea-Bissau, sodium and magnesium are the cation responsible for salinity concentration. And this is also related with electrical conductivity. But there are some gaps here. For example, what is the status of other macronutrients and micro and micronutrients in the paddies? So because there are problems regarding with imbalance with other cations in the soils. So we need to study more about this one. So this article is important because we calibrated a good tool to identify these salinity hotspots in the mangrove rice. So after analyze about 100 or more than 100 salinity index, we identify three indices, salinity indices that can exceed or help to improve this tool to identify or to predict the electric conductivity and for doing maps. So normalize a different salinity index, normalize the salinity index, and normalize a different salinity index with seal raster can contribute to best prediction in the mangrove sunrise. So in this, in this picture, we can show you the salinity distribution in the mangrove swamp paddies. And as you can see here, look at the tidal mangrove. They are the hotspot of the salt concentration. And we can identify also the associated mangrove with the green zones. So in summary, a practical recommendation for farmers is to make a small plot in the tidal mangrove zones. So we can say at a highlight that sodium and magnesium are predominant in soil salinity mangrove rice. Endogenous water management practices influence soil salinity levels. We recommend to segment salinity zone, like tidal mangrove, into a small plot for better water management, and prepare the soil as early as possible to capture the maximum post amount of fresh water in the sites. So this is the first section. The second section was we conducted some environmental monitoring. Thank you to my colleague Orlando Mendes. Yeah, he, our professor, really installed some sensoring in the coastal area of the mangroves on Guinea-Bissau. So we developed this approach about the improving water management in the mangrove using, well, we developed a good tool to calculate the reference crop evapotranspiration using only temperature data. So also we made this approach with FAO56 methods in order to analyze it. So in summary, we define zones with similar weather conditions. We perform a cluster analysis to define zones with similar conditions. We found 5 specific groups of beaches. So in order to know how to calibrate this data, we calibrate the KRS, or that means the radiation adjustment coefficient, using the cluster focus multiple linear regression equation. So as a result, we can found that using the aridity index for Guinea-Bissau, 2 climatic conditions also was explored. And we know that in the south of the country, we found that there are, we found, most subhumid climate conditions, and this in the south of the country, humid. Sorry, but again, in the north, we found that most subhumid conditions, and the south, humid conditions. So to calculate the evapotranspiration using only minimal data, we can use wind velocity with 2 meters per second, with when minimum temperature serves as a relief predictor for calculate the DPUs. The DPU, okay. So also we explore some analysis data when we explore the AG EROS 5 and MERA 2. So we found that AG05 is the best coverage for Guinea-Bissau because they can explore more centroids, and these centroids can distribute as well in the country. So, but it's important to do a correction with this raw data using the bias correction for explore more accuracy data in this. So last, all my information that we developed with the first articles and also with the evapotranspiration, we developed the hydrosaline balance in the mangroves and rice. This article is explain specifically how we do this. So first, we analyze the behavior of salinity and salt water in the Cafin and El Ala in the Guinea-Bissau. So in order to know how it behavior in between 3 or 3 years, right? Also, we monitor the rice graph of phenological states in order to capture when is the specific timing when a farmer introduced or transplanting the rice and when they collected this in the Guinea area. So after calibrated the soil water contents in the soil and also the electric conductivity in the Hyros 1D model, we calculate or we simulate different scenarios for specific plots. In this case, for tidal mangrove and associated mangrove. So here, this is one example, just one example, because we modeled several scenarios when we explore what happens when we have a high rainfall, mid rainfall, and low rainfall, right? So also what happens if the groundwater is near to the superfice, this is what happens when in normal condition. So we found a good result here because we identified the freeze-salt period that was a concept for Gale, so Wade, in 1997, that he told about this free period, what happened in Guinea-Bissau. So what happened here, when we have enough water or higher rainfall, this period is open, right? You can hear in the first graphic up. When the rainfall is low, this period or the shallow area in this case is short, right? But what happens is if this water is into the plot, well, this freeze-salt period will disappear, right? So it's important to set to your farmers that they need to avoid break this water in transit 2 months after the transplanting. Sorry, before the transplanting. So, as a highlight, we can say that innovative approach for estimated reference crop evapotranspiration using only temperature data in data score region now is available, it's calibrated. Groundwater deep low rainfall significantly improves soil salinity concentration and plant growth, and effectively drainage system and regular maintenance of the dikes are crucial for the sustainable rice field, specifically in growing season. It's important to remark that farmers have to do some soil preparation and the transplanting as early as possible in order to use the most possible the sweet water in the plot, right? So thank you so much for your attention, and I would like to express also a big thank you to Professor Olschred for all the support that he gave me from Wageningen University. Thank you. Now, Matilda Mercajonat. Are you ready? Mercajonat.
Because Marina just said that nobody's able to pronounce properly. surname. A bit complex, but at least I have just one surname. So complex. Yeah, good afternoon again. So I'm Matilda Merco Hassanay. And yeah, together we will navigate a bit in the soil fertility and toxicity constraint that we found in Guinea-Bissau and where I work. If you see this photo, it looks a very beautiful photo, no? But it's not by chance chosen in there. It looks beautiful apparently, but if you see carefully inside, there are a lot of differences in these beautiful rice fields, no? You see more green color, you see more patches where all the water enters, where you see more patches where the rice did not grow up. So yeah, apparently it's not everything as beautiful as it looked. And yeah, during my last 5 years in Guinea, I tried to understand and together with farmers to see and to check what were the constraints and the problems that they had and try to help them to improve some of the problems they have in their soils, no? So yeah, this work is divided in 3 different chapters, where in the first one, I will speak about soil general characterization, the different agroecologies within the rice field. In the second one, we will speak and see a bit the soil fertility problems and constraints and how they link with the production in the studied region. And the third part, we will present some suitable practice that we developed together with farmers in order to improve production and to improve soil fertility. No? So I'll get in deep in these steps. So the main goal of this work was firstly to investigate and to understand the soil fertility and toxicity constraints that hinders and make difficult the rice production. But this in co-developing together with the farmers with the objective to have as possible more contextualized and appropriate strategies for restoring the soil fertility. So at the beginning, it was made a general soil classification to understand what were the main agroecologies fine. Then another specific objective was to cross-analyze the scientific knowledge and results with the farmers' local knowledge and why they were, what was happening with this relation, no, regarding to fertility management and production. And then to assess the potential of effectiveness, low-cost organic fertilizers in the upland nurseries in order to improve the seedlings quality. And the last one as a specific objective was to explore the potential of spontaneous vegetation or weeds called differently as bioindicators to help for better fertility health and fertility improvement. But well, these objectives, there was not mere objective and forward objective that I set from the beginning of this work. These objectives or specific objectives, they were set step by step. They were set after successive interactive campaigns in the field and trials with the farmers and an interactive feedback loop between what was the scientific part and what was the practical knowledge that they were coming from the terrain, no? From the field. So with this aim to build a stronger bridge between what was the scientific part and technical part and the local management of farmers. So to co-identify and to design in combination together with the farmers what we call the principle of farmer back to farmer. So to check that the farmer is not just accepting solution that we are giving, but to make the solution together with the farmers as they are the specialists of their fields, let's say. So yeah, and in the first field trip that it was made in 2021, so the idea was to have a general characterization, and we took a lot of soil profile in the a lot of soil sample in the different in the three region: North, Oyo, Central, and Tomboli. And we had then to admit that in general the rice field agroecology was divided in two main sub-agroecologies, let's say, the tidal mangrove agroecology, where the tidal influence is highly in these fields, and they compose the 20% of the total area of the rice field. But these fields have generally salinity problems and acidity problem, but we also show that we also see that also these levels in tidal mangrove when the production period came, they were decreased to normal levels for production. And the associated mangroves, that was the second group that we identified, where is the other part of the rice field where there is no tidal influence and there are they have no salinity influence. They the distribution of these fields are much more. They cover almost 70% of the total area. And yeah, but we also saw that this part, the associated mangrove, they had very low levels of nutrients, macronutrients. And in consequence, we also thought that we should go in deeper to characterize in deeper the soils in this agroecology. So we conduct 8 soil profile in the 3 regions and tried to localize the profiles in both agroecology. And as you see, the results showed that most of the soils are clay soils. Yeah? Some of them with few of them have very clear vertic properties, as the one in Malafo. And also for this soil profile and also nursery soil samples in the upland, we made a suitability assessment in order to check what type of constraints, what type of problems these soils were having for the production. So in the northern soils of Cacheu, in El Alap, we saw there was high sodicity, also as Gabriel explained the sodicity problems before. And also most of these soils look to have degraded structure. Let's say that they were very sandy soil, so with very low water retention capacity. And those they had deficiencies in essential nutrients. But the lowlands in the central and southern of the country, Oyo and Tomboli, they show to have high acidification, and this probably caused to the very prolonged periods of flooding. And also we found that we had some mineralization transformation due to jaroside formation in some of the topsoils layers, let's say, that makes the redox process to create jaroside formation, which are creating also higher acidity, And at the end also we saw that the upland nurseries, where especially in the Oyo region, farmers make nurseries in the upland soils near to their house, this in opposite with the southern and northern region, where the nurseries are made in the proper rice field. We showed that these soils were very highly sandy soils with very poor, very low fertility levels and very poor water retention capacity. Those also we observed that the seedlings, rice seedlings growing in this nursery, most of them they had low quality and there were with bronzing leaf effects and other. No? So we thought, how do farmers then deal with this constraint? No, what practices they do? No, how they deal and how the biophysical factors constraint that we observe and the local practices influence in the production. No? So during 2021 and 22, with jointly with Viriato, we had 18 field trials where we had the different rice varieties in the tidal mangrove, in the associated mangrove, semi-controlled with the help of the farmers. So we were always interactive, and they were the one that also were observing, monitoring, take measurements of the trials. So we did a lot of topsoil sampling during this year, during the transplantation, then during the rice growing and the grain formation, and then to the last stage of harvesting to check the production, no? The last production in the trials. Well, the outcomes were not very surprised, as we already acknowledged what farmer in the discussion, everyday discussion that we had with farmers. And well, the statistical results show that, for example, Tomboli had a much higher mean of production, while Oyo had much lower total rice production. No? And this due to probably to the saline stress that many fields in the Oyo, or many of these trials in the Oyo were facing. No? Also, we saw results show that the farmers prefer varieties. For example, as cow black, it could have a very good and high productivity in tidal mangroves, or 230 grams per meter square that we measured. But in associated mangroves, these means were much higher, which also showed that the associated mangroves had a much lower nutritional levels. No, and they had a high fluctuation in these nutritional levels, and all these due to different problems of water retention and water accumulation in this field. No, the statistical analysis showed that the tidal mangrove, we can have a very high prediction with these nutritional levels, while the associated and this in the tidal mangroves, because there were observed high organic matter, high nitrogen and potassium, and high water availability, and these also explain the high production in the tidal mangroves. While the opposite, this high variability in nutritional levels in associated mangroves were due to some negative constraint, as high sandy content or very unfavorable acidity, low organic matter, and the presence of iron oxide, some of them dilution of the jarosite. No? So yeah, let's pass to the other part. So we saw that in the general characterization, we had very poor upland nursery soils. So together with farmers discussing about this component, why they had poor nursery quality. So what could we do together so to improve? They were already aware of the poor quality of the rice seedlings that they had in the nursery. So we also saw with them that they had a lot of manure, and some of them, they were using manure already in the rice field. So we thought we can make something better with them. So we tried to see this component of making organic compost with the local material that they had already in there. So because also we thought that this solution is quite realistic and quite feasible for the condition that that they are, no? So between 2022 and 2023, we prepared 16 compost piles that they were built from the farmers. They were also most of the material were selected for the farmers. Then these compost, we tested them in the nurseries, and also we test the effects in the rice field, no, the production effect that I will explain now. So the materials were selected from the proper file, but there were a selection in between. So they were proposing material. For example, they said, okay, we consider that also the termite mood that already lived the termite is a very rich component, rich soil that we can use to put in the compost. And we use the manures, no, different manures, but mostly cow manure, no. Also green vegetation as the neem, or no, acacia. Also a lot of rice straw that is already there. And dry leaves that they were from the mango or from the different fruit trees. Well, the farmers, they prepared and they monitored the temperature and the humidity of the compost between February to June. But tomorrow we will see a nice video in how the farmers prepared and what was the output that they bring from the compost experience. And yeah, so then after having the compost, and we already also checked the quality of the compost and the nutritional levels that the different compost had, no? The application in the nurseries, they were in two different experimental design. Well, me as a scientist, I said, okay, let's do the replication random design. So like this, we eliminate the bias of different spots, no? And we decide to apply 3 different treatments, doses. So treat with no treatment, with 3 kilo of compost and 6 kilo of compost. And then the farmers, they said, let's do another one that we put one part with compost, the other part with no compost. So, and for them, it resulted more easy to have a continuation and observation in the linear division treatment, let's say, yeah. And we did a lot of soil sampling at the 0 at the application, at the 15 days and 30 days of compost application to see how was the soil and the rice plant growing process, no, and analysis then. Yeah, and we measure plant height, root length, and the stem thickness, no? We also checked spatial indicators with a drone to see if there was differences in the vegetation growing, no? In NDVI is a very known vegetation index to see, in order to check if there were differences in the application, no? And also we thought interesting to see if the compost application had any effect in the densities that the women were transplanted. So we made also different tests with them, giving them the seedlings from the different compost treatment to see if there were changing or not the density of the plant conforming the quality of the seedlings they were receiving, no? And then we also evaluate we did trials with these seedlings to see the production, no? The final production. Well, the results were quite interesting, and we were quite satisfied, and the proper farmer were quite satisfied with the results. The random distribution they showed, especially with 6 kilo of compost, thicker seedlings, a very much higher greenest leaf means more nitrogen in the leaves. But this trial was difficult because as it is randomly distributed in order to check for the farmers where is the 6 kilo and where is the 3 kilo, it was hard. But as you can see in the photo, the linear distribution, were just 0 and 6 kilo, it was quite more obvious for them, no? Also, we saw a very higher leaf nitrogen, and the problem of leaf bronzing, they were diminished. The below graphs show that there was also a high effect in the plant height. As you see, there is a clear difference in plant height, also in root length and in the thickness of the seedlings, especially with the 6 kilogram of application. And yeah, and to make a resume of the results, the compost application improved and enhanced soil structure. We can see some worms in there. Also enhanced seedling radicular system, and that's why the uprooting from the women's, it was much easier. So they acknowledge it was much easier in the compost application due to humidity that the compost is adding. Obviously, the 6 kilogram compost improved seedling quality. Also, this was shown with the vegetation index, that it was quite high nitrogen for 6 kilos in the leaf. A special and interesting result of this is that farmers, it's the same time saving. So farmers can have much quality seedlings for less time. So the seedlings in 20 or 25 days, they can root up the seedling. No? Also, as I said, it helps in retaining more moisture, and the rice seedlings suffer less in these drought period, these long days without rain. Also, it was admitted from the farmer that there was a pesticide effect, and this maybe is due to the neem that they were applied in the compost, so there was less attacks in the seedlings. Yeah, it slightly improved production. We saw also some slight improve in production. Even in the rice field, it's difficult to see any huge difference in production, as in the rice field there are even more constraints and more specific conditions that influence in the production now. And then we admitted that in very poor nurseries, the full effect of compost application will be evident in few years. So a very poor nursery, it will not give results, and or we already saw in very poor nurseries that the results were much less than other nurseries, no? And a very important and beautiful part of this work, as Merlin also said during the morning session, it's the share of these good practices, where the proper farmers, they decide to have much more compost applying in their field. So they increase the doses of compost, of producing the compost, and they also were the one that shared with the others, with the other colleagues and other villages the results. And also the divulgation video is a kind of practice that they want to share and with the other farmers. No. Well, I will go very shortly to this last part because I think I'm going over the time. The last part was about the weed as bioindicators for improving the soil fertility practices. And As we saw, and probably it was not mentioned before, but this in this agroecology is the only source of nutrient and organic matter is the proper green vegetation and not spontaneous vegetation that that grows. And this more particularly in the associated mangrove, because the tidal mangrove having the tidal influence, they also receive organic matter from the tide, no? But in the associated mangrove is mainly the spontaneous spontaneous weeds, no? So we thought very important to see the distribution of these weeds and the composition and what they are the portion that they give in the organic matter in the different fields. So we did okay. So yeah, also we thought that it's important to evaluate the knowledge that the farmers had, not evaluate, but also use the knowledge that the farmers have for the different weed species, because they have wild knowledge in what type of weed species appears in one field, if it is a good weed or it's a bad weed, and they also classify their fields due to these weed conditions. So they will say Malugreta, solo y gordo, like Malugreta, this means that my field is very good, it gives a very good fertility. But if they have, for example, a lot of Incada, that it's a Poacea species, they said, oh, this is very bad one, we don't want it in our field because we cannot plow the soil and it's not giving good fertility for the soil. So we thought that all these knowledge that the farmers have for the spontaneous weeds communities, it's very important. So we thought to make transects with our agronomic drone, and also to make transect in each plot and to see all the communities of the weeds that they were growing in these plots. And in each plot, we took a grid of 4 by 4 meters square, and we took soil samples, weed samples, of all the weed community that there was in these 4 by 4 plots, and water samples in order to see the carbon and nitrogen composition and a portion that these species had. The results were very interesting, and this map was done by my colleague Jesus, that he is the remote sensing guy and processed the image then. And as we can see, the remote sensing and the drone image, they have had a very high ability to classify the different weeds and parts in each plot. No, we see there some water, we saw Enchinocloa, kale mostly, Blutaparon, and or bare soil, no? Also in this map, we see that the image perfectly classified this plot, this field, where it's full of Enchinocloa, no, Poacea species, and also it was able to detect the new shoots of these, no, indicating that these tools are able also to detect vegetated status of the plant species, of the weeds. And then, well, the aim, let's say, it's to have a more general classification and to see how is the general distribution of these species. And as we can see, the vegetation and water indexes, they can give you information where we have very irregular plots, where is mostly growing one species, Enchinocloa, or where is the other species growing, no? Or where you have bare soil, which means probably that there is a problem in there, that nothing is growing, or because there is too much water, or because there is a problem happening, no? So going then to the isotopic results, which gives us the movements of carbon and nitrogen in the soil and in the vegetation, which there was clearly a very distinction with the tidal and the associated mangrove isotopic carbon nitrogen, means that the flows are different in the tidal mangrove and different in the associated mangrove. Also, results show that there is a faster decomposition and potential nitrogen mineralization in the tidal mangrove, which makes carbon and nitrogen more available in the tidal mangroves. The weeds isotopic shows also a clear distinction between C3 and C4 plants, with species, and also show that C3 species gives much more nitrogen in the soil. Also, we include the water isotopic signals, and also we show the strong contribution of C3 species, which are mainly the Sesovium and the rice stroll. Also, it's a C3 species. The C4 derived soil organic carbon decompose more than twice as faster as the C3, which means that can be faster lost in the ecosystem, in the water soil interaction, sorry. And the water isotopes showed a wide range display, and this because of the complex hydrological mixing, and temporal variation in the water. Well, I'm not getting more in detail, but well, in resume, this means that the isotopic analysis and the remote sensing monitoring together, they can constitute a powerful tool to trace changes in carbon and nitrogen. To prove effective and actionable, they must be further linked and validated locally. I mean that this should further validate with farmers' need and should be translated to farmers' need. So yeah, and could be also tools for monitoring the harmful weeds, not just the beneficial one. No? So thank you so much for the time. Any questions? Just to add a bit more that in these 5 years, it has been exceptional, and I want to thank the project that we had all together and with the farmers. We will make a exceptional because we learn from them and they learn from us, and if they learn something and I learn something from them, I think it's very important.
My PhD work here in MALMOM.
So yeah. So now we will see the presentation of the candidate Sofia Conde. She's actually in Sao Tome Principe doing field work, and she's not able to present herself because she's in the field looking for cacao pests, I guess. But bon, she managed to do this video, and we will see. And well, that's a yeah, good vision, good visualization.
My name is Sofia Pont, and I'm going to present my PhD work here in MALMOM with my title, Who is Hiding Among the Grains of Rice? I work with pests and diseases of mangrove rice in Guinea-Bissau, and my work came from storage to the field. So quickly, my PhD tasks. I started with a big systematic review of all pests and diseases in the world with rice. And then I have two tasks about diseases and pests in stored rice, and two tasks about diseases and pests in the mangrove field during the growing cycle. So here are the first three tasks with the three articles already published. So the first about the rice pest disease around the world, so it's a systematic review. And the other two is about the stored rice. First about the diseases, essentially fungi, and the second, the pests, so insects that affect stored rice. So those two last tasks are about the growing cycle, which diseases and pests are affecting the rice. So about the first task, the systematic review, it was done through the PRISMA guidelines. So three databases were selected with different set of keywords. The data was all filtered, cleaned. The full articles remaining were read, and the essential data was extracted and curated. So here quickly, I started with almost 16,000 articles, and in the end remained 871. The results, here we can see the distribution of records of pests in the world in the map on the left. And we have essentially the most represented species in Africa and in Asia. To diseases, the most represented diseases are the fungi pedicularia, bacteria are Xanthomonas, and the virus Sobemovirus, and for Asia, the fungi Fusarium mandibularis. And in the map, we can see the distribution of the records of diseases in the world. Here are represented the main tissues that are affected by the different diseases in Africa and Asia. This is only with the information that the systematic review gave us, and it's clear that the information for Africa is much lower than for Asia. About the other two articles, the material and methods are similar, so I'm going to present this part together and then split it. So 3 regions, 13 villages, 30 farmers. I went to all the village of the project to collect the samples of rice, taking in consideration different varieties and or different structures. So in case of diseases, three laboratory analyses were done: germination rate, fungal identification, and aflatoxin content. This part was all done in the laboratories of Guinea. Only the part of genetic identification and aflatoxin analysis was done in Portugal, but everything was done in Britain. So in terms of results, we have here a picture with different kind of structures, containers. So basically, farmers are selecting and separating rice seeds by specific characteristics, then they dry them, thresh, and store. The storage structures can vary widely and can include bags, barrels, traditional structures like pools, which are hermetic structures like figure E. You can see the whole lady building it. It's quite a good structure. But the most used structures right now, containers, are the polyethylene bags, because nowadays it's easier to find them, and it doesn't need to be built. So about germination rate, all rice varieties had a strong germination in average, with over 95% of germination rate by day 14, and there was no significant variation between the species of rice, Oryza glabellum and Oryza sativa, the African rice and Asian. After the isolation of all the fungi, this picture we can see some isolations of fungi, one fungi per petri dish. The identification was done through DNA barcoding, and the results showed the main genera were Aspergillus, Curvularia, and Bipularis. Some fungi with mycotoxin production was present too, like Aspergillus and Fusarium. And we saw also that there are some similarities between the fungal composition of the regions of Oyo and Shio. In terms of aflatoxin content, despite we have some genera of fungi that have this kind of characteristics, the results obtained from all the village revealed we have very low levels with no concern. So traditional rice storage, the traditional practice are declining and are being replaced by modern containers that are easier. Doesn't mean to be the best. The key mycotoxigenic fungi were detected, but with low levels of aflatoxins. And well, this study reveals a high germination rate, safe fungi levels, and potential for improved post-harvest management innovation. This is the first baseline of fungal communities present in stored rice seeds of mangroves on rice and in Guinea. So with the same base of material and methods, here we have task 3 about pests in stored rice seeds. So after the collection in the fields, the material was took to laboratory of Guinea, and all the samples were screened with subsamples, and was done a preliminary taxonomic ID, and the samples, the specimens were selected and isolated for the genomic identification. They went to DNA barcoding analysis in Portugal to have some results of identification. And general results, we have different kind of structures, like in case of the diseases. And here we can see some specific image, like the image H. We can see the sampling screening process. And the pictures below, we can see some examples of insects affecting the rice seeds. So in terms of distribution, the insects in red are primary pests, and the ones in yellow are secondary pests. The one in green is not considered the pests of rice seeds, stored rice seeds. The difference between a primary insect and the secondary insect is that the primary can actually damage the rice seeds, even if it's whole. And in case of secondary pests, they can only damage if there is already a previous damage by a primary insect or other kind of damage. In terms of abundance, it's the Rhizopherte dominica was the one with most significant difference. So we identified 6 species. 4 of them are new to Guinea-Bissau and to mangrove rice. These kind of results are quite interesting, but also reflects a notable gap in biodiversity knowledge in the country, because those insects, like we can see here, are recognized global pests of stored rice. And Rhizopherte dominica, the one we saw was mostly abundant, are particularly destructive in the case of stored seeds. So as traditional storage, kind of the same we saw in the discussion of the article of diseases. The methods of storage are being replaced with commercial options, like the bags, the barrels, the jerry cans, and it can increase contamination risk because, like the example of foods, like I showed before, the one with cement building, it's more hermetical and you can be better for storage. The risks arise from poorly cleaned containers or prior use, like the example of old floor bags can have some stations. And there is a need to evaluate the storage hygiene and salinity. In conclusion, this is the first documentation of several storage pest species in mangrove rice seeds and Guinea. It highlights the knowledge gap in pest biodiversity in Guinea and finds these findings are crucial to improve rice storage and support breeding programs, promoting, of course, food security. So now about the other two tasks, diseases and pests in mangrove rice fields. Similar to the first, the other two tasks, the material methods are similar and then they're split. So sample collection was done during all the rice cycle in 3 regions, 1 village per region, during 3 phases of the rice cycle: vegetative phase, reproductive phase, reproductive phase. So here we can see some pictures and the map. This is in Kafin, in the region of Tombali. Here we have a drone view from the rice field and the village. And on the right, we have the sampling points where the study was performed. And here we have in the region of Oyo, the village of Malafu. The sampling points, the number of sampling points represent the dimension of the area. And here we have the region of Kushiu with the village of Elalab, which is a smaller one in terms of area. For this study, the quadrant method was applied, and some general associations were taken, like the GPS localization and phenological state, water parameters. In case of diseases, all the symptoms were recorded, photographed, and collected. The tissues with symptoms and preserved with silica gel. Incidence and severity was also recorded. In case of pests, every time we saw an insect, an arthropod or a pest, was collected and preserved in a little tube with alcohol, like this one here. And the levels of damage was also recorded with different scales. Just for pests, was also done some transects from 10 with using 10 meters, 10 minutes. So all the pests that we could observe during this time and distance were always collected. So the sampling effort, like I was explaining before, was calculated according to the areas of each rice field in the different villages. Which means for the quadrant method, 10% of the total area was covered, and for the transects, 27% of the total area was covered. So this image shows just the area covered for each sampling point. The blue one is for the transects, and the red one for the quadrant method, and always distributed in a zigzag way. So in terms of the data from diseases in mangrove rice fields, the samples were prepared for genomic DNA identification through metabarcoding. This was sent to Biokent, which is a company, and the data is under bioinformatic analysis. The main results will have an integrated approach, validation of an identified species to Guinea, like the example of Bipolaris, which was present everywhere and is not identified to Guinea. Expected outcomes here are the determination of common fungi between rice cycle phases, regions, and can be pathogenic to the crop. The distribution patterns between regions and phases of the rice cycle with occurrence maps, incidence and severity maps, and the idea of diseases present in the studied mangrove rice fields, which are the most important diseases that might affect the rice productivity, and the idea of the most critical cycles phases to mitigate the diseases. When should we act to control the disease or to mitigate the disease. In the case of pests in mangrove rice, so we was done a preliminary taxonomic identification in the field, and the specimens were selected for a DNA approach identification. DNA was extracted and barcoding sequencing by the CB11. Here, the DNA, the results showed that DNA barcode databases for Guinea, they're quite poor, so they do not have enough sequence for a proper genomic identification of the samples. So we considered the morphological approach, and it's still under analysis. The expected outcomes here is to identify the insect pests present in the study mangrove rice field by morphotypes, the distribution patterns between the regions and the phase of rice cycle, like occurrence maps and levels of damage, and which are the most important pests that might affect the rice. This is it. Thank you very much.
And now Professor Luis Gulau will present our colleagues Bosra Varastegani, that she's not in here, but Professor Luis will represent her and present the nutritional safety and organoleptic characterization of rice in Guinea-Bissau, the impact of variation, processing, and local preferences of food security.
Okay, thank you, Matilda. Good afternoon, everybody. So as Matilda mentioned, I will present some results that are part of Boscher's PhD, which aim essentially at characterize the rice varieties from Guinea-Bissau, give a broad, general perspective what is the nutritional value of rice samples that were collected by the team that was doing the work in the field, and selected and sent the samples that from the field they thought that would be the most interesting one. Try to understand if we can find some varieties that could be considered nutritionally superior. Check whether the species we have sativas and glaberimas, or the growing region. We worked like in the other PhDs in Tombali, Oyo, and Cacheu. If there is some impact on the nutritional characteristics, and then we study the impact of mechanical polishing into the characteristics of the nutrition value of the rice. So we faced several challenges, as I will mention. I will not get into the details of the lab work. This was mainly only lab work. So we studied the water activity to understand if the rice was in good condition for the analysis as a preservation parameter. Then we assessed the nutritional composition in terms of protein, fat, fiber, and starch. We quantified vitamins. Vitamin A, it's not here because it was not detected, but we quantified vitamin A, B1, B2, B3, B9, and E. And also materials: potassium, calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, sulfur, iron, copper, zinc, and manganese. So giving a broad scope. For some samples, we also determined the amino acid profile and antioxidant activity using three methods. Not as part of the efforts in quantifying the nutritional capacity, but to understand about the safety of the rice in Guinea-Bissau. We also quantified for heavy metals as contaminants. So the first part on the nutritional characterization of rice from Guinea-Bissau, starting by mentioning that all samples had a water activity below 0.57, which reveals that the rice was well dry and it has a good preservation capacity, so it was in good condition for the lab analysis. The only comment is that the insect control needs to be checked in order to analyze for stability. Then all the heavy metals quantified were also below the acceptable limits in all samples, so there is no problem with heavy metal contamination in the rice that was studied in Guinea-Bissau. Then, as I mentioned, this work has some challenges in terms of lab methodology due to the known by everybody here in this room, I assume, the high heterogeneity of the samples of the rice samples. They are considered varieties, but they are not all the time pure varieties, but those were the samples that we wanted to study. So this, in very broad terms, this represents for each of the parameters that I mentioned, for the macronutrients, micronutrients, and vitamins, for the 29 samples considered, 28 plus we included a red Portuguese variety of high quality from Alentejo region in this analysis, and we can look for each element the range from yellow to green, passing through light blue, meaning the yellow is the lowest value among the samples that were analyzed, green the highest one, and light blue the average. So here we can understand that samples are rice varieties are very different in their nutritional composition. Just looking at the control, the Portuguese variety, we see that, for example, we have here potassium, calcium, and magnesium, which is low, globally low in Guinea-Bissau varieties, but and also starch. But on the other hand, we have, for example, sulfur or iron, I think, I cannot see here, or even zinc, that most of the varieties collected from Guinea-Bissau have values above the Portuguese variety, which is considered a very good rice in terms of nutrition. I will. This is just a global map to understand that there are differences according to the specific variety that is chosen and that constitutes the diet of a population. The apport in terms of nutrients will be different and quite different in some cases. Again, on the broad perspective, we did a cluster analysis on brown rice and on polished rice. I will jump from rice to polish, and then I will keep the impact of polishing in the end. And just again, as a global perspective, we stand with the same results. So we have the Portuguese variety that was used as a control, as an outlier here. So it stands very differently from the other varieties collected from Guinea-Bissau. And the ones that you see with the yellow dot below are Oryza glaberrima, the other ones being Oryza sativa. So apparently there is no separation according to the nutritional parameters that we studied that clearly differentiate Oryza sativa from Oryza glaberrima. When we do the same on polished rice, again, I will discuss the impact of polished rice later on, but now it's just to show that, again, there is the trend or the absence of clustering sativas and glaberrimas is still not there. But interestingly, the Portuguese variety is not that different from the other ones. So the putatively value of or difference from the rice varieties collected in Guinea-Bissau and used in Guinea-Bissau disappears with polishing, becoming more close to a regular rice varieties. So then I wanted to show you the individual results for each parameter across our our samples. Why? So we see the box plot with the bulk, the first and third quartile, showing the major values from these samples, the maximum and the minimum, of course. But what I wanted to highlight is the control in red, which is the Portuguese rice. We call it the control for this study. And the blue line below is the range that we collected from the literature, from literature review, what is reported for rice worldwide. We did it for rice worldwide, for rice in West Africa, sativa in West Africa, and Glaberrima and in West Africa, but the results are so scarce in West Africa that we decided not to use it because they will, and in some cases, they were not trustable. So we are using the ones from global analysis, mostly from Asia, and this can explain some discrepancies that you would observe. But for the micronutrients, for the protein content, for example, we see that the Guinea-Bissau varieties fall within the normal range, including when comparing to the Portuguese variety, have less with the fat content. They have higher fat content compared to the normal varieties, but lower when compared to the Portuguese one. The Portuguese one is, in fact, particularly high in fat. About fiber, again, on the upper side of the range that is reported as the fiber content for rice varieties, and above the Portuguese rice variety. For starch, below the reported varieties worldwide, including the Portuguese one. So the maximum observed in Guinea-Bissau varieties is similar to the Portuguese variety, which is on the bottom part of what is reported in worldwide for rice. So Guinea-Bissau varieties are low in starch. Vitamin B, lower than the average, but higher than the Portuguese. Vitamin B1, sorry, B2 similar. Again, B3, so, and vitamin A. So these, for the vitamins, the rice varieties have usually higher content than the Portuguese variety, but lower content compared with the varieties that are reported in the literature, again, mainly from Asia. So probably selected aromatic rice that has higher income in vitamins values. So for the minerals, in brief, I will not now we know how to read the maps. On the magnesium, low magnesium, medium potassium, low calcium, and a bit higher on phosphorus. But also on magnesium, potassium, and calcium below the Portuguese variety. And for the other ones, we have for copper on the average, for manganese, for example, below the usual values that are observed both worldwide and comparing with the Portuguese variety. Then we also did an antioxidant analysis for some of the samples I'm showing here, and then I will revisit this later on. And strikingly here, it is very clear that the Glaberrima rice has a very, very higher antioxidant capacity when compared with the sativas. Then for a selected set of samples, we did a more in-depth functional analysis, including all the parameters that I just showed, plus the amino acid profile, the antioxidant capacity, and I think that's it. And we observed this. In this cluster, if you see the B's in the first part of in the initial of the name is brown rice, and the B's is polished rice. So it's very interesting to know that when we conduct a functional analysis, this Yandaguinea variety V29 shows a completely different pattern, both in brown and polished rice. So the polished and the brown cluster together, while generally for the other ones, the polished and the browns are clustered apart. So something is very different in this V29 variety from Yandaguinea. When we look at the amino acids profile, this is after standardizing the data, we can understand that. You see, this is this purple line across the set of amino acids, and we can see that this is quite interesting because some of the histidine, leucine amino acids that will be very important for diets that are based on cereals, and particularly for cognitive development, are higher in this variety generally. So we went look to just the amino acid profile, and again we have the same pattern. The V29 variety is clustered in its single cluster. So the difference that we can observe comes mainly, or it is explained by the amino acid profile and the protein content. But we also see this azure that also clusters together, although with a lower Euclidean distance. But the rest of the varieties are quite homogeneous. The V29 is the one that we should look into the detail. So this is again the same result. So how we can based on this map on this screen, we can highlight and then in the end we can discuss why is this important. That some varieties clearly have low protein content, like the Yandaguinea varieties RD15 and V56, the cow black, which is widely used, and the MALMOM and cotton preto, lower protein content compared with the others. Aninha has low fat. Several of the EKEs that we tested show low fiber content. All of the EKEs, low fiber content. Arica 6 from African rice, low vitamin B1 and low vitamin B2. And then on the positive side, the varieties from the Yandaguinea VG29, V56 and RD15 have higher vitamin B3, Malu Raça Bissau higher iron content, Aferenc, which is Dois Cascas, high zinc content, and globally all varieties from Guinea-Bissau showed very high phosphorus and sulfur. So we had another question, which is there a difference between species and regions? Well, I will show the statistical results, and we did it very carefully and very accurately, but there is a huge variability on the samples. So these results should be taken carefully. We could identify using the Mann-Whitney U-test is a non-parametric test. The samples were not observing normality. So we observed differences between Oryza sativas and Oryza glaberimus only on fat content, with glaberimus showing less fat than sativas, and potassium. Again, glaberimus having lower potassium rates than sativas. On the polished rice, the trend on the opposite side. So on fiber, glaberimus with a higher content of fiber, and the zinc, again, glaberimus with a higher content of zinc. But again, I should underscore that the bar from the glaberimus on the polished rice is very thin, so it may reflect sampling, and these results should be carefully interpreted. All other parameters showed no difference between glaberimus and sativas for our sample. For the regions, on the brown rice, potassium and vitamin B shows a difference between samples from Tombali and Cacheu. So going north, it seems to have a difference in the agroecology, which is not the same, which we cannot say going to the east-west. And on polished rice, again, Tombali and Cacheu show differences for potassium content and calcium levels. Again, for all the other parameters showed no difference between the regions in which they were collected. Of course, here the Portuguese variety and here it is not, they are not here. So, but I was mentioning maybe what we had to make a decision here about considering or not possible outliers. The results that I showed as box plots were considering that we have no outliers, even when a sample, a variety has a higher or a lower content, we assume that it's a characteristic of this variety. When we do an outlier analysis and exclude putative outliers from our samples, the phosphorus content, vitamin in brown samples are different between regions. The vitamin B2 and B3 in polished samples are different between regions, and the degree of polishing, I will go into there later on, is also different between species. For the regions, when we exclude possible outliers, the starch content is different between Cacheu and oil, and for the polished samples, vitamin B and magnesium content are also different from among the same regions. So again, we don't know when we have a particularly high or low level, if it's from the sample because of the variability, or if there is really an outlier. But we tend to consider that the results are real and they are not outliers. Finally, what is the effect of polishment? One of the most interesting results that we obtained was the degree of milling. So meaning the loss of mass that resulted from trying to get the samples into the same polished level. And what we see, we have here the Portuguese variety on the right side, showing a 16% of losses in the mass. That was lower than all the other samples. So when we look at the Guinea-Bissau varieties, when they go to the machine polishing, they lose high weight, an average of 21, but it goes up to 26 in some varieties. Again, the statistics, we didn't do the statistics, but I just highlighted the glaberiums. There seems to be a trend to have lower degrees of milling. Visually, we can assume, or we can hypothesize that the samples are very heterogeneous. So to get into the same polish level, some of the grains will be trashed very heavily. Okay, just some examples of on the macronutrients. What will be the impact, showing the change from brown rice to polished rice, of course, as a proportion, because this is gram per 100 grams of rice, and showing, for example, here in V44 variety from Yanda Guinea, there is almost a total loss of protein, fiber, and fat. That, of course, meaning that the starch will be a predominant. So this is one good example of almost complete loss of macronutrients. Then we have some varieties that lose mostly fiber and fat, but keep the protein they don't lose that much protein. So the loss on macronutrients will be at cost of fat and fiber. And for some others they lose very little of protein. Okay, so we have all of these results for all samples, and we again see that they are very, very different in their capacity of retaining nutrients after polishing. So as a general idea, 10 to 20% of protein is lost among the samples, 65 to 80% of fat is lost, 70 to 80% of fiber is lost. Of course, this means that 8 to 20% of starch is, it's not gained, but it's a proportion. Vitamins B from 65, but B1 90%, B2 70%, B3 85%, B3 to total loss after polishing. And on the minerals, from no loss, from example calcium or copper, to very different degrees. Zinc loses 20 to 30%, but so for magnesium, for example, 75 to 90% is lost. So there is also a difference between the minerals. And going back to this slide, now we can also see that after polishing, the anti-capacity is completely lost. So it's the yellow bars that we can hardly see. So as general implications, and then now we need the feedback from those who have some experience in the field. We can see that local preferences for specific varieties has an impact on diets and need to introduce other foods to assure food security. So if there is a region with a preferred variety, we now can map which will be the nutrients that will be missing, at least from the rice, and then can design our alternatives. Considering specific varieties, those, for example, with a higher level of iron or zinc, are particularly interesting to address hidden hunger. Also on the amino acids profiles, as I mentioned, for some amino acids. And polishing leads to major losses, both in mass and nutritional value. So this mechanical polishing of the rice should be considered, if not avoided. And that's it. Thank you.
You can continue, no, with the session, with the. The other one.
Botar aqui quieto. Acho que botar aqui. Can you hear me? No? Now it's working. I think this is mostly for people in Zoom, online, right? For those here in the Salão Nobre, I think you can hear me. Thank you for the 4 presentations, including myself. And now I think we have time for discuss a little bit on the general ideas. So we had Gabriel presenting his results about the salinity problem on the soils of Guinea-Bissau, and then having this methodology, to test the methodology to address or to quantify evapotranspiration based only on temperature, and all the implications that these results can have on the practices of the farmers, including by knowing the freeze-salt period, allowing to recommend that the population should start preparing and transplanting very early. So this was a very important one. Then Matilda Also on the soil. For Matilda, I don't have notes because I think I don't need it. She described the soils in Guinea-Bissau on the tidal and associated mangrove, what will be the most impactful factors, impacting productivity, of course, and then suggesting and evaluating some amendments with composts on the nurseries, and also using weeds as bioindicators for, I would say, assist. It can be useful to assist agroecological transitions. Then Sophia told us about the incidence of pests and diseases and fungi first she mapped in Africa, and then she went to see in Guinea-Bissau and in the rice. And she now has a good map that can be used for devising or developing hopefully integrated pest control management. And then I presented the results from nutritional quantification in rice varieties. We didn't have time for questions and comments for this presentation, so I would open the room for if anyone has a comment, a question for each one of the presenters, and then we can.
Yes, hello. Well, thank you everybody for the presentation this afternoon and this morning. I just one concern related to the climate change implications. I don't know if you have real data of the rate of the change in the country, because I think it's one of the most sensitive countries in the world in risk in the short, medium period. I don't know if you have real data about the irregularity pattern or seasonality or percentage of reduction in precipitation, and also if the farmers are aware of this or they have another problems more daily than this. No, thank you.
Maybe Gabriel.
I don't know who wants, or probably Gabby or.
So in my opinion, I think that Orlando Mendez can explain more about the climate variability, right? So in the next presentation, he will be explaining about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So sorry. So it's okay.
Yeah. Thank you for this.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the presentations. Congratulations on the work achieved so far. I'm a non-technical person and I know nothing about this topic. So it's a very, very naive question that I would like to address to Matilda, because in one of your slides at the very beginning, you used the concept of restoring the salinity of I think restoring the fertility of the soil. And I was just wondering, I mean, it's a very, very naive question, as I said, but what kind of idea you have, or how you can have some information about how the fertility was in the past that you want to restore too?
Actually, it's a good question. Eh?
Just because I'm interested in the concept of restoring in general.
Yeah. Well, I can say just as I think the question, because we didn't evaluate in reality how it was actually in the past and how it's now, because you need to have comparative data, no, and to have properly field work done years before and now, but they are different tools that can give you indication or can give you comparison analysis. And this one, for example, when we are when we were doing the profile description, we get in the depth of the soil. So we excavated till 2 meters, and this means that we are going in more profound layers of the soil, no? And the information that comes from the profound layers is the fertility, or no, the carbon and nitrogen that is accumulated during these. No? So from there, for example, it's a point where we can take information of fertility and other soil characteristic. But also now I can think in more maybe tools that people or investigation use. No, I know. Also maybe the vegetation, the type of tidal mangrove species that are growing up also can give information. I don't know if I properly answer. See, Marina.
What farmers state is that with climate change, reduce the timing of the rainfall period, that now, and with increased temperatures, that now the soil is becoming meager, is becoming less fat, as they say, so less fertile. Also, you have, as Gabriel was able to show, much more problems of salinity. Yeah. So the upper part of the mangrove rice fields are becoming tânis vivos. I don't know, how do you say in English? Tânis vivos, totally unfertile soils. Yeah, because of salinization. No vegetation, only salt emerging. And so farmers complain a lot in relation to an increasing in fertility depletion. Yeah, we have some registers of colonial times, but since then there are no other registers.
This could be another way, you know, to ask farmers how they feel the change during the year, you know, during these years for the soil fertility. So it could be another way to have information, no? Field information.
And also a practice that was used to increase soil fertility, also reduce weed infestation and pests infestation, was the allowance of the entrance of brackish water yearly or within 2 or 3 years in the tidal mangrove fields, in the lower fields. And now, because of climate change, as they never know when the rain is going to start, and then there is a limited time for plowing, and then for accumulating water inside the plots to desalinate the soil, and then for plowing and for recharging with rainwater the plots to be able to plant, then they are no more able to do that because of climate change. Yeah. So the fertility is also reducing even in the more fertile plots.
Any other questions?
Actually, I don't have a question so much to the speakers, but to the speakers of this morning. Like because this is very technical research, while Joseph and Viriato have been in the field with the farmers. So the question is, how do you reflect on these technical details in the context of farming? I'm challenging you more than...
They were the one that they didn't want it to enter in the technical details, but they know all these technical details.
How relevant?
That's indeed a good question, and I think a good room for future collaboration. Um, I remember mentioning in the morning, and I think everyone mentioned that labor is a huge constraint. And Gabrielle showed with very thorough detail the benefit of having smaller plots for water management, comparing, for example, the northern side, which farmers have very small plots and theoretical more efficient of water. With Tombali, who have higher plots, bigger plots, and also some plots with not good water management. And one of the main finding is to recommend farmers to reduce the size of the plot. I think it's across both regions, because I think more for the Tombali and Oyo that farmers are still having bigger plots. It's good to have this finding, and the question is, how does it reflect to the labor? Because it's a constraint that reducing the plots is creating more bonds, and that on its own, it's a huge process. The other recommendation, which also an increase on labor, is, and maybe even risk management, is the recommendation of plowing and transplanting or sowing as early as possible. If you can do it mechanically, that would be great. And if you could control water also, it could be great. But both assumptions are almost impossible to achieve in our conditions, in certain extent. And not plowing and sowing all at the same time, it's a risk management practices that most farmers use. That's why they stagger sowing, even to have more time to transplant. So I think the findings are a nice room for further discussion and analysis, because they have overlaps that goes both in the same side, and some that we need to reflect more how to transfer technical recommendations into what farmers are already doing and how can they improve. The last example is with fertility. Farmers already say that if you have good soil fertility, you tend to have good seedlings, and therefore you will have you will use fewer seedlings per hill. But what is the capacity of increased fertility? The example was with upland nurseries in Oyo, but what is the capacity of increasing fertility in most, at least let's say the least, the nurseries, the upland nurseries in Kabil and Kaikene, for example, that indeed have poor soil fertility and result in poor quality of the seedlings. But if we look Kabil, we can even say, they have some cows that maybe they can do. But the area they produce nurseries and also upland farming is huge. And at which level can be feasible to cover larger areas with manure and all. But it makes sense, and it corroborates with farmers' reports. The question now is to how do we make it practical if possible? Yeah, I don't know if Joseph has a comment.
Yeah, so actually during the presentations I had more questions than, and then it's like mostly why and how, because I don't know, maybe just this the way I think. For example, with Gabriel's recommendation of transplanting and land preparing the land as early as possible, but in general farmers are very busy with other activities. For example, they have upland farms, they have other activities that doing that would have to, they would have to check Yeah, in some villages. Yeah. So, but I'm just saying it's more complex, and also with the women say resisting to adapt. But I was wondering, were they asked why they choose not to adapt?
Mike Marina.
In relation, for instance, in relation to the sickle, the use of the sickle, they said that it was faster with the knife. But if it was using the sickle, but it's impossible to be quicker. Plus, if they use the sickle, the men will help them and will do most of the work. So it's contra, it it's unexplained. It's difficult to explain, So they said, well, we used to do that way, and we like to do that way. We like, for instance, they were against threshing the rice, The men, at the same time, they introduced the sickle during the Civil War to speed the process. Then they also introduced threshing, because until then, the rice was stored in bundles. Yeah? And I was used to see, and today I can even see, the problems with storing in bundles, not only, well, previously, because there are several practices that were used until 10, 20 years, 30 years ago, that they are no longer at use. So they used to have their storage room with the platform and then the rice. But behind the platform, they would have permanently, or at least during the night, they would have fire. Yeah? And many had cats. So with the fire, that they not only had mice, but also insects were much less. But then they decided not to have fire inside the houses, because the houses would become very ugly with the smoke. And cats, not all the people like cats. So yeah, or the kids eat them as they eat the dogs. So you have a multitude of problems, and some are social. Yeah?
Yes.
In relation to your question and Ramon's question, well, if you introduce water management with PVC tubes, then and canals, yeah, then many internal canals, then you have not only more independent, you are much more independent to do your own drainage of the water. You have many more, much less conflicts with your neighbors, and you are totally independent. But the fluke and Bayot use that, but not the Balanta. Yeah. And with the PVC tubes, the main and the secondary, if you have a lot, so if you distribute a lot, it's more easy to allow again the entrance of the brackish water. And some farmers still do. I interviewed some farmers, but they are really hardworking farmers that must work a lot during the dry season to increase the depth of the canals, to increase at the same time the amount of water that they can get. And at the same time, they are increasing the depth of the canals, they rebuild the dikes. Yeah? So for those that do that, they can allow the brackish water to enter every 3 to 4 years. But now, so there is a period. So with that, you can increase fertility and you can increase water availability. In the uplands, you have another problem. You have, of course, climate change, but traditionally, for instance, these upland nurseries, the rice was intercropped with beans. And now it isn't anymore. So and now these upland fields that were abandoned, if they were planted in agroforestry systems, you know, and peanuts, beans, cassava, I don't know, what, with legume trees in areas, and even you could, if it was in shifting cultivation, then you could intercrop 1 year legumes, and then in the other, you could even introduce mechanization and produce upland rice, you know, very early, short cycle varieties, if it is in a large area, and if people, lots of people do that and can control the birds. Yeah. So there are a multitude of problems and, well, not that many solutions or proposals that can be made, but they must feel the need and they must be able to afford that kind of investment in labor, in money, and sometimes this long-term investment to reconstitute soil fertility is a long-time investment.
If I may add, I think. Yeah, so I think, my point is, so now with all these technical details, the next heavy work would be putting them into context. And that, yeah, so, yeah.
Okay, I will take these words and I don't know, I think there is no more questions directed for these presentations. Yeah? You have? Okay, good.
Were that local varieties had less starch and protein content than worldwide varieties.
Starch,
were these...
protein, not that.
Okay.
Starch.
But even so,
which is good.
Yeah. Even so, but these other varieties that have higher starch or protein content, are they modern varieties, improved? I believe they are all improved varieties, and perhaps some of them are genetically modified for having increased the contents of that. If they are improved varieties, they need lots, and they are cultivated under heavy external inputs addition. Yeah. So there is a difference. This is agroecology.
Sure. Yeah.
But at the same time, I was wondering, because I know I read a colonial paper. I can't remember if it was Espírito Santo. No, Carvalho, I can't remember, who compared the starch and protein, and who made a rough characterization of varieties cultivated in Portugal with varieties cultivated in Guinea-Bissau, and arrived to completely opposite conclusions. What do you think that is different from there to now? Is it a problem of the lab, or, you know?
No. Yeah.
Better capacities to analyze, or what?
It can explain, but we're not comparing with Portuguese varieties, regular ones. It's a red rice variety of high value used in Alentejo. We choose the best, one of the best varieties in Portugal for comparison. If we use regular ones, for sure, the values will be below. The comparison, or the trying to map the contents in what is global rice was done through literature review. The Portuguese sample was just to, let's get one very, very good, very expensive rice from Portugal, and let's put it in the analysis. So under the same lab conditions, and for that the Guinea-Bissau in some cases are lower, and it's red rice. So yeah. So but for other it is
higher.
We analyze, because at first I asked if we could analyze the content of amylose versus amylopectina. Did you shift to analyze that? Was your shift?
No.
So one of the most important. Another concern that I had is in relation to regional comparisons. I believe that we should not do that. I believe that we should not do that because even when the varieties have the same name, they are populations, and only when Viriato has his results, even when Viriato has his results on the genetic characterization of the varieties, can we have an idea? But even so, you know, from one village to another, you may have differences because they are populations, and the amount of varieties that we analyze is so tiny because it's so expensive. We have to select, and yeah, in relation to regional, you know, I believe
I totally agree. That's why I made the disclaimer.
Yeah.
So I totally agree.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, now that we're talking rice quality, so I'm more at my normal turf. A question for me is, have you corrected or have you looked at grain sizes? Because your germ adds a lot of the goodies and your endosperm adds only starch. And so if you have smaller grains, either because of production conditions or because of a varietal trait, you'll have completely different expectations on things like fiber, fat, proteins, etc.
Yep.
So I would be interested in simply looking at the 100 grain weights of your samples compared to what is reported in Asia, but also to correct for it in a way, assuming, and you may have 1,000 grain weights, I don't think you will have measured germ sizes, which you can, but...
Yeah. I don't think so. For the weight of the 100 grains, maybe we have it. I'm not sure at this point, but there is a huge heterogeneity because of the populations. So again, it can give us an estimate, but it will not be, yeah, with replicates and yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, yeah, it's a good point. Other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask this question, but it's already done because I was with some colleagues involved in the sampling and wondering that as there is a lot of heterogeneity. Well, but I was wondering because I didn't see that in your presentation, why didn't you do analysis of arsenic? Because arsenic is a problem in Guinea-Bissau.
Yeah.
And I saw the cadmium and other heavy metals, but not arsenic.
Lab capacity. We didn't have lab capacity for that.
So the analysis of the starch was not done.
Only the starch content, but not the
For me, it was because farmers, one of the criteria of rejecting external modern varieties was their relatively their thickness, you know, things related to starch composition. So at first I asked to be done this, to understand the farmer's rejection in relation.
Are we?
Now, I would say that we will continue with Orlando, and then we will go to the coffee break. Okay, so.
Yep. Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you, Luis.
92. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Now we're gonna talk about my presentation. It talk about weather. I think it's why the place is getting hot. I am talking about weather. It's why the place is getting hot. My thesis is about agroclimatology characterization of the coastal region of Guinea-Bissau, considering recent climate change and its impact on mangrove rice production. It is my thesis, right? But today, I will present you some of my chapters about variability and the trend of onset and cessation of the rainy season in West Africa. We're gonna talk the particular case of Guinea-Bissau. My name is Orlando Mendes. I study from IGOT. My supervisor is Professor Marcelo. Is there. Okay. This work is with participation of the Professor Ezekiel Correa from IGOT also. For topics, I have 4 points. First one is introduction and objective. And then second one is a methodology after the result and conclusion. We know in Africa, the agriculture system is rampant because we don't have this system, irrigation system. About mangrove system, I don't know if it will be possible to integrate the irrigation system, but all of Africa, we don't develop the irrigation system to all kind of agriculture. But you know, in Africa, we have a lot of problems. The precipitation, variability in precipitation, variability in onset date, variability in end of date, and the duration of the rainy season. Because to select the variety to have good production, we have to know how long the rainy season will dure. If you don't have this information, maybe if you have a lot, the cycle long of variability, the variety, we cannot get a good production. But of this kind of climate will impact the production. Also, this is the challenge for farmers in optimizing the time for planting. This is one case of the all of Africa, about Africa, Occidental Africa. In case particular in Guinea-Bissau, the rice is the main produce for the rice is the main production
for all things in Guinea-Bissau. One people from Guinea-Bissau, if you don't eat rice one day, it means you don't eat anything. It's why today we don't see the rice in our, okay. Oh, about this, to help the farmer to take some decision, all over the Africa, Occidental Africa, they make some research to develop the method to help the farmer to tell them about the duration of the rainy season. They are developing some criteria to aid the farmer to decision make. We have one of criteria is named agronomic or agroclimatologic criteria. This criteria for determining onset of the date is based on consecutive rainfall. We also, one of the criteria is the climatic criteria. It's focusing in some of precipitation in some limitation space. All this criteria is to help the farmer to take a decision to know what time is good to planting. Our objective is, for this presentation, our objective is two. The first one is to determine the average onset and end of date of the rainy season in West Africa, in particular in Guinea-Bissau. The second one is to analyze what is the trend of the rainy season all over the country. The study area is West Africa, in particular Guinea-Bissau. If you see, the part of West Africa is when we have only two seasons, rainy season and dry season. You know, some part of West Africa, we have two rainy season and two dry season. We select only part where you have two kind of season, rainy season and wet season. For data, for West Africa, we don't have observation data. We use the SHIRP data. About Guinea-Bissau, we use station data to do this analysis, because it's not possible to get all of observation data all of the West Africa. It's why we use SHIRP data, and for Guinea-Bissau, in particular case, we use observation data from some station, meteorological station. The data for this presentation is about 1981 to 2020. For Guinea-Bissau, this data come from National Institute of Guinea-Bissau, where I presently work. For the criteria to determine how we can say this date corresponding the date of onset. The first criteria is, in same place, we observe the precipitation equal or greater than 20 millimeters. We can say this day is day for planting, but we have add some criteria. If the following 30 days, we don't have a spell day. In 30 days, we don't have to have a spell day more than 10 days. For example, today we record 20 millimeters. We can say today is the beginning of the rainy season. We can plant. But in following 30 days, we don't have to have 10 days no rainfall. If you find it, it means this date is not appropriate to declare beginning of rainfall. For the end of rainfall, we use a bilan hydric. Water balance. French say bilan hydric. In this bilan, we say when we don't have the measure in the soil is less than 1 millimeter, we can declare this date is end of rainy season. For evapotranspiration, every day we lost 5 millimeters. It means, for example, today is last rainfall. We have 7 millimeters. In every day, we lost 5 millimeters for evaporation. When you have less than 0.05 millimeters in the soil, we say we can declare we don't. This is the end of station. This is the two criteria we choose to determine where you can say this is the start of raining or this is end of rainy season. For analysis, use Instat Plus, Instat Plus, and some tools to make data to do this analysis. For the statistical, we use main candle, no parametric test to evaluate the trend of this change with 5% significant level. About the result, we say this is the all of Africa, Occidental Africa. We can see the rainfall increases south to north. If you look at the north to south, the rainfall is decreasing. The north to is increasing the north to south. For east west, we have also the same problem. The rainfall decreasing west to west. But if you look at for particular case in Guinea-Bissau, it can show in the south part of Guinea-Bissau, you have a lot of rainfall if you compare in the part of the north of the country. In total, this part, you can see the rainfall vary between 230 millimeters in the north part of the Senegal. For the Liberia, we can get 3 or more thousand of millimeters by year. It means this value decreasing if you go to top to West Africa. At this, we analyze the average of onset date for this period and also average of cessation of the rainfall. We say, if you look at the map, we can say the rainfall, this first one represent the average of onset data. All part, we have blue. Another part, we have something like yellow. It means we have a lot of variability of onset date in all of Africa, West Africa. But in case particularly, we see the blue part, so this is south of part, the rainy season began in the south to the north. In the May, in the south of this part, we have the start of rainy season. This rainy season move toward to the north of the stud zone. It means the rainy season begins in May in the south of this part to the July in the north. For the cessation of the rainfall is the contrary, is star to the north to the south. This kind of thing is like ITD. The movement of the ITD, the south to the north, where you get maximum in the earth, it began to the south. It's why the rainy season began in first time May at southeast part. And end of season start to north to south. It's why we have a duration of season more than south in compared to the north of this part. It's like also average of cessation of the rainy season. We have more day in the south than the north, if you compare in the north. Standard deviation for onset date is 4 to 55 days. About cessation of, we have less variability about cessation of rainfall if you compare that with onset. This is the duration of the rainy season. The duration of the rainy season is more important in the south, this part of the state, and less in the north, because the rainy season starts in the south, move toward to the north, and the cessation of the rainy season become the north to the it's why we have more day, the rainy season, more day in the south if you compare it in the north. It's between 52 days to 2020 27 days in year. And then we try to see if this trend are significant all of Africa, West Africa. We see in the yellow part, so the rainy season start late if you compare this about the historical data. For the end of season, we can say the cessation of raining become more or less. It's why we have significant tendance in the left, in the right, left. It means the rainy season is getting short by 3 or 4 days per decade. Every 10 years, we can lose 3 or 14 days, the duration of rainy season. It's very important to know for the peasant, because losing almost 2 weeks of rainy season is very important about selecting the kind of variety derived to agriculture. This is the case of particular case of Guinea-Bissau. In this case, we try to analyze some station, the start of raining, the end of raining, and the duration of the raining. Can you see? Friend, we can see in mean of station, we have decreasing of duration of the station. In the north, we can see this possibility, this kind of thing more than if you compare it in the south. It means we lost, the duration of the station is getting short all over Africa. You can, in Bissau, in Bolama, the situation is more or less stable. But if you compare in the east, Bafata, in Oyo, like Mansoa, Bisora, we can say the station, the duration of the station is getting less. I don't know why this part not come. No, I don't know. Okay. About conclusion, I don't know what the conclusion you don't want to, to come here. We can say the rainy season in West Africa began from May to July, moving from south to north with the intertropical discontinuity, and end from September to November, reversing the north to the south direction. These results are significant. We can, in this context, we see the big variability south to the north. In the north, the duration of the rain is 42 days to 106 days. In the center of the south area, we can show the duration of the season is 116 to 180 days in the central. For the south, the duration of the season is more than 180 days. This chronology is good to peasants to make decision what they have to do, what kind of variety of cycle they have to cultivate. If they have information about forecast, because all years we have a forecast for the rainy season. What kind of season we'll have? If this year we say it will have a good rainy season, then the peasant can put the variety with long cycle. If the season is not good for this year, they can change what kind of variety they can cultivate. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Orlando. Mati? Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if you are too tired and you want us to have the break now and have a coffee, or we can continue with the last online presentation, and then we will be back to have an interesting talk with Dominic. So it's up to you, I think. What do you prefer? We continue and then we have a break? We finish and then yeah, it's okay? Okay, try to be okay. Jesus? Where is Yeah, I was, yeah, and we do the coffee break at the end. Apparently, we should make the coffee break now because the colleague, yeah, exactly. So, and we turn back
Mati.
in 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Huh? Yeah.
Mati. Hi.
Hola, Jesús.
Ya,
¿Todo
ya.
bien? ¿Me escucha?
Sí, sí, lo escucho bien, Gabo.
Vamos a hacer un
Estaba
coffee
esperando
break.
que me dijera.
Después de coffee break, volvemos aquí y comienza con la presentación. ¿Está bien?
Ok.
Está bien. 15 minutos y volvemos. ¿Está bien? Gracias, Jesús. Jesús.
Hola.
Vamos a hacer una prueba y puede ver. Creo que ya tiene acceso para compartir.
Ok, voy ahí. Permiso. Ujú. Me dice si logra observarlo.
Hola, modo presentación.
Ajá, voy ahí. Dice si ve.
Sí, se ve bien. Ok.
Ok.
Todavía no, espere. Ya casi le aviso cuando comience.
Sí, sí. Tranquilo.
Well, yeah, let's continue with this last session. And our colleague Jesus Cesmet from Costa Rica, he will present an approach based on synthetic aperture radar optical image for monitoring rice growth in the mangrove rice in Guinea-Bissau. So, Jesus, are you listening?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Can I
perfect.
start? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to, before I start the presentation, I want to apologize if you listen roosters, if you listen chickens, if you listen birds, or something like that, because I'm in a rural area of Costa Rica, so probably you can listen to these kind of things.
Jesús, queremos
this
verte,
case.
por favor.
I already activated the camera, so I don't know if why you can't see me, but I will start the presentation. Later we can solve it. Basically, today I want to show you the results of my thesis project that has the name of approach based on synthetic aperture radar and optical images for monitoring rice growth in mangrove smart rice sites in Guinea-Bissau. This presentation will have different sections. We will start considering the business understanding. This is related with the aspect that I'm sure that your college already explained, that is the development of mangrove rice production in Guinea-Bissau. Usually is this the development in areas that was, in this case, mangrove, and are so close to the river branches and needs to use the case of leaks to avoid the case of affections considering the tides and all these conditions in the rice development. So in considering these aspects, the mangrove swan rice productions implies a lot of challenges related with the capacity of the farmers to have efficient water management and have agronomic process that implies solve different conditions associated with the development of the rice. And also it's relevant to consider that how my colleagues already said, the rainfall is a relevant aspect to have the capacity to make this process of production. So irregularities in the rainfall implies also challenges to make the production of the rice. And considering, for example, that we had the rice production so close to the river branches, for example, they have affections related with the floods and inundation process that implies dikes broken and things that affects the rice production in the study area. Your objective when we start to develop this work is develop a tool that allows you to make a monitoring. I want to be clear in this because we want to make a monitoring of the rice growth in the time, focusing in two aspects. In this case, sowing and harvest dates, and considering the use of two different satellite sensors. In this case, a synthetic aperture radar sensor, that is the case of Sentinel-1, and an optical sensor that is PlanetScope. The study importance when we start to develop this work was considering that we have different challenges associated with the rice production in the study area. We started thinking about how we can improve or make more efficient the monitoring of the rice. So these aspects allows you or give you this idea to work with a condition of using remote sensing, because they have one aspect that is relevant to say, that they have a low technological development considering the tools that they have to make the rice production. So the remote sensing plays a crucial role to make this, considering the aspect that we focus in the sowing and harvest date and try to make this like a calendar determination of the areas. So the tailored agriculture calendars could help to make or enhancing the decision making, improve the conditions related with the weather variability of the climate change, and also improve the resilience to the climate change in the study area. The next section is a characterization of the location when we did this work. Basically, we start to make this work considering 2 years, 2022 and 2023, in a village of Elarab in the northwest of Guinea-Bissau. It's an area that implies a high climate and rainfall variability in the time with vulnerability to the climate change. So this implies the challenges to develop this work. The field data that we considered to develop the predictions of the sowing and harvest dates to the study area was based on 2 big aspects: the farmers' availability to recollect data also, and the assistance of the project, and representation of different areas inside the study, inside the production area, because we have different conditions inside the location of the village. So we want to obtain all the possible data to make this characterization. Considering the satellite data that we have available, we consider the use of planet scope, that is an optical sensor with a temporal resolution that is not real-time monitoring, but we try to make a monitoring of the rice be close in almost possible to the real-time monitoring of the rice growth. And also we consider the use of Sentinel-1 as a radar sensor to make the development of this work. So considering that the data understanding, we have different conditions inside the study area. We have salt concentrations that implies variability in the space and in the time. We have the aspect that this change implies variability in the growth and the phenological stage of the plants, in this case of the rice crop. So we need to consider that usually, for example, the calendar crop will be affected based of these aspects. But usually we can say, for example, that the transplanting or the sowing moments that they do in the field happens usually in the 3rd and the 4th week of August, and the harvest usually happens in the last weeks of December. I want to say that if it's possible to remember this aspect, I appreciate it, because we will see in the results of issues related with the capacity of the model to make these predictions, and related mainly with the harvest dates. Considering that, how I already said, we have different conditions in the study area that imply variability, we make a spectral characterization of the study area, and we try to, for example, use the NDVI, that is an index that allows you to tell about the chlorophyll conditions in the and the condition of the rice growth in the study area. We have the different locations of the plots that we consider for both years, and we can see, for example, for the 2022 and the location of the plot 2, for example, we have for the same time, we have, for example, the case of the NDVI at the moment of the sowing or the transplant moment at the harvest, and the max value of the NDVI during the season. So we can see that we have different values for the same conditions or for the same time. So imply different conditions for the different plots that we consider to develop this work, and allows you to say that we can make a characterization of the variability of the plots and the rice growth in the study area. The next section is the methods that we consider to develop this work. Basically, we can group them in 3 big groups. In this case, the data preparation, the model training, and the model evaluation, that I will explain later more in detail. We need with starting with the data preparation, basically was to prepare the optical data in different satellite indices that can allows you to make a characterization of the spectral behavior in the time and in the space. For the case of PlanetScope, this was the selected indices. Despite considering that we have a lot of indices to make this process, we select the indices most informative to make the characterization of the spectral data or the rise road. And after that, we make also the same thing with the Sentinel-1. We obtain despolarization data, we obtain different information related with the behavior of the vegetation. So we make this process to make the characterization of the spectral data. So I already said that we make a selection of the most informative indices and parameters. This was based on two biggest steps. We start to make a extraction of the sequences to the plots that we want to use for create the model. So we start making a correlation analysis, and we discard the indices that shows the high correlation to avoid the multicollinearity inside the model. The second step was to create the principal component analysis and make a biplot representation to see the variation of the indices in the study area, and try to select the indices that allows you to prioritize the indices that display more the relevant parameters and indices inside the model. Here is part of the results, but it's basically to say that here is the images that we select, the indices that we select, for example, for the PlanetScope and Sentinel-1. The model selected, the selection of the model was based on two big aspects, basically the capacity to make a characterization in a temporal data, considering that we have time series data, and the second, the capacity to make right predictions or predictions that allows you to make predictions of the sowing and the harvest date, considering a model that can avoid the computational problems that imply sometimes the use of 3D convolutional neural networks. And this was the model that we select. We started working with a 3D convolutional neural network that allows you to make this characterization. And these kind of models give you this capacity. If you see the parameters and the different indices that we select, you see that we have 5 indices, but in this case, we have 6 channels inside the model. This implies that we add, in this case, a Julian day, considering the time series of the satellite data, to help the model to have a better characterization in the space and in the time of the variations of the spectral data. How we train the model? Basically, to train the 3D convolutional neural network, we use 2 steps. The first step was considering a grid search to find the best hyperparameter combinations, considering the epochs, the criterion, the loss, and all these kind of parameters of the neural networks to make or try to obtain the best parameters to make or to create the model. I want to say one aspect relevant here, that is, we have 5 plots, so we discard only one. We leave only one to make an independent validation and try to create a base model with 4 plots, and later make the validation with the last plot, with the plot that we put out completely of the model. So this was the second step that we apply in the creation of this model. The next section is the results or evaluation of the models. Basically, I will show first the case of PlanetScope. We found, for example, errors in the root mean square error case, like 12 days in the predictions in the case of the errors. And for example, for the case of Sentinel-1, we found errors in the root mean square error of like the 47 days. So this allows you to say that we will discard Sentinel-1 to show you the results of these presentations and focus only in the case of PlanetScope. Here is the estimated sowing and harvest date for both years in the case of 2022 and 2023. And here we have, for example, I want to say this aspect because if you see this image, you see that the prediction is associated with the second week of February to the prediction of the harvest days of 2022. This implies that this area is so far for the usual condition of the calendar crop that we see that we already see in the image in the previous slides. So I want to explain that later in the next slides, but this is part of your results. The next section will be the discussion. the discussion will be focused in three main aspects. In this case, the agronomic management of the production calendar and how the results is associated with that, the quality and uncertainty in the temporal maps that is associated with the source of errors and some aspects related with the floats, the technical aspects of the model that is related with, for example, the type of kernel that we selected or the type of model that we select, and the satellite data that we use to create this model, or to create the results. And when we start talking about the agronomic management, the literature talk about that the aspect that is relevant to the crop monitoring and the planification and how this can help in the decision making and how the creation of this kind of results can helps to obtain more accurate calendars and improve the management and the resilience to the climate variability in different study areas. And this is aligned with the things that we obtain in the research. Because, for example, we have the case that how my colleagues already say that the rainfall, the labor, and the soil salinity conditions implies that the agronomic management and the for example the transplanting or the sowing moments will be affected by these aspects. So this is part of the things that we want to help creating this kind of research. Because, for example, in the case of the results, we found one aspect, for example, for 2022 that was related with a specific aspect, that is that in the areas of the associated mangrove that usually shows low soil salinity conditions, the sowing happens first in the time, and later in the tidal mangrove, we have a delayed planting that is related with the need of have more store more water or make more harvest of water to make a dissolution of the soil conditions of the plots, and that allows the case of the make the transplanting in the fields. The quality and uncertainty of the results. How you already said, or how you already saw, part of the results say that we have 12 days of absolute error in the predictions, for example, for the case of planet scope. So your results is aligned with this. For example, previous researchers that we found in the literature found, for example, for the case of Japan, that is usually a country that makes production of rice. For example, research that was already developed in this country shows, for example, like 9 or 10 days of errors in the root mean squared error, and your result is aligned with this kind of aspects. That allows you to say that your model has the capacity to make the predictions, but another aspect that I want to say that is we found some problems in the capacity of the model. So, for example, we have the NDWI, that is an index in the case of planet scope that we try to adapt to make the monitoring of the rice water, of the water bodies in the study area. So, for example, we found that high values that is associated in this case with blue colors shows the presence of water bodies. So you can see the river branch or this section that shows high blue values. So in this section of the study area, we found, for example, the problem that we already see, that we have predictions that is like in February of 2023 that is part of the sowing of the harvest prediction days for the season 2022. So we had a problem here. When we developed this model, we started thinking what could be the source of this error, and we found that was the case of a float that happens in the first week of November of 2022. And here we have values associated with the NDWI that implies the presence of floats, and this affects the capacity of the model to make the predictions, because the 94 of the harvested area for 2022 happens in December, and these areas are completely out of the usual calendar conditions, and so implies that are unreadable. Another error source that we found here was the continuous versal areas in the study area. That implies that if we have all the time bare soil, we don't have any sense in the predictions, and this was part of the case that we obtained in the predictions of the model. The last section of the discussion was focused in the aspect of the capacity of the model to make the predictions. The model have the capacity to make or capture the temporal variations and make a balancing accuracy and computational cost in the predictions, because this kind of model usually takes or implies a high capacity to make to use computational process. So this was a key to develop this work, because we need to find or make or have the capacity to make this kind of aspects, considering a high performance model. Another aspect that we found in this kind of research is the aspect that Planet the Scope outperforms Sentinel-1, but this aspect is related with one aspect of the conditions of each sensor that is related with the spatial and temporal resolution. If we have more images in the time, satellite image in the time to make the monitoring, and we have more detailed images for make this, will allow us to make better predictions. And this was part of the thing that we obtained in the case. Planet the Scope is 3 meters in the temporal in the spatial resolution, and the 3 days in the temporal resolutions. In the case of Sentinel-1 is 10 meters and in the spatial resolution, and 6 days or 12 days in some moments of the years, considering the temporal resolution. So this was part of the aspect that we discussed. Considering the last section is the conclusions and recommendations. We have the summary key findings. Basically, your model demonstrates the capacity to make a monitoring in the time and in the space of the sowing and harvest dates. We obtain like one case that is the outperformance of Planet Scope in the case of Sentinel-1, which allows you to make a better or more detailed monitoring in the case of Planet Scope. We use a model with a kernel or conditions of the model that allows you to obtain a capacity of predictions in different scenarios, and also avoiding the problems of the computational aspects. And finally, we found some source of errors associated with inundations or floods and bare soil areas. Recommendations considering this work is needed to improve the model, adding in this case or keep the computational efficiency in the short term and processing and incorporating the inundations like element to be considered inside the model to reduce the prediction errors. Try to make this model or this kind of tools operational to different institutions and researchers. I know that this is a challenge because this kind of works implies computational aspects, implies a knowledge, implies as other aspects, but we need to be encouraged to try this integration or encourage the integration of these methodologies in this kind of institutions, and also try to apply this not only in the case of the labs and also in other areas of Guinea-Bissau. Finally, they needed or have or consider the future works that we need to consider. In this case, the integration and inundation events in the models, try to apply this kind of tools like annual crop inventories to make a diagnostic of the rice production, and try to apply this in like a support in agriculture policy and food security assessments. And finally, apply this kind of methodology in a broader areas in a different kind of crops and ecosystems, and apply this framework in different scalabilities sections. And basically, this was my presentation. Thank you so much. And any question, I'm here to answer it.
Thank you so much, Jesus. So now let's get to the last part and invite Dominic Glover. Yeah, and he will make comment and resume on MALMOM's project transdisciplinarity, insights in the mangrove rice farming and the surrounding AKIs. So where do the skills reside? So let's see where do the skills reside.
Microphone on? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks very much, everybody. Coming from Northern Europe, I've found this room to be very warm and very stuffy today. So I know that I'm probably almost the last thing standing between us and some fresh air and some relaxation. But I'm very pleased to be here. And my talk today is, where do skills reside? A commentary on the MALMOM project's transdisciplinary insights into mangrove swamp rice farming and the surrounding Akis. So I gave myself a rather difficult task without really having gone through all of the publications that are already coming out of the MALMOM project, but listening to the presentations in real time and also looking stuff up on Google Scholar and so on. I've been making notes in real time today, and I'm trying to reflect on MALMOM's achievements and its transdisciplinary insights, the integration of disciplines and methods and forms of knowledge. The first thing I want to do is really to congratulate Marina and all of the researchers involved for what I think is a really, well, Paul Richards described it as a really fine project. And I think that that's true. I think that achieving this kind of productivity and quality, addressing the topic from such a range of different directions. I mean, today we've heard insights across the performance of crop varieties, different planting systems, pests and diseases, soils, water, climate, nutrition. It's incredibly rich, and it strikes me, by the way, to the team that you have some issues in producing some sort of an overarching synthesis about bringing all of this work together. So I'm very proud to have had a very minor association with the project, and after listening and reviewing some of the materials coming out of the project, I'm rather disappointed that I wasn't able to be more deeply involved, and in particular, I'm sad that I didn't get the opportunity to go to the field myself, which reminds me that at the time the project was launched, the United Kingdom was going through its Brexit trauma. And at that time, it wasn't clear whether we would be able to participate in Horizon and other European projects. I'm grateful that that is now resolved, but it did, among other things, mean that I wasn't able to join this project in a more substantial way. But that's how these things go. Okay, let me move on. There's a QR code there, which some of you who have live connectivity you might like to click on, but I'm going to do a little bit of self-advertising of our very brand new collection of papers, Skill and De-skilling in an Uncertain Agricultural World, which is the current June issue. I say current, very nearly at the end of June now. Volume 54, issue 2. And it's through this lens that I've been reflecting on MALMOM and transdisciplinarity. And let me tell you a little bit more about the collection. So this is the set of 8 papers. I'm not going to go through all of these titles, but I will say that I'm really delighted and thrilled that we had such an interesting and well-written and high-quality set of papers. I am going to apologize that it is rather male-heavy, which was not for want of trying to recruit some women authors, people who've written about skilling and people that we've learned from. But it does tell us something about the gender balance in science, because unfortunately the people we asked were unable to contribute because of things like care responsibilities and so on. So there's a lesson for us all there. But we did have a super paper from Sarah Kramer, and they cover a range of different topics, a range of different empirical fields. These are more reflective papers rather than presenting empirical research. But I commend them to you if you're interested in skilling and de-skilling. So the contributions to this special issue, they have a lot to say about what skills are, about skills, techniques, about knowledge, about decision-making, about practices, and they trace movement in thinking from the idea of skills as an individual attribute, as a particle of sort of human capital, as it's often known in sort of neoliberal discourse, to thinking about skills, thinking more about skilling and the skilling environment and the skilling dynamic, about skilling as a property of systems, a property of production systems, a property of cultures, a property of practices among groups of people. Shedding some light on the technographic concept that cognition, as well as action, is something performed by groups and not just by individuals. So we had some talk in the papers about the skilling process, the skills ecosystem, the networks of relations within which skills exist, and how skills are practiced, how they're produced, how they're refreshed and renewed, and which, through a technographic lens, in this concept of distributed cognition, which Viriato referred to earlier today, distribution of cognition and action within a task group across time and space and within a community of practice, where the skills are performed through a network of relations. And by the way, in Thomas Daum's paper, let me just go back to the previous slide. So Thomas Daum had a paper on digitalization and skills in agriculture. And he talks about digital agriculture and precision agriculture, and how the networks that produce knowledge and skills can include non-humans. Of course, they always have included non-humans. Nowadays, we have to think about digital non-humans, algorithms, robots, drones, remote sensing from satellites, and so on. So in our introductory paper, my colleague, my emeritus colleague, Jim Sundberg, and I wrote that skill may be understood as a feature of production processes, such as tasks, techniques, operations, transformations, production chains, of communities of practice, such as task groups, occupations, professions, or of technological cultures, social, political, and economic institutions. And in fact, it's linked to all three. That's a rather telegraphic statement, so if you want to debate me, we can do that. But this leads me now to thinking about what we've heard today about the transdisciplinarity of the MALMOM projects, the skills involved in transdisciplinary research. And we heard this morning about how our assumptions and beliefs and conventions can sometimes get in the way of really seeing what's in front of us. Joseph's talk referred to this, and Paul Richards' commentary also referred to it. I appreciated the way there was some talk about unlearning things and about just returning to your basic senses. In fact, I remember having a conversation many years ago with Paul when he was my boss, that one of the key things that we try to drum into our early career researchers when they're going out into the field is actually just to try to observe as dispassionately and as neutrally as you can without trying to impose your understanding. So the first thing you need to do is sort of immerse yourself and observe and listen and watch before you start leaping to judgment. So it's a sensitization to different ways of learning, and that can involve trying to understand the knowledge system and the institutions that other people in this environment are inhabiting, trying to inculcate a more horizontal kind of collaboration between the scientists and farmers and fishers, as we've heard about in the MALMOM project. So we're talking in a way about ways of connecting the field to the laboratory and to the library. We're talking about ways of connecting practice and theory, about ways of connecting cognition and action, and about connecting diagnosis to innovation via experimentation, which involves a number of different entities in a learning system and a knowledge system coming together to ask questions, to devise experiments, to carry out those experiments, to collect data, to do the interpretation. So Paul Richards was talking earlier about how human beings, when they're engaged side by side in sort of problem-solving activity, they usually don't have a very big problem in working out a common understanding of what the issues are and devising practical strategies to engage with them. But there can be problems in communication and understanding when people fail to recognize that they themselves have been institutionalized, and that belonging to any kind of an institution colors the way you see the world. It affects your assumptions, your focus, your blind spots, your biases. And this is where I think transdisciplinary research, if we genuinely take it seriously, can be triumphant. It can be about collective knowledge making, a collective innovation, people coming together in a spirit of collaboration and egalitarianism and conviviality, with a range of different skills and knowledge to investigate problems and troubleshoot. Now, coming back to our special issue on skilling and de-skilling, we made the point that one might usefully think about different types of skills in order to understand why skill is not simply an attribute of, for example, somebody who has a PhD, which macroeconomic planner might say this is a sort of unit of skill, and it can cross borders, and you can invite talented immigrants to come to your country and contribute to your human capital. And instead of thinking purely about the individual knowledge locked inside people's brains, we might break down skills at least into these kinds of know-how. I mean, know-how is a common expression. The others on the slide: know what, know when, know why, know who. We didn't invent those terms, I'm not saying that, but they're less commonly used, and they're certainly not used in common English the way the term know-how is used as an alternative for skills. So let me just talk briefly about the types of skills shown on the slide. Well, know-how, as I've said, this is where I think we might think of technique in its most specific sense. So it's a set of gestures, manipulations to transform matter. There are also techniques that are mental techniques, cognitive techniques, but we might think about, this is really the kind of human capital that the macroeconomists and the neoliberals are thinking of. But we also have on the slide know what and know when. And these are the skills concerned with knowing, or in fact, deciding in real time what to do. And that might imply choosing between different types of techniques, that is different know-how. Which technique am I going to use at this point? And also knowing when to do it. So we can understand that farmers use a lot of know-how, they use a lot of know what, they use a lot of know when. And all of those three things need to come together in a sequence of operations through the course of a farming season if you want to have a successful outcome. But we also have some other intriguing ones on here. Know who. This is about the space of navigating your social relationships, the things that you need to do to get your workforce into the field at the right time, to gather a working party to go and repair a dike that needs repairing. But that also needs to be negotiated with the tides and the water, as Joseph's work has shown. And then we also have know why. And I suppose this is more like the kind of what we might call the propositional knowledge that comes from theory and reasoning and from scientific experimentation that produces understandings of fundamental biological processes, biophysical processes. And I think if we break down skills into these different types of skill, we get a better understanding of what's going on in a system of practice and knowledge. I don't claim any of this is original, by the way, but it's, I think it's a useful way of thinking about it. So let's just illustrate that. I've suggested that know-how is technique, but it makes a big difference what the situation is. What is the context? And what is the activity? What is the purpose? Where are we situated? What are we trying to do? Are we in the laboratory or are we in the field? Are we in the library or in the laboratory? Are we in the field or the library? Techniques of crop establishment here, for the practitioner, the know-how, that's sort of what I've called the pure technique, would be about how to transplant. the actual physical gestures and manipulation of rice plants to uproot them from the nursery, to carry them to the fields, to transplant them, and how to separate them, how to make sure that they're not buried too deeply, all of that kind of thing. The scientist might be in the same field, but doing a different kind of activity, which is why I think we need to think about what's going on here. What is the purpose? And are we in the laboratory here, or are we in the field? What exactly is that contextual understanding of what we're doing? So the scientist is trying to set up sensors, is trying to decide where to place the quadrat, is trying to decide how the readings should be taken. And similarly, the know what, I've described this as the technical options. This is from an array or a repertoire of different options that you might choose for a given occasion. And on the left, we have the practitioner. Which method shall we use to establish the crop? So we heard about that earlier today. Choosing among different techniques. Is this occasion for transplanting, or is this an occasion for broadcasting, dibbling, or some other technique? Are we just going to let volunteer crops come up and gain some benefit from that? The scientist, also standing in the same field, which experimental design are we going to choose, and how are we going to adapt it to this particular site? So choosing among experimental designs. But let me just reiterate what I'm trying to say here is that in transdisciplinary research, you've got different people working together on a problem, but it helps to think about what is actually going on in terms of which type of skill is being used, what's the context, what's the purpose and the intention. Know when, all about the timing. When are we going to transplant? When are we going to repair the dike? What's the right time according to the tides, the flow of the water? The scientists, when are we taking the readings? How many times do we need to take readings during the season? And when are we going to collate the data? Knowing who, I've already mentioned, how do I get my working party in the field? Who in our community has got the resources? Who has the tools? Who's the most experienced farmer that I could ask about a problem that I've encountered? And this is a kind of skill that's to do with maintaining those social relations on which your livelihood might depend. Whereas for the scientist, well, they also need to navigate these social relationships. Otherwise, the whole enterprise of science falls apart. So there's the social navigation that needs to happen. Recruiting your field technicians, how to train them, how to manage them, how to make it worth their while to engage, how to negotiate your free, prior, and informed consent to navigate community approval. And then we have theory and reasoning. Now, you might have perhaps assumed that theory and reasoning is what the scientists do, but there are also practitioners' understandings about why things should be done in a particular way. Evidently, I didn't update that slide. I thought I'd saved that slide. Okay, so it's still showing the details from the previous slide. But what's the rationale for doing this thing? The theory, the reasoning, that might involve cosmology. It might involve tradition. It might involve some sort of extra scientific, extra positive ways of explaining why we do it in this particular way. That might have to do with maintaining those social relations. But anyway, so propositional knowledge, know why, it's about why to do it this particular way. So just as I come to the end, it seems to me that the MALMOM project has done some really remarkable work in transdisciplinarity. I think we also saw maybe in the afternoon that there's maybe a further step that needs to go to really tie together, for example, the climatic, the hydrology into this sort of transdisciplinary parcel for representation to people who might take up this knowledge and try to generalize it and use it in other places for their own learning beyond Guinea-Bissau, who knows. And so that brings me back to, this is, I didn't manage to capture a direct quote from Paul earlier, but he posed the challenge of how to persuade the funders, the policymakers, the decision makers, that this kind of co-produced knowledge is credible and authoritative, and in fact is probably, I would argue, should represent really the gold standard of how you actually do things. So you can discover things with genuine scientific value, genuine practical value in a collaborative process where different kinds of knowledge, different kinds of practice come together to problem solve, to troubleshoot, to diagnose, to carry out experiments. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Yeah, any question? Any question, any comment? I had just a small comment. I totally agree what you were mentioning about the methodologies applied, that they might be a lot of uncertainties, know what kind of methodology should fit this context, or it is the right methodology or no. And I remember the case of compost application, where our decision was the random distribution design. And then the first already year, we understood that for the farmers, that this was not functioning. So for us, it was okay, but for them, no. So we thought, and we accepted that what they were proposing, it was much more correct for them, and we agreed to have both experimental design, so we could understand and they could observe themselves.
Was to wait the seeds. You remember?
Exactly. So we wanted to, even exactly in the seed application, or no, in the quantity of the seed in each trial, we wanted to make it so scientifically correct and measure the seeds applied. When the farmer went, no, our hand, it's a calibration of the of the seeds we apply. We don't need to measure. So these was these kind of things that we already understood, that methodologies are not straightforward. Yeah, not always correct, and should be contextualized, of course.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm talking about, and exactly the kind of insight which I think I've got from the MALMOM project is it requires a certain amount of give and take, which is all about the social relations and about the practical reality of getting work done in the field, which can achieve different goals at the same time. But there's a certain kind of facilitation and enabling that has to happen in order for the data to be collected. And sometimes that might mean that you need to have good social relations with your community. So you say, no, we really insist that it has to be done this way. Otherwise, the project's not going to achieve its objectives. And if you have good relations with them, then they'll say, okay, well, you're the boss. We'll do it your way. But on other occasions, you might say, okay, we understand that doing it our way is creating an impossible burden for you, or there's a heavy cost. Do we really need to do it that way? So maybe we can adjust our experimental design. And I think just let me share another little anecdote. So the IDS Bulletin is our house journal, and I'm on the advisory committee, and we receive proposals from members of our IDS community and partners who want to produce an edition. So some of our PhD students have proposed to do an edition which is about the real experience of doing field work. And they put together a proposal which was nice, but it promised to deliver a lot of sort of confessional tales, colorful tales from the field about the difference between theory and practicality. And as one of the advisors, I said, this is great, let's do it, but let's press the students actually to talk about some fundamental questions about knowledge production under these circumstances, about epistemology and ontology, and how the researcher has a special role in the field. But it doesn't need to be, it can be a humble, engaged kind of role rather than a sort of hubristic and arrogant role. But nonetheless, there are some special things which the scientist brings to the field alongside the farmers. So that's yeah, what I would say about that.
Clear divide between questions made by farmers and in our case, I think there were hard science data that some of them had to collect to be able to make propositions to farmers. But at the same time, others opted for during the first year, just immerse in the field and learn from the farmers. But even, for instance, the case of Gabriel, who had to install all the hydrological stations. He, at the same time, immersed in the field, even learned how to dance with the flute. So, you know, sometimes, an illustration, these shared views, the shared questions between the farmer, he adopted farmers' questions. You know, in many cases, he was humble enough to see, no, perhaps this practice is the most, we must test, we must not criticize before testing them. Yeah. So what allowed us to get farmers to accept, of course, was that we were paying a tiny monthly subsidy of 50 euros, around 50 euros, but for them it was a lot. And at the same time, they decided to provide time and accept risks for the project in tiny experiments, of course. But in many cases, I believe that our standpoint, our main question was precisely the same, because we tried to make a convergence of to share. But they have a so in some they had to have you know, dual decisions, and you know, at the same time that they were making the kind of questions that you portrayed, they were making also the questions that the farmers themselves.
So what I would say to that is, I mean, you're absolutely right, Marina. In a way, I was conscious of this because I've literally been making the slides during the listening, and I realized, even as I was making the slides, that by this sort of stylized contrast, what I wanted to illustrate was the fact that it's not the case that the farmers have the technique and the scientists have the propositional theory. All of us are using these different kinds of skills in the field, and they're part of what it takes to actually work stuff out. So I was trying to pick up on Paul's inspiration earlier, talking about transdisciplinary research as a sort of collaborative endeavor. So I agree with you that if you're doing a really transdisciplinary process, then the questions are not separate questions. But nonetheless, there will be different pieces of the activity that are brought by different skills. And that's, and so I guess at the end of the presentation, I should have brought it back to which is in the title of my talk, in the ACIS. So what does it tell us about the agricultural knowledge and innovation system? It's that what you've described in the MALMOM project is very much not the old style of, you know, the scientific research station has already carried out all of its experiments, and then it's going out to the field to persuade and convince farmers. Instead, it's a sense that, okay, that's where the problem is, so we need to go to that place to find out what's going on and see what we might do to understand and improve, diagnose and experiment and innovate. And to do so in a way which is not linear and which is not extractive, where there's an opportunity for local people to be involved in the process and to benefit, whether that be financially or from, you know, acquiring some additional knowledge or social relations or resources of other kinds. So, yeah.
I don't know if you know Joseph's article, in which he also used the same theoretical framework: know how, know what, know when. And it might help to explain how we use that together with farmers in the process of trying to co-produce knowledge and innovations. Of course, there are many, many instances in which we tried and we failed. process.
Yeah, but you know, failure is something that happens even in old school research as well. Experiments don't work. You know, the instrument gets damaged in a storm, so you don't get any data. And then what do you do? I mean, but there's always breakdown in these knowledge discovery processes, but there are different kinds of breakdowns in transdisciplinary processes, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was thinking of a classic paper, which actually it may have been Paul who gave it to us to read at UCL, which was Alfred Schutz's Making Music Together. And now you're talking about failure. And of course, it may happen that in an orchestra, someone makes a small mistake. And then what's the role of improvisation in all that, you know? What's the room to improvise and to make immediate micro corrections and make the best out of mistakes or failures?
Yeah, so I've also been sort of imprinted with Paul Richards' ideas about performance, which I know was inspired by thinking about musical performance and the especially improvisational performance. And I guess, you know, before learning from Paul about it, like many people, I'd sort of thought about improvisation as being a kind of random activity, but it absolutely isn't a random activity. It's an activity which is based on skilled practice of learning a repertoire. Now, ever since then, I've tried to think about a distinction between saying a practice is skilled and a person is skillful, because they're two different things. Everybody has a certain level of skill, even if it's none at all, even if it's zero, okay? So you could be completely incompetent at playing the flute, or you could be very competent at playing the flute, but there's some level of skill there. So to say that a practice is skilled means, to me, if you want to have a successful outcome, some level of skill is going to be required. But so I was having conversations with Jim Sundberg when we were putting this speciality together. And by the way, I want to point out that Jim is now emeritus. He has time on his hands. He did probably 85% of the work towards pulling the speciality together. But we did have a few arguments about things. And at one point I gave him now Jim is into sailing, and we were talking about the insights that sometimes you're in a situation where even the skills of the best possible available practitioner are likely to be in jeopardy, in the sense that the situation is so hazardous that somebody who has years of experience and great skill might still fail. But who are you going to put yourself in the hands of? If you're going out to sail in a storm, are you going to go with the idiot who's never been on a boat before? Or are you going to go with the experienced sailor, even knowing that the chances are 95% that we're going to die in the storm? You're going to go with the experienced sailor. So it's like that story of the, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is the king. So it's even a small amount of skill. If the successful outcome depends on that skill, you want to gather as much of it as you can, which is, I think, is another argument why you need a transdisciplinary process. Because if you go into that process thinking that it's okay, the captain can take care of it, and I'm just going to sit back, and you know, you need to be ready to pull on the ropes and turn the rudder and so on.
Yeah. What I feel is sometimes missing in transdisciplinary research is that the researchers sometimes forget to think, what are the skills I bring here? So I hear, especially junior researchers, sometimes they're really at a loss. All of a sudden, these farmers know so much more. And then it is, either you can fall back to your assumptions as if that is your skill, rather than the training underlying it. So I liked in that sense the fact that you talk about methodology, because essentially researchers are people that have a whole toolkit and should learn to improvise what is relevant where. And so I love this example that you gave about the handful of seeds, because I remember we had exactly the same discussions with farmers, well, longer ago than I want to admit. And so what they came up with is they used not their hands, but they used the cap of a Coca-Cola bottle. And it was very easy. So the first thing that we came up with is, okay, simply do that 10 times and you know the weight. It's a very standardized thing. And the same thing, we had literally farmers throwing by hand, and we looked, okay, but this is interesting because there's kids and there's mothers. So we simply walked alongside them with a calabash and just simply every now and then scooped the seeds, counted in that case, and then put them into the holes, explaining that we wanted to understand how much they used. So you can think your methodology is not, I need to weigh or I need to count. No, the methodology, I need to know what you're doing. And then you look back at how do you get that information. And it's the same thing about, okay, so what, I like Joost's story. I try to understand why you know when to do it without a lunar calendar. And so thinking about, okay, how can I get the why behind your reasoning? And sometimes you fail, but often you can actually find it if you go back to your real research, your inquisitive mind. But I think you need to understand what is your skill. Your inquisitiveness is your skill.
Yes. Your inquisitiveness and also the toolkit that you have.
Yeah, the toolkit, yeah.
But Tjejan, I'd like to just quickly pick up specifically on the point you've made about people going to the field and then sort of forgetting that they have some special skills and knowledge to bring to the field. Because I work in development studies, and in particular working at the Institute of Development Studies. One of our most preeminent alumni is Robert Chambers, and Robert Chambers is incredibly famous in development studies for pioneering work on participation and development, participatory methods, which in a way is sort of how they talked about transdisciplinarity in the 70s, 80s. And under Robert's, Robert's work was also, besides being about participation, it was also about undermining what he called normal professionalism, getting people to be reflexive about their assumptions and about their positionality and their biases, their blindness, their blind spots. And Robert's work has been very influential to the extent that I sometimes feel that my colleagues are almost reflexively unwilling to admit that they have any expertise. We're not the experts. We don't know anything. It's the people out there, whether it's farmers or people working in a health system or whatever it might be. And I would like to push back on that, because it's like, no, you're a researcher and you have certain training, certain methods, knowledge that comes from university scholarship to understand. I want to try and learn something, to diagnose something, to carry out some experiments, and all of that, that's your skill set to be able to contribute usefully to this situation.
But you're not below, you're...
Yes, exactly, exactly, yeah.
Hello. Yeah. I'm really, I confess that I'm not a specialist, so maybe I'm saying completely incorrectly what I'm saying. So I am an anthropologist and very fond of local knowledge and of difference. But I have studied when I was, yes, I say yes, to when I was a young people science line. But after listening all what has been explained here, and not only this, but just referring to this, I should say that the Bissau peasants takes the best option nearly always. You have that what you have explained is this, is that you are just saying, okay, this was the best one. Take the salt case. When you say, okay, bigger plots can be in danger, in risk, but not in places where there is more water. What happens in Bissau? Bigger plots are in places where there is more water. So people work less and produce more. Tombali numbers. If you compare, so they have taken the good decision. But nearly in all the cases you have explained, the decision was not the best possibility in an ideal world. In this world, like mechanization. Mechanization is not a possibility. Because then you have to enter economic inputs and disaster is coming next year. So not in this moment, I don't know. Then this made me think a lot because when we arrive to this, okay, the people who have to unlearn more, and another thing very important, you have more, all the how do you say muestras, chantillo, all the samples have chosen plasticity in peasant decision. That's very important. So they are not always doing the same. And then you understand these strange probabilistic strategies they have, or at least you understand why they are there. But then the people who need to unlearn are we. We are the people who have to unlearn. The problem is that what are we going to learn? That's our problem. Because, for example, I'm completely, Viriato is here, I'm completely agree with Viriato that the main thing we can do immediately is focusing on labor. I have think this all my life nearly. But of course, if we focus on labor, we have to spoken about things we don't know. Just a very simple question that what could be in an ideal world? In an ideal world, it would be interesting that people could work in different places in the correct moment. When there is harvest, they are in the fields. When there is no harvest, it's dry season, they are in the city and they are happy also. But how to do this? Which knowledge are we producing to help them in this sense? So I think that the richness of this project is that requires you to do things you haven't done. At least I myself, I'm really a bit, I don't know the name in English, but overwhelmed. Okay, because of what to do now. It's just a comment, but.
Yeah, so I share that view because I think that in spite of praising and appreciating the MALMOM project and transdisciplinarity in general, I think it is difficult. And that's why I'm so impressed by what MALMOM has managed to achieve. And we're all familiar with the fact that because it takes time and an investment of resources to do this kind of research, that a lot of the funders are wary about doing it, especially because they very often want to pay for a certain output. We commission some research and we want some impact. And if you're doing really transdisciplinary research, you can't be too attached to the objectives, because as soon as you arrive in a community in Guinea-Bissau, for example, you might find that the people that you want to be your local partners are not interested in your objective. So which brings us back to Paul's question about how you persuade the funders and the decision makers that this is the best kind of work to do.
In English, my prior comment to your presentation. Well, I did first hand research in several countries, African countries, and in none did I meet farmers with this kind of knowledge and skills as in Guinea-Bissau, nor a farming system so complex, so high knowledge intensive as it is mangrove swamp rice farming. And even in Guinea-Bissau, there are, for instance, in the east of the country, farmers are not skilled at all. They are more pastoralists. Of course, they do agriculture, but they are much more pastoralists. So if this project was in the East, or even in Guinea-Conakry, yeah, northern Guinea-Conakry, where they lost colonial and post-colonial intervention, made them produce the major de-skilling, but also they never were so skilled in mangrove swamp rice cultivation as Balanta farmers and fruitland biota are in Guinea-Bissau. And the Balanta of Guinea-Bissau that migrated to northern Guinea-Conakry are introducing innovations, but they only work up. So if we create this kind of project in a region where farmers' knowledge, skills were much lower, of course, our role should be, had to be much more, invasive, so to say, and much less collaborative. So this is another.
I think that's an important practical dilemma and an ethical dilemma, and also I think if you focus on the vitality of the knowledge system, this is part of the debate about agricultural de-skilling, for example. That there are people who argue that modern agricultural technologies have a de-skilling effect on farmers. And what they typically mean is one or both of two things. One is that decision-making autonomy is being taken away from the farmers. And the other is that they are, because of the inputs they're using, they're no longer observing, connected with the field and the plot. And those two things can be connected together. I mean, this is why you should read the special issue, because there are some arguments pushing back against that. And I think if we think about sustainability, part of the challenge of achieving sustainability is that we're going to have to invent new sustainable ways, which means that nobody already has the expertise, and we have to try and discover the expertise and create the knowledge system that goes and practices that go with that, which requires an open-mindedness, which on the part of everybody, which is quite unusual. But yes, I think that's a very valid point. It depends on the vitality of the knowledge system. Bela.
As they were clapping.
Now, this is, I think, a discussion that has been going on like the last 10, 20 years about this interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity. And now it's fashion. You're not supposed to say interdisciplinarity anymore, but it's transdisciplinary. But that means, I think what is very, very important, if you are a soil scientist working in a project, or a physiologist or microbiologist, you have to have a problem focused approach. So even that microbiologist has to kind of know some anthropology, some sociology. That's real transdisciplinary research, that every researcher gets that amount of knowledge from other disciplines that can make it work. And then you begin orchestrating. Then you became orchestrating around that, well, problem focused or participatory research with the people for which you want to solve a problem that is maybe not yet clear what problem that is, because you want to inquire that. It's so you have to we have to build that. I think that's that kind of complexity. It's like if somebody talked about music. If Wynton Marsalis says in the jazz, no, he has been making this argument. He's also a good talker and writer. He has been making this argument. Well, I want to play that old jazz because I just don't want it to. He saw it degrading, no, into kind of a popular music without. Where's the complexity that was in that music, and which is also in the music of Bach? He said we have to cultivate that complexity in order to keep that culture going. And a lot of he has been accused, you're kind of, musicizing that old music. But I think one of his main arguments is that culture, that complexity, that openness, that kind of, like Martha Nussbaum highlights when she talks about performance and theater, that it makes people, sensible to things. And it's an open space where you can kind of almost horizontally talk about humaneness, and people become more horizontal. It facilitates a horizontal communication. I think we have to, if we want to contribute to that culture, like Wynton Marsalis also said, if you have that in mind, you have to fight for it, but it's not without costs. And it's very difficult to hang on to that. And that's what Paul also was highlighting, like, you have the institutional, if you want to make bridges, you have to fight for it, and you have to come with methods. And I think all the scientists have to kind of inquire into each other's domains. Otherwise, yeah, you do a research and then you have an outcome, and then you have interdisciplinarity, and then you pull it all together. But then what you're pulling together, maybe you pull out a lot of stuff together that was not really relevant to the problem. Usually there are some things. So I think in this project, it's also really nice if we can, from each of the researches have been done, and then looking to the more holistic, the social research, like what kind of questions emerge, what are the low-hanging fruits, what are those things that came out of the soil science that can serve a certain problem significantly, For example, maybe if we see that some rice varieties have more zinc or whatever, is that really relevant in the social conditions? If people look at their diet, if they have a lot of vegetables that they eat, who cares if those rice brands go away? They will have maybe enough. I don't know. You have to see it. Where is the added value? And I agree very much with Dominique. We all have expertise. We have these statistics to back things up, like we do in the TRICOT method, for example, that was initiated by Jacob van Eppen. So you do participatory research with a lot of farmers, and then you give them the results of their farm at their farm level in their station, like how many in their village, how many people, which varieties did people like, and they have all their story, and then say what we have as added value is that we did it with a whole lot of people in your region, and now we present the results, and we can, that's our statistics. We can add to that, do whatever you want with it, but this is, and then it's about making sure that statistics, that you kind of communicated that in a way like this is what we have, and then communicate with those. There are always farmers coming up who have had statistics in school. They pick it up very well, and they become kind of spokesman for you in that community. And yeah, so that's what I want to say.
Yeah, Bela, they're really, really interesting comments. And I think that you coming from the CGIAR, I'd really be interested to hear more, maybe not now, but about how the CG does transdisciplinarity. I mean, my personal view, this is my personal view, is that there is always a place for disciplinary research, for interdisciplinary research, for multidisciplinary and for transdisciplinary. It depends on what you're trying to do. And I think disciplinary expertise, which is what you're alluding to with the words of Wynton Marsalis, is the very highly specialized deep expertise is really important. I'm just going to very briefly give you I'm going to trespass for a few moments on everybody's time, because we recently had on the campus of Sussex University a keynote speech by a guy called Peter Dannenberg from Google DeepMind. And it was the annual lecture of Sussex AI, which is one of the so-called centres of excellence that the University of Sussex has established. And Peter Dannenberg, I'd never heard of him, but apparently he's a thinker and a talented computer programmer, and he's working at Google DeepMind. He's thinking about AI. Apparently, one of the things he does in Google DeepMind is he holds these sort of town hall meetings that 300 staff members will come and get involved in his discussion. So being on a university campus, well, a lot of us are thinking about his topic was thinking creatively and critically with LLMs, so large language models. And being on a university campus, a lot of us are thinking about LLMs in teaching and LLMs in knowledge production. So he had quite a big audience and lots of people eager and keen to hear what the guy from Google DeepMind has to say about this. Now, he started, and this is coming back to your point about Wynton Marsalis and deep skills. He started his talk by showing 3 images of sort of brain activity. And apparently this came from a paper that was published recently. He said it came from Microsoft, published recently. I haven't tracked down the paper. But they did an experiment where they had 3 cohorts, 3 groups of people were set to answer a question or work on a problem. One worked with pen and paper, one worked with Google Search, and one worked with an LLM assistant. And what was really interesting about these 3 brain maps that were put up on the slide, the first thing that struck me was that the pen and paper group and the Google Search group were almost inversions of one another in terms of where were the peaks and troughs of activity. So there were some bright red spots and there were some dark blue spots, and they were almost inverted, which was really curious. But there was activity going on. The scary one was the LLM group, because it was just crickets. There was just tumbleweed, not much going on, no real peaks of mental activity as far as you could tell. Now, I don't know, there's one experiment, I haven't read the paper, I don't know exactly when they collected this brain map data, what moment in the process. I mean, presumably preparing your prompt for the LLM, that takes some effort. But the curious thing about Dannenberg's talk was he basically put that up and then said, I think that we need to build LLMs that, instead of taking the thinking away from us, are actually provoking us, stimulating us, challenging us. In other words, they're being our critical companion. And we all were on the edge of our seat thinking, yeah, let's hear it. And he said, so now let's have a Q&A. So I really had the impression that he hasn't actually thought about it and he didn't have any of the answers. But I just share that with you because I think that this focus on knowledge systems and their sort of vitality and whether they are really continuing to renew and refresh those skills, that's what we should really focus on, because if they dissipate, you know, if mangrove swamp rice is just abandoned, then all of the knowledge system that goes with it will also disappear, and it hasn't been written down, and a lot of it is tacit knowledge anyway. So if it goes, it goes. That's it. End of story. So yeah.
With Winston Marsalis and music, there is a book on the history of blues by Albert Murray, which says improvisation is the ultimate skill. And of course, it sounds like a provocation. It sounds like something he says. But in fact, if improvisation is a skill, then we could think of modes of training it as well, of developing, you know, of if improvisation is a skill, like Albert Murray says, then we should be able to think of ways to provide improvisation literacy, to improve and foster improvisation, to train improvisation, which I think is more or less what you were saying about this.
Stepping away from the microphone. Thank you very much, everybody, for really interesting engagement.
So yeah, it's everybody listening. Do we go directly to the dining? We go all together. We organize ourselves, or everybody wants to. Eh? At 8 o'clock. Eh? Okay, so we have time, everybody, to go back to his place, and then yeah, we can send the.
Okay. No hice plus. No, no, la otra también. Dime, cuéntame, Dima. Jesucillo, ponga la cámara.
Vea, Gabrielillo. Qué fariseo.
Solo usted está ligado. Ahí está, Chesillo.
Solo yo, ¿eh? Banda, weón. Todo el mundo se fue.
La profesora quería saludarlo. ¿Va?
Oh, ok. Ok. Sorry por no llegar a tiempo, Gabo. Me hizo difícil llegar a su presentación. Gabrielillo.
Chuta, ¿qué se siente ser máster?
Qué fariseo, ¿sabes?
Máster.
No.
Sí, lo estoy pasando. ¿Me puede pasar las presentaciones? Uy, madre, no me sí, yo, madre, ahora me rodea ahí un toque, entonces no.
Gabo, Piri, yo tengo que irme. Cualquier cosa, el día de esto yo llamo a la profa para hablar con ella.
¿Cómo sea? Jesus.
Jesus, ya.
Ya para aqui.
Alô, amigo, ma. Está direito, está direito.
Yo, ¿cómo que gusta? A mí está drito, ¿eh?
Está bem, está bem, está bem. Tô contente com a
Yo,
apresentação, tá bom?
Ya. Obrigado.
Em princípio, ele passa por 11 e tal. Não tem entre 12 ou 13 na sala. Pensa 12 e 13 na cidade. A minha prova ele concentra entre 11 e tal.
Comienza.
A 2 horas, ok, ok. Antes que lo hora na cidade. Ok, ok, está bem, está bem. Não liga, moço.
Fala a montanha aí.
O que é que não fazer com Jesus?
O
que é que não fazer com
¿Cómo
Jesus?
pensa que a mí va a pegar? Que a mí prega no
Não
pé mango,
pregar
¿eh?
no pé de mango.
Você colocou aqueles parâmetros.
Jesus! Você está na glória.
Hermanazo. Hermanazo fariseo.
O início e o final da chuva. O início da chuva será.
Bueno, muchachos, los dejo. Tengo que irme.
Depois do 1º de maio. Por que o 1º de maio? E aí tem a literatura. E o outro é depois do 1º de setembro. Por que 1º de maio e 1º de setembro está na literatura? Que eu vi que ¿No quieres llevarte las presentaciones? No, pasa un pendrive.
Vai tomar
No, está el mío.
começar a analisar os dados.
Más de hecho, claro. Es hecho.
O programa isso seleciona começa no meio e acaba no meio de tudo. Os cromosomos